Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Should be an interesting day. I am State Representative Maria Horn, and one of, I'm sure, a series of chairs that you will see running today's public hearing. We have a number of bills before us, and I believe we have about 117 or so people signed up to testify. So look forward to a good hearing. And we'll remind everyone that we will again observe the same rules that we had before, which is limit each person testifying to 3 minutes of testimony, and the back and forth questioning for those of us, limit that to 5 minutes and 2 questions apiece, so that we can try to get everyone out of here before the impending snowstorm. So with that, I believe my co-chair is running a little bit late, so we'll defer to him in a minute. But Representative Cheeseman, any opening comments?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's get moving here.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
And I believe Senator Martin is also running a few minutes late. So with that, we will call the first name on the list, which is Scott Dolch, who is remote. It's on? Okay. Yes. Mr. Dolch, are you on? There you are. The floor is yours.
I am. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody. Apologize for being remote down here with about 50 restaurateurs in Norwalk for a meeting this morning. So good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Scott Dolch, and I'm the President and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. On behalf of Connecticut's 8,600 restaurants and food service locations, I'm here today to express support for the concept of Senate Bill 775, an act concerning the distribution of the sales and use tax imposed on meals sold by an eating establishment, caterer, or grocery store. The Connecticut Restaurant Association is suggesting that the legislature consider utilizing the revenue from the 1% meals and beverage tax as a reinvestment back into the hospitality industry through the creation of a new Connecticut Hospitality Fund. This fund would reinvest these dollars not only into the municipalities, as Senate Bill 775 suggests, but also into the state's Office of Tourism and Hospitality Workforce Development. In fiscal year 2022, the 1% meals and beverage tax generated more than $90 million for the state's general fund. We propose those dollars could be put to use in 3 specific areas. First, 30% of the annual meals tax, more than $25 million annually, would flow directly to the Connecticut Office of Tourism, allowing our tourism office to compete on a regional and national level to attract visitors to our great state. 20% of the revenue be used for workforce development in the hospitality industry, with the goal of providing resources to rebuild our sector's workforce through hospitality-specific training, which would attract, promote, and retain our future restaurant and industry leaders. Finally, the remaining 50% would be distributed back to the municipalities based on revenue that each city or town generates through the meals and beverage tax. Municipalities would use these dollars to support their local hospitality sector and find ways to build through grants, economic development, target marketing, and more. In Connecticut, the restaurant industry alone is down 22,000 jobs since before the pandemic began, and close to 1,000 restaurant locations across the state have permanently shuttered their doors. Reinvesting the meals and beverage tax back into the hospitality sector through the creation of this new fund will have a significant positive impact on small businesses, job growth, and the generation of an additional tax revenue. This is a common sense plan to support state tourism, local economies, small businesses, and our hospitality workforce. It would aid an industry in need, supporting small business owners and their employees while simultaneously stimulating local economies throughout our state. We hope you agree, and we look forward to working with all of you on this concept. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dolch. There are a couple of questions here. I will start off with just one quickly. And I wonder whether you have particular thoughts on what workforce initiatives are most effective to you in your industry.
Yeah, so we actually have with the Connecticut Restaurant Association Educational Foundation and the National Restaurant Association Educational Foundation, there's 3 specific and 4 specific pathways, depending upon how you look at it. One, our flagship program is a Pro Start, which is our high school culinary curriculum, which has over 2,200 students currently in Connecticut through high schools through high schools learning about culinary restaurant management. All those resources for those high schools come through private donations and sponsorships, trying to look to the state to help us build those high schools around Connecticut, trying to have more than the 18 that are currently using ProStart. We also have a restaurant ready program, which is a pathway program for those without even any education at all, and working them on a pathway to, we have adult educational programs around the state that are working through that. We also are trying to work with the Department of Corrections on national endeavor with the program called HOPES, which uses Restaurant Ready to help people on their pathway from being formerly incarcerated to get them jobs inside our industry. And then our last one, working with the Connecticut Department of Labor, we have an apprenticeship program, which is nationally accredited, and all these programs are nationally accredited, that we've been working since the pandemic has begun and even prior to. But these are 3 specific areas in hospitality, not to mention our universities that have hospitality programs, looking at our lodging program, looking at lodging as a whole as well. There's a lot of opportunity for this. I think that, trying to actually earmark dollars for hospitality specifically is really a goal here, and how we can utilize those resources on the programs that we have, but obviously there's many other within the hospitality field.
Thank you, Mr. Dolch. Next, I will call on Representative Meskers.
Scott, thank you very much for your testimony. We sat in Commerce and listened to some of the conversation regarding history, culture, or tourism, and the hospitality industry, and historic preservation, et cetera. And I thought that it was very interesting when you look at what we spend in tourist dollars in the state of Connecticut versus our competition. I believe Rhode Island is spending twice what we're spending. I know that New York, the state, is spending multiple hundreds of millions of dollars on tourism, and the city of New York is spending 30 million. So I think when you look at the restaurant business, you look at tourism, you realize the impact. I think it's important. And I think it's a novel approach to look at targeting the sales tax from the 1% on the meals tax, to use that. I think the problem I have is $90 million going to my general fund and now going out of my general fund probably creates a hurdle that I'm not sure how we fit. But I just wanted to lend my voice. I think your advocacy is incredible. I think the thinking outside the box on a revenue stream as a percentage of the meal tax, which will grow, and looking to see is there a way to target some of that towards the tourism industry, towards the restaurant industry, towards supporting it and the growth. I think it's highly important. It's one of the areas of entrepreneurship that I think we all should support. And just as a question for you, I don't want to catch you off guard. So we're projected at, I don't know what the projections are in the budget on the 1% meals tax, and we're forecasting 90. I'm not sure if that's in the budget already. And so I'm going to be looking at that, and I don't know if you give some insight there. I don't want to catch you off guard, but if you have a comment.
No, I got 2 comments to that, Representative. Thank you so much. And obviously the opportunity in commerce as well. I think the biggest thing with the 1%, the 90 million was fiscal year 2022. So we know going into June this year, that number is only going to grow. And why do we know that? Unfortunately, with inflation and rising costs, our restaurants, unfortunately, menu items are continuing to get more and more expensive, unfortunately, for them to break even. So that 1% number is only going to grow. I think when you look at the other comment I was going to make, so we think, don't have exact predictions from DRS, but we know it's going to be higher than 90, probably closer to 95 million, maybe even higher. I think the other piece to, taking it out of the general fund, I also just would to say to all the legislators here, if you're new or not, back in 2019, when this 1% was added, which I know Senator Looney is going to talk about. I know he was, getting ready to testify as well. The goal of that was to go back to the municipalities, is to help these municipalities, which is a half form of that. When back in 2019, they were expected this to generate about $50 million. So that's that 50% really right around there. But that's where that goal was. So to say it's taking out of the general fund, understand that the core of where this was before and reinvesting, I know there have to be cuts other way, but I'm looking at it as we need to reinvest the dollars that this industry is generating back into hospitality. Instead of looking at tourism every year, I think with the governor's budget, it's gone from 11 million now back down to 4 million. To your point with Rhode Island and New York and Massachusetts and all of our neighboring states, we were going to fall woefully behind them and continue to come up from behind and from the rear and not have a competitive tourism office. So I just think we need to look at that, logically. And I hope each of you guys today take that into consideration when you look at the 1%, the history of it, and obviously a loss in the general fund, but in reality, it's what the intention of it was.
I appreciate that. Doesn't necessarily get me to an easier solution of balancing my checkbook or balancing the budget. So I think, but I really appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the thought behind the conversation, and I understand the intent. These are issues we'll be wrestling with as we go through the session. We've got to, the residents of the state expect us to be able to figure out a balanced budget or a budget that works. So I appreciate your comments. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and good morning to Mr. Dolch. I'll just say very briefly that throughout the pandemic, it was comforting and reassuring to have someone like Mr. Dolch available anytime to chat when these local restaurants were forced to shut, and he was a beacon of support for them, always offering suggestions and solutions during their time of need. I do have one brief question. Scott, you talked briefly about some of this reinvestment, and while I was initially opposed to this 1%, I think many people were for the mere fact that there were some major issues in how to apply this, particularly when it came to grocery markets. But we are here, we are paying this surcharge, so why not make the best of it? And my question to you is about workforce, reinvesting some of this money in workforce. You don't even have to step foot in any local restaurant without the owner coming up to you saying, we can't find chefs, we can't find line cooks, we can't find bussers, we can't find bartenders. Could you just speak briefly to the workforce problem and how these funds would help encourage more folks to get into the industry and train them correctly through you?
No, it's such a great question. And I think, like I mentioned in my testimony, we're about 22,000 jobs of where we were February 2020 pre-pandemic. And to sit here and say there's a magic bullet to get us back to that level or above that level, there isn't one. But, I think reinvesting and building from the ground up, building hospitality, how it should be viewed for everyone in the building, everyone, publicly, knowing that wanting to get into the hospitality industry and make a career, or also look beyond that. So I think that these programs are in place and they've been very successful in other states. Obviously not saying that they're not successful in Connecticut, but we just have not put in the resources to really watch them grow. And the same with our universities and our hospitality, divisions of Central Connecticut or University of New Haven, all these schools that are out there trying to bring hopefully talented folks from outside the state to come, to school here, then hopefully find a job within the four corners of our state is important. So I think that these programs have proven themselves over time in Connecticut alone, but we just need more resources, and working with the Office of Workforce Strategy and working with the Department of Labor, to get us back to those numbers pre-pandemic and hopefully beyond that. We are currently even at 138,000. We're just shy of 10% of the state's workforce, and we're a $9.6 billion industry. We want to see, the efforts being put in to help us grow our workforce from the ground up.
Thank you. And I have no further questions. I'll just add that the Restaurant Association a few years back, and it may be still today, the fastest growing industry in the state of Connecticut. And I think it's wise to pay some attention to this and so to speak, put our money where our mouth is and help them out in their workforce issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you for kicking us off this morning.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Deb Pollen, followed by Controller Sean Scanlon.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. For the record, my name is Deb Pollen. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association for Community Action, and we're the state association that works with the state's community action agencies, which serve about 200,000 low-income people all across the state, including in all of your districts. The community action agencies provide energy assistance, enrollment into SNAP, help with income taxes, job training, childcare, case management, help with housing, Meals on Wheels, and a whole variety of other services. I have submitted testimony on Senate Bill 771, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit, and Senate Bill 772, an act increasing the applicable percentage of the earned income tax credit. And so today I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving these concepts their due consideration, and I will just summarize my testimony. First, for the child tax credit. The child tax credit is an extremely effective tool to fight poverty. This is not a guess. We know this because last year, the American Rescue Plan Act temporarily expanded the child tax credit federally, lifting about half of the nation's poor children out of poverty. When Connecticut wisely created a state child tax rebate last year, over 280,000 families got help with things like their utilities, rent, summer camp, food and clothing. They got to pay for piano lessons for their kids and more. Now that we know the impact of a state child tax credit, we should make it permanent. Regarding the earned income tax credit, this has been called the single most effective anti-poverty program for working people. This proposal would expand Connecticut's earned income tax credit and put more money into working families' budgets. It rewards work. It helps people retain funds so that they can provide a better life for their family. We know that this helps people in the current time, but we also know from research that lifting children out of poverty provides them a better life later on. It helps them stay in school. It helps them go to college or learn a trade and earn more money later on. These programs are a massive investment in Connecticut's children and in our future. You have the opportunity this session to consider tax cuts across the spectrum, and I ask you to take into account the principle of equity, directing and focusing the efforts to assist people who need the help most. And together, these programs, the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit, do just that. We also know that putting money into the pocket
30 seconds, please summarize.
Sure. We also know that putting money into the pockets of low-income families means that they're going to spend that money and most likely right back into their local communities. Together, these proposals are transformational, and I ask for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Poland. I know there's a lot in there to pack into 3 minutes in your case. So thank you for doing that so concisely. Sure. Any questions? Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Ms. Poland, for being here and for your service on behalf of the community action agencies. I know all of our communities rely on the services that you and these agencies provide. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question, particularly because you, like many agencies, were on the front lines in the implementation last year of the child tax credit, and you're very familiar as well with the EITC. And I know for all of us, in looking at how we fix our upside down tax system, in pursuing these policies, we want to make sure that folks are actually benefiting from them. Can you speak to how we can best ensure that folks are actually being able to access the CTC and the EITC? I know that many of the individuals you work with, they're not able to necessarily pay a tax preparer like many folks, other folks in our state who might be able to do that. So what would you recommend to us specifically on that end?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Representative Farrar. There's a couple of pieces to making sure that the people who are eligible for these credits actually receive them. One would be ideally to build it right into the income tax return. So as you're completing your return, you are able to get the credits immediately applied instead of having to apply afterwards. Last year, people did need to apply afterwards, and there was a broad outreach campaign. There were a lot of nonprofit partners and public partners as well. I want to just make sure I lift up the work of the Department of Revenue Services as well as a partner in making sure that people across the state found out about the application that they needed to do. They made sure the application was also available in Spanish. And ideally, we would have this built right in. Also, an outreach campaign would be beneficial. And I would recommend working with First off, obviously the community action agencies, but also anyone else who provides volunteer income tax assistance. And many of our agencies provide that, but they're also provided by other organizations, organizations across the state. So this is a program, Volunteer Income Tax Assistance, or VITA, where low to moderate income people can get help filing their income taxes for free. And that's an ideal place to let people know about the child tax credit and the EITC.
Thank you for that. It's very helpful to hear. And I think for us to pursue this policy, as you said, we would want it built right into the income tax preparation and not as a separate application process. And I appreciate you also noting the importance of translation and ensuring that there's translation of these materials available so people can access these benefits as well that are part of our tax system. So thank you, Ms. Pullen, for being here. And I appreciate you sharing what it's been like for families to really transform their lives with these credits. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, again, thank you for being here with us this morning, Ms. Pullen.
Thank you.
Next up, returning champion, Controller Sean Scanlon, seating himself in a familiar seat.
Well, good morning. I never actually had the honor as chair of this committee to chair an in-person meeting of the committee. So it's good to see that that actually is a thing that can be done. Good morning, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, Representative Cheeseman, all members of this committee. It's great to be back and to be here in a different regard. I will be brief and hopefully we can have more of a conversation, and my written testimony is online. But if you have been on this committee, that you know that this is my biggest passion, because when I took over as chair of this committee in 2021, I asked a lot of people what would be the most impactful tax policy that we could have in Connecticut to try to help people. And the answer was to create some form of a child tax rebate. As Deb just mentioned, this is clear for many different reasons, but primarily, number one, it's expensive to raise a child in Connecticut and across the country, but it's particularly expensive here. And there are some figures in my testimony that indicate exactly why that is. And I hope that you'll take a look at that. So that was one motivation. But the second is because, as Deb mentioned, we know that these work. They do reduce poverty in America. The briefly extended or in sort of expanded child tax credit under the American Rescue Plan 2021 literally reduced child poverty in this country by half in 6 months' time. So while we are not able to offer anything of that magnitude here at the state level because of how much it costs, we do know that this policy does make a big difference in the lives of people. As the person who spearheaded this, we were able to get the child tax rebate to work with my partner, Senator Fonfara, last year to finally get this done with the governor. And I traveled the state of Connecticut last year trying to promote people to sign up for this. And every time that I would go to an event about this, I would ask one of the parents that were there what they planned to use the money on. And they didn't say frivolous things. They said they were going to buy diapers, they were going to buy wipes, they were going to help pay for childcare, they were going to pay their rent, all these things that were essential to them being able to successfully raise a child were helped by the fact that last year we did offer them that credit. And I'm asking you all today to consider this as you consider a revenue package. I know very firsthand how challenging it is for you to deal with all the competing good ideas that are going to come before this committee that the governor has recommended to all of you through his budget. But I do believe that there's a way to do all the things that you want to do.
You have 30 seconds. Please summarize.
In 30 seconds, what I would just say is this. The reason this is also important is because not only did the federal child tax extension under the rescue plan go away after 6 months, but in the Trump tax cut of 2017, that did bump the federal child tax credit up from $1,000 to $2,000. That expires in 2025 as well. So the average family in Connecticut that received $3,600 back in 2021 is now set to receive only $1,000 from the federal credit in 2025. That's why a child tax credit or a child tax rebate is so important. Last thing I'd say is this. In the child tax rebate, it was $125 million that were allocated for that. We were able to get about $100 million of that spent. It impacted 370,000 Connecticut children, but $25,000 or $25 million of that money rather is still available. And I would urge all of you to work with the administration and DRS to make sure that the federal data that we just are about to receive here in Connecticut that would tell us who the people were that did not apply but were eligible, and make sure that that money gets out to them in the form of that rebate check, so that every single person that was eligible for this benefit in 2021 gets the benefit that they deserve. And I hope you continue. Thank you all. Great to see you.
Thank you. And it's nice to see you too. I wonder whether you could comment a little bit on the distinction between, one of the things about the child tax credit is that it's unallocated funds. It's funds that just go directly to family and leave them discretion as to how to do it, as opposed to targeted relief, for example, for daycare, for housing, for something more specific. I wonder whether you could talk a little bit about the distinction between those kinds of programs.
Well, I think that it's a tough question to answer, right? Because the efficacy of spending programs or tax cuts, you could make arguments in favor of both sides as being the best way to sort of help the social determinants go away for a family that we're trying to help. What I found was, and what I would hope the committee would do, and what we initially proposed was, as Deb was just saying with Representative Farrar, to have this be an income tax deduction versus a rebate check. Rebate checks are helpful. People love to get them in the mail. Politicians love to send them. But the most important thing to do is to make it be sight unseen for people so that they could claim it directly on their income tax and they wouldn't have to apply or do anything like that. That was truly the gold standard. During my tenure in the legislature, there was never an opportunity where we could do the real gold standard, which was an actual percentage cut to the income tax, which is thankfully something the governor is proposing this year and something I do support. That does make a big difference too, but I don't think it has to be an either or. The earned income tax credit, the child tax credit, an income tax cut, all of those things are things that I think we have room to do. May not be the full extent to which that they're being proposed right now. For example, a $600 child tax credit spread across the entire state would cost us about $300 million. A EITC cut at the rate that's being proposed by the governor right now costs money. His tax cut costs money, right? We don't have the ability to do all of those things at the rates that they're currently being proposed. But I do believe that a medley of those cuts, an EITC, a CTC, an income tax cut across the board, will do great things to make the state more affordable, which I think helps not only the families in Connecticut, but helps grow our economy, something that we desperately need to do by making Connecticut a more affordable place to raise a business or start a business, raise a family, and do all the kind of things that all of us want to see.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this morning, Sean. And again, pity we couldn't have sat up here together during your tenure on the committee. And I just want to follow on your comment that you'd like to see a medley, a way that we could continue the child tax credit and the EITC and an income tax credit. And you probably know my concern has been, while we want to help families with children, at what level do we cut that off? Because obviously more affluent families are less in need of this. And how do we address the need of those, particularly seniors, other people in the state without children? Give me a mix. I mean, we are going to be weighing these things up and people will have differing ideas. In a world in which we have finite resources and limited room in the budget, what would you like to see?
Well, as I said, I think a medley is the most appropriate way to do this. And as I know, as chairing this committee, there was always the whataboutism, right? Which is, you want to do an earned income tax credit, but what about me? Or what about this? And once we get into that game, it becomes very dangerous for us as policymakers, because there is always an easy answer to say why we should be doing one thing for somebody. And as you all very well know, there will be many, many good ideas that come before this committee that deal with a specific kind of person or a specific kind of taxpayer that makes all the sense in the world, but it only applies to a specific amount of people. And that's why I think when I was chair of this committee and working with Senator Fanfaro, we tried to do as broad-based tax reform as we possibly could to encompass as many taxpayers as we possibly could, to give them the breaks that I think that they deserve. And that's why I go back to If we have a need, if we know that there's a problem, which is it's very expensive to live here in Connecticut, and we want to tackle that, using the tax code to do it is a very good way to do it. And I do believe that people who have children, which is the overwhelming majority of people who are at a certain point in their lives in Connecticut, that's the kind of people that whenever we look across the United States, when states have growth, it's because they have young growth. They have young people moving there, young people staying there, young people having a family there and investing in those communities. And so in growing parts of the country, if they're able to make the tax code friendlier to that growth, they're going to see that growth happen there. And I do believe that cutting taxes that represent younger people and families and those that are dealing with the most costs does have a way of transferring beyond just helping them, but to help the entire state and the economy in general.
Thank you. And thank you for your answers. And not to be devil's advocate, because we could debate this forever. If you look at the parts of the country that are gaining population, they are not typically ones that have the tax policies of Connecticut. They're ones where their tax policies encourage not only business growth, but affordable, families with two incomes can afford houses. Anyway, this could be an ongoing debate, but I do think as we look at the policies that are going to make Connecticut friendly for families to live here, simply instituting child tax credit and EITC without addressing the other things that drive up costs is a devil's argument. But I want to thank you. I thank you for your advocacy. And again, pity we couldn't have done this when you were here. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Comptroller. I appreciate your testimony. Just a quick follow-up to the ranking member's questioning. I know how hard you worked on this last term, and was it sold to us as a temporary measure to get us through the pandemic? And I'm kind of worried that now it's going to on the books, if you will.
Yeah. So in 2021, I proposed it as a child tax credit, which would have been a automatic deduction on your child, on your taxes when you go to file them. We were unable to pass that in 2021. And in 2022, I tried to go back to the credit and we were unable to do that. But we were able, during the budget process, Senator Fonfara and I, to work with the governor to pass the child tax rebate, which was that one-time payment of $300 per child that we passed as part of the 2022 budget adjustment. That did help 370,000 kids. But as I said in earlier testimony, while that's great, and it's a good thing that I certainly think had a big impact in our state, I think doing it as a child tax credit that would be a deduction on your income tax would be a better policy move on our part, rather than doing it as a one-time rebate. But continuing a rebate is better than doing nothing, but I would prioritize them of credit and then rebate, and then from there, go on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if you had a chance to take another look at a bill on our agenda, 775. You just heard the Restaurant Association's testimony. Would your office be in charge of handling that dedicated fee, or is that the treasurer?
I'll have to admit that I was reading my emails and not listening to Mr. Dolch, though he's a good, smart guy, but I missed his testimony. So you may want to fill me in on the bill, Representative.
A dedicated fee, which gives me pause by the way, it's off budget. It's not within our cap, but if we can't repeal that 1% surcharge on our restaurants, you remember that.
Yes.
The idea, and it's a good one from the Restaurant Association, is probably to dedicate it to tourism, culture, and the Restaurant Association and workforce development. It's a pretty good chunk of money, 90 million.
Yeah.
Would that come under your purview, or is that the trade?
Again, without having talked to Scott and seeing what he's doing, my guess is what he's saying is that we would take the revenue that we get, and rather than going to the general fund, they would probably divert it to maybe DECD, and DECD would administer the program through tourism. But sometimes the comptroller's office is the catch-all, and we sort of get handed things like this and administer those grants and administer payments and do all that kind of stuff. And always happy to look at taking on some of that stuff, but I'm guessing it's probably going to be something where they divert the money from the general fund to go to a specific fund within maybe DECD.
Thank you.
Just a guess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you and
Likewise.
congratulations.
Thank you.
I think you answered my question, but I just want to clarify. So you're for a tax credit and not a tax rebate?
I think the credit is the ideal mechanism through which to deliver this relief to families. But I would not be opposed to a rebate in the absence of a credit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thanks for being with us, Comptroller. It's good to see you. You're welcome anytime, in person especially. I just wanted to follow up specifically. You were kind of sharing in depth a little bit about what you had heard from families, especially last year, about how they had used this rebate that was at their disposal. And I wanted to ask a follow-up question to that, because I think I really appreciate what the ranking member Cheeseman said about the rising costs that our families face. But I would say that until we actually make a change in our tax code, those families will continue to face those rising costs. And one of the things you highlighted was the cost of childcare. And I just cannot help but think that, you know, when we're seeing the lack of workers in our workforce, we know at the heart of it is that folks can't access childcare. And one of the reasons for that is really the affordability of childcare. And I wanted your feedback on how you see that the child tax credit is especially trying to target the needs of families around childcare, and if there's something else in our tax code we should be looking at in regards to that expense.
So I'm trying to pull up my testimony right now, and I'm not going to be able to do that in time.
That's okay.
But in the testimony, there are some statistics about what it costs to raise a child here in Connecticut and what it costs to send that child to childcare. I now have two small human beings that my wife and I are in charge of. I was very nervous to become a parent for a lot of different reasons. But fortunately, my wife and I, the one thing that we were not necessarily nervous about was we did have the resources to provide for that. But despite having those resources, it is still very, very expensive to do that. And something that Representative Cheeseman said, and that you just said, reminded me that we intentionally tried to keep this income limits for eligibility for this relatively broad and high. You have to remember, and this committee probably does know this, that 75% of the people in the state make less than $66,000 per year. I think we don't think about that nearly enough. But it is still expensive if you are a middle-class family, perhaps making $100,000 to $25,000 per year to do things. And so, yeah, I would meet a lot of people across the state who said, yes, I need this to literally pay my rent. I need this to literally buy groceries. But then there were other families. I remember talking to a guy in Hamden who said, you know what, my wife and I do okay, but we've had to cut back because of the pandemic and inflation. And one of us lost our job, and thankfully we got another one, but it was less than we used to make. And he said, the thing that brought me the most joy is that when I got this check, I could tell my son that he could go back to music camp, which he hasn't been able to go to for 3 years. And the guy got emotional, and I, was sort of saying to him, yeah, I mean, I understand that. And he said, no, you don't, because you don't know how much that program meant to my son. And even though my wife and I are doing okay, the fact that I can now tell him that we can afford that once again has made my life so much better as a dad. And I understood that as a parent. So I would caution the committee not just to sort of say, let's get this to those that need it the most. We do that a lot, and that's a very good policy. But middle-class families in this state also need some help. And that's not necessarily to pay their bills or to buy groceries, but it's to do the things that they used to do or that they were able to do before the costs in this entire country and this world went up due to inflation. And that's a good thing that we should continue thinking about trying to do.
Thank you, Comptroller. And I appreciate you acknowledging the exponential costs, as you said, if you have more than one child in your family, what it costs for childcare. I do believe that most families I speak to, it is, in the upwards of what we often think of college tuition, costing, $17,000, $20,000 a year for kids to be in childcare. And I just had one other quick follow-up question, which was, it kind of highlighted it, but my understanding of having the child tax credit and the EITC especially is that that money goes straight back to our economy and really supports, again, our local businesses, our childcare providers. Can you speak to what kind of the economic growth impacts can be of, again, putting money in the hands of our working and middle class families?
Well, we're living in a very interesting time economically, and there's a lot of challenges with us trying to cool the economy, so to speak, to try to tackle inflation. Injecting a lot of money into it has pros and cons at this point. But to your point, certainly having that ability to get either a $300 check or to pay $300 less when they have to pay their taxes, something that none of us enjoy doing but have to do. It is, I think, certainly something that does go right back into the economy for these kinds of people, right? When, in my estimation, given my experience in this committee and looking at tax reform, when wealthier people get a tax cut, they tend to save that money. When people who are at the lower or middle income spectrums get a tax cut, they spend that money because they don't have the luxury to save it. They have bills that are past due. They have needs that they have to meet. And this tax reform that we're talking about today for the low and the middle class absolutely has a stimulating effect on the economy, in the sense that that person then pays the camp counselor, that person then pays their bill, that person then goes and buys the the kid's bed that they've been trying to buy because their kid is sleeping in a kid's bed. It's too small for them. They have to go out to, Bob's Discount Furniture and buy that bed that they just couldn't afford. So I do think that there is a stimulating effect of this. And that's why I go back to this, where I started off, Representative, which is that to me, this kind of tax policy is a win-win. It's a win for the parents that are getting it because they have a little bit more disposable cash, or they have to pay a little bit less in taxes. But it's a win for Connecticut, because I think anything that we can do, and I think both parties definitely agree with this, to make Connecticut more affordable than it is today, which is a very expensive state, on this issue and every other issue, is a win for our constituents that I think is something that they are desperately looking for. And if we can find a medley, as I said, or multitude of ways to do that, there's no single one issue that can solve everybody's problem in Connecticut. And that's where you get into trouble with that whataboutism, which is to say, hey, this is a great idea, but what about me? That's a fool's errand and a fool's game. I think the best way to do it is to look as comprehensively as possible as you try to craft your revenue package to help as many people as possible. And this is one of the ideas that I would encourage you to strongly consider, because it does make a very big impact.
Thank you, Comptroller. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Comptroller Scanlon, that's got a nice ring to it.
Good to see you, old friend.
Good to see you too. I'll just start by saying that it's always good when there's a discussion on how tax policy can affect economic growth or reduce the income gap in our state, or any other issue like that. And I appreciate this issue certainly does that. And we certainly will partake in that discussion with you and others as we move forward in the session. I am interested, I will say, in this issue between the rebate and the credit. Seems to be that most people would value a rebate because a credit, if they do their own taxes, maybe it's more visible. If they have an accountant, probably not very visible. Can you share with us why you think that is most impactful?
Well, it's a question that you and I wrestled with, right? And talked about at length. And I would just say, if the committee is leaning more towards a rebate, the one thing that I would absolutely not insist, because I don't have the ability to do that anymore, but strongly recommend, is do not make people apply for it. Automatically send it out. There were some challenges that you and I were talking to Commissioner Boughton about, and staff, as we were trying to do this, late in the session 2 years ago. And there were reasons why we had to do it that way. But only about 70 to 80% of the people that were eligible did apply for it. And now we are able to get that data, as I said earlier, and I think it's really important to me that we try to close the gap there. There's still $25 million left in the account for this. And I think we should proactively send this out to everybody. But what I would do differently this year, if I could, so boldly give you this advice, is do the inverse of what we did last time. Automatically mail it to everyone we know should be getting it. And then if there was anybody that had a kid in 2023 tax year, they could apply for it because that's a relatively easy population to find. We know who has babies. We could send them a letter and say, hey, you're eligible for this, go apply for it. But sending it automatically to that 70% of people, I think would be the right way to do it. There are some people who believe that a credit is better in the sense that it's going to be easier for them to figure out from a tax purpose than adding a rebate to it. We were able to make that rebate ineligible for taxation here in Connecticut, but there were still some tax consequences of having a rebate versus a credit. But if the committee is moving towards the rebate, I would just encourage them to do the inverse of what we did last time.
My question was not foretelling anything about, haven't even had a discussion with my co-chair about the issue yet. Never mind the rest of the committee. I'll just say, Mr. Comptroller, that it's admirable that you're here back with this today before us. I don't think anyone would have been critical of you if you said, I worked on that, I'm moving on to other things. And very admirable for you to stay with an issue you clearly care very much about.
Well, if I could just say, Senator, you are partly to blame for that, because when I first got this job as chair of this committee and we had our first phone call, you told me about the extraordinary privilege it is to chair this committee and to work on this committee and to find issues that you care about. And I found one that I cared about, and I'm back here today because I really, really do care about it. And I hope that this conversation helps some of you care about it today, and you'll consider it again in the panoply of things that you have before you to consider, and a lot of hard choices to make. I think you couldn't go wrong by making this one in some form, whatever the committee chooses to do it. So thank you.
And in closing, Madam Chair, I'll just say that those quite large shoes that then Representative Chairman Scanlon left have been filled more than adequately and quickly by you. Thank you very much. Good to see you again, Sean.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And you do leave large footprints behind. So, but I know where to find you. So I thank you for your continued guidance. Next, we have Lisa Tepper Bates, followed by Gabriella Noah Betancourt, and then Mayor Florsheim.
Thanks so much, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, members of the committee. I'm glad to be here before you today to testify in support of Senate Bills 771 and 772. As President and Chief Executive Officer of the United Way of Connecticut, I'm submitting testimony in support of creating a permanent state child tax credit and increasing the earned income tax credit. For both of these measures, I'm proud to be here to represent all 15 local United Ways across our state. And for the child tax credit, I'm pleased to be here as part of the Connecticut Nonprofit Child Tax Credit Coalition, 14 nonprofits all working in support of this important measure. The United Way's 2020 ALICE report on the cost of living reflected that nearly 40% of Connecticut households were struggling to make ends meet before the pandemic. A young family of 4 needed an income of $90,000 a year just to afford the basics, according to our data. In 2023, and with inflation, that cost is now $110,000. Connecticut consistently ranks among the most expensive states for raising children, as you've heard today from others. And yet we do not have a state level tax policy to ease the financial burden of raising children, as Comptroller Scanlon pointed out. And it's really important to bear in mind that the significant economic stress of raising children in Connecticut falls disproportionately on our families of color. That includes 57% of Black families and 63% of Hispanic households with children struggling to make ends meet, either at or below the ALICE threshold. Connecticut families' budgets are stretched further given the substantial recent reductions in federal benefits. These losses add up, costing eligible families literally thousands of dollars they will not get this year to support the cost of raising their children. I want to be clear that, again, we welcome the governor's initiative to increase the Connecticut EITC. This will help over 200,000 residents. However, the federal income cap for the EITC is simply too low to support a large percentage of Connecticut's struggling middle-income families. The Connecticut Child Tax Credit would target families struggling to work and live in Connecticut and who will not be eligible for the EITC. We believe that it's time to join with other states to invest in what works to support families and invest in our communities. Moody's estimates that the EITC, thank you, the EITC returns $1.24 to our communities, while the CTC would return $1.38. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to submit this testimony. I hope these measures will have your support.
Thank you, Lisa. I wonder whether we've heard some earlier testimony. I think the comptroller commented on this about advocating for, we've talked about a series of tax policy that would be helpful, and whether and the value of creating a medley of policies, for example, the EITC, the rate cut, and a child tax credit. I wonder whether you could talk about, in your view, do you have a priority amongst those, or are you also looking for sort of, obviously, if we were to push forward with all three of those, they would be probably more moderate than as proposed. So I wonder if you could comment on that.
Thank you, Representative Horn, and thank you to all of you on the committee doing the hard work of thinking through all of these questions. I would say from our perspective, the EITC is a really important way to support our very lowest income residents, because that's who it's going to be targeted for. And that includes families earning up to $60,000 a year. That's, again, far below what it costs. So those are families who are really struggling to afford the cost of living in Connecticut. So we would prioritize certainly the ITC as proposed, but the CTC would be equal in our view as the United Way system, and with my partners in the Child Tax Credit Coalition, we are seeing every day the struggles that families are facing just to afford childcare and to afford the basics. As I think you all are aware, inflation has been incredible in the last year. Household essentials are up about 18% over 2020, our last Alice report. Childcare is up 35%. So we know that families are really struggling and really hurting. We believe it's important to have that targeted assistance to those most in need. So that's the way I think I would answer that question, Representative. I hope that that's helpful.
Thank you. Your advocacy is indeed, all of it is helpful. So thank you for all of your work on these issues. Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for being, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Kavros-DeGraw, please.
Sorry, with a late hand. I just want to go back to the piece about earned income tax credit versus the child tax rebate. When we had the governor's budget presented to us, it was pretty clear that they, really felt strongly that EITC was the way to go. And your testimony and Comptroller Scanlon's testimony leads me to believe that the child tax rebate has to be, I guess, more effective in terms of economic participation on part of those receiving it. Would you say that's accurate?
I think that's a really good question that you're asking. I think, again, I would focus on the fact that the EITC, the governor's office is correct. The majority of EITC dollars go to families, but families who are at that very, very low income level. So the families who are still struggling in our state, as we heard from the comptroller, are simply going to be left out. And I would just also like to focus on some of the needs we've heard about. For example, a family who would not be eligible for the ITC, they were able to use child tax rebate dollars to get the special shoes that a child living with a disability needed. Those shoes cost $800. There was nothing else that was going to help them get those shoes. And that mother would not have been eligible for the EITC. So there are costs that flexible dollars will fill that the targeted benefits will not address, and that a lot of these families are not going to be eligible for. Because again, and I'm happy to share the numbers, they're in my testimony, But the real cost of living in Connecticut, if you have a toddler and a baby, these are the young families that we want to draw to our state and keep here. The real cost that you're up against is $110,000 a year, given inflation. So with the EITC capping out for a family at $60,000 a year, you're missing a lot of families who really need that support. And so that's why we're so focused on the child tax credit as a really important complement to the EITC.
I'm really glad that you have clarified that, because I have to tell you, I represent a district that is, I would say, majority middle class. We have families that have reached out to me that have said they're keeping their house at 62 degrees with, a bunch of kids in the house, and teaching them to put on sweatshirts instead of being able to turn the heat up. And I think that, when I was knocking doors last summer and we, were trying to get the word out about the child tax rebate, it was gratifying to hear how many people had applied for it. But I also had, heard from many people, this is the only thing we qualify for, the only help that we can get. And certainly I think our middle class families are feeling a little left behind and feeling like nobody's listening or nobody cares. And this is one way that we can show that we are listening and that we are engaged. And I hope that we, move forward with this, because certainly I think, as you mentioned, at the federal level, it's just not cutting it. So thank you so much today for being here. Lisa, it's always good to see you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Looking again at the Zoom screen today, and I seeing no further questions. Again, thank you for being with us and for all of your advocacy.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Gabriella Noah Betancourt, followed by Mayor Florsheim.
Thank you. Good morning, co-chairs Horn and Fonfara and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Gabriella Noah Betancourt. I'm a senior researcher with the Action Center on Race and the Economy. And thank you today for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 5673. In particular, I want to focus my remarks on the digital advertising services tax. We've been working with Professor Darian Shanksky and Professor Christine Kim, two of the leading tax law experts on digital ad tax policy in the country. And their recent article in the Notre Dame Law Review entitled "State Digital Services Tax, a Good and Permissible Idea, Despite What You Might Have Heard." So Professor Shanksky couldn't make it today, unfortunately, but he submitted written testimony on the tax, and I'm happy to relay any questions you all may have for him. But I wanted to start off first with why this is a good and permissible idea. The digital advertising industry is expected to grow to $300 billion by 2025. And it's an industry that's overwhelmingly controlled by some of the largest tech companies in the world. These digital ads are part of our new economy, but remain an untaxed consumption. And I want to explain a little bit about what that is. So you go to a store in the state of Connecticut and you buy a map and you pay a sales tax, right? You download an ebook in the state of Connecticut, you pay a sales tax. However, if you download a free map app, let's say Google Maps, you wouldn't be charged a sales tax, even though you're also engaging in a type of consumption and you're paying for that consumption by allowing the app to extract your data. And these big tech platforms then, sell our data to provide digital advertising and to provide these like hyper targeted ads that we come across every day on all our social media platforms, if you're looking at a video on YouTube. So thus, a digital advertising tax is using the gross receipts from advertising as a proxy to tax transactions that should otherwise be part of our sales tax, right? In this case, it's exchanging of our data for a service. So, and the revenues from this tax could help fund an equity agenda in Connecticut, which again is a set of transformational policies to build a more equitable state where all residents have a chance to live a fulfilling life, not just the wealthy few. I'm sure the what you might have heard part that Professor Shanksky refers to in his article.
30 seconds to summarize.
So I'm happy to give more details about the ongoing litigation in Maryland, but we strongly believe that states should not be deterred by what's happening in Maryland and should pursue other taxes. We're also working with the Senate Deputy Majority Leader in New York State to pass a similar tax, and are very hopeful about what the tax can fund. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for, oh, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman Horn. Just a quick follow-up question. I appreciate you being here, and I'll definitely go through the testimony that you referenced as well. When I've kind of thought a little bit about this proposal around a digital ad tax, in some ways I've tried to conceptualize it as in kind of modernizing our tax code in a way for how, again, we're living in a digital world. But can you specify for me, just in my quick question, what types of companies would actually be impacted by these digital ad taxes? Because I know in prior meetings that I've been on in this committee, it's often referenced that this would hit our more local businesses. And I wanted to fully understand how you've seen this play out in other places and who would actually be affected. Thank you so much.
Yeah, certainly. I can take a stab at answering that. So the idea with the tax as it's currently written would be companies with revenues over $10 billion. So this captures the big four in a lot of ways. These are companies like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, large tech companies that have the largest share of the digital advertising revenues. It's very unlikely that any of your local newspaper companies or smaller advertisers would be subject to the tax because they're not they don't make $10 billion in revenues.
Thank you for that and for clarifying. And I'll definitely refer to your testimony and follow up with any other questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Mayor Florsheim,
All right. Can you hear me?
hear you fine.
Great. Thank you so much. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the committee. My name is Ben Florsheim. I am the mayor of Middletown, Connecticut, currently serving the 4th year of my first term in office. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. Like all of you, we are in budget season at the local level. And like many of my municipal colleagues, I am here this morning because the decisions that are being made on legislation before you will have a direct impact on the taxpayers who we see and hear from every day. I'm testifying on several bills this week on issues ranging from education to the environment, but underlying the theme of why I am testifying and what I'll be speaking to before different committees is the same. Connecticut has a regressive, antiquated system of property taxes that serves as the overwhelming driver of our state's most persistent inequities and inequalities. It places the highest burden on the people in the communities least able to bear it, and on motor vehicles, on real estate, on homes, and on personal property. The reality in our state is dictated by policy is that residents of wealthy towns pay proportionally less and residents of poor towns pay proportionally more. This is a fact that has been acknowledged in this building countless times, year in and year out, by countless studies, by the testimony of your colleagues, and most importantly, by the lived experience of our residents. There is a bill before you, 5673, introduced by Middletown's Representative Chafee and others, which proposes to do something about it. While the income tax relief for middle-class residents also under consideration this session is welcome, it's commendable. It is also not a solution to the structural problem that drives the overall tax burden for middle income people. It is also commendable that Governor Lamont and the General Assembly have prioritized replenishing the state's rainy day fund, stabilizing our finances, enhancing our bond rating, and prioritizing economic development to grow the economic pie, which is the approach that we have taken in Middletown as well. But if we're not going to irresponsibly spend down the state's resource, which we shouldn't do, which is a mess we've been in before, if we don't want to unduly burden the middle class to pay for important programs and services, which we're trying to get away from, if we don't want to cut those programs and services, schools, firefighters, police officers, environmental protection, infrastructure, then the revenue does need to come from somewhere. And rather than trying to get blood from a stone in the form of continuing to tax those least able to pay, in addition to making the child tax credit permanent and increasing the earned income tax credit benefit that will immediately offer relief to residents and a boost to our economy, Let's start to ask those who are most able to pay, the wealthiest residents of the state whose wealth grew during the pandemic and who themselves will benefit as well from a modern tax system that funds human services, infrastructure, public safety, and vibrant communities. I think that we have an opportunity, you have an opportunity this session to not just offer immediate economic relief to our residents, but also start us on a path towards a meaningful, sustainable solution to our cost of living crisis that municipalities deal with on the front lines every day. It will take courage, it will take collaboration, it'll take compromise. But in Middletown and 168 other cities and towns across Connecticut, we are going to be using every tool at our disposal to look out for our residents in the municipal budget cycle. And I ask the committee in its consideration of this bill to do the same with an eye towards making our state fairer, more affordable, more livable, and more just. And I appreciate again the time. I'm happy to answer any questions that people have.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for Mayor Florsheim? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Randy Collins.
This one. Good morning, everybody. My name is Randy Collins, Advocacy Manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Here today to comment on three bills. First off, I will lead off with always like to be able to support a bill, Senate Bill 775, which would use 1% of the additional tax on the food and beverage and redistribute that to municipalities. I remember testifying before the committee, I think it was 2019, in support of this bill. Unfortunately, as it went through the process, though the increase went in, the revenue was not redirected to municipalities. This 1% would be an effective, and a good start in providing revenue diversification that's desperately needed by municipalities and reducing our over-reliance on the property tax. We would look forward to working with the stakeholders to implement that and look at how we could make that a effective, tool for all of our municipalities. And just did want to comment on Senate Bill 776, which is a statewide mill rate on properties valued, I think it's 1 mil for properties at 1.5 million and 2 mils at for properties assessed at over $2 million. CCM opposes a statewide mill rate. I think it's similar to Section 7 of House Bill 5673, which would also create a statewide mill rate, a little bit different. As I've said before, we're overly reliant on a property tax, which is the most regressive of the tax structures. And we're looking for ways to move away from that, and adding to that property tax at any level is just going down that same path. We think that, that there are better opportunities in terms of revenue diversification, increasing opportunities for regionalism, cost sharing that can reduce the burden for all of our residents rather than selectively choose. The other aspect that we have concerns over is by moving it to having the state collect that 1 to 2 mil tax. Fortunately, we just have a history of seeing money that's been, going to be redistributed to municipalities not quite get there. The Mashantucket Pequot Fund is almost at an all-time low, not meeting where the money the revenue raise is not going to where it was. The restaurant tax, which I just mentioned again, was initially thought to go to municipalities, and then it didn't go there. So we do have concerns that the state is adding to that property tax burden, when we hit hard economic times and tough choices that you as legislators have to make, that money does not make it. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks, Randy, for being here. I did have a follow-up question, just because I was really struck in hearing from Mayor Florsheim and then hearing from you in representing all of our municipalities. And you kind of alluded to this a little bit in your testimony, but what types of solutions do you suggest we look at to fixing what is a very regressive property tax system?
I know at CCM, we put out numerous reports. I think the last one we did was maybe 2019, and we listed a number of different options that would, taken as a whole package. And it was revenue diversification. Is it looking at something like a restaurant tax, something like a sales tax that could be distributed back out, on a on formulas that would provide. You don't want to just do point of sale because some municipalities have a lot of retail sale. Others don't have any. So how would you distribute that out to lift all of our towns? We have to look at the property tax system. There's 99 or 100 mandated property tax exemptions. So towns like Middletown, New London, and Hartford, almost half of their property tax base is exempt. And that just shifts that burden onto residential and business payers. And it, impedes economic development. It raises the cost of, it makes housing increasingly unaffordable because every time something gets taken off, it's not reducing municipal costs. It's just shifting who's going to pay that, who's going to carry the remainder of that burden. There's opportunities for regionalism. Can we do things better than, 169 public works, 169 police fire? Is there opportunities there to provide savings? So it's not just additional revenue, but how do we spend money that we have better? So there's a number of different ways. And I think any solution long-term has to be comprehensive. It can't just look at a revenue side. It can't just look at the tax side. It has to look at the spending side as well. So it's not an easy question. And it's something that I think, members of this committee have grappled with for a long time. But, at some point we need to say, how do we implement comprehensive, meaningful property tax reform, that is going to move our state in a better direction. And it's going to be hard to do, but we're very happy to sit down at any point and kind of go over a variety of options of how do we do this comprehensively. And again, it's going to take, political will at the local level and the state level to implement those changes that are needed.
Thank you, Randy, for that. And if you wouldn't mind sharing with the full committee that report you referenced, I think that would be helpful. But I do think, as you said, that, the more we can hear from our municipalities as being a partner in looking at how we make broader change to fix our regressive tax system is a benefit. So thank you for that. And thank you, the chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Randy, before you try to escape, when I listen to the discussion, I marvel at how we act as if towns are this separate island on another planet. We all come from a town. And if we believe, maybe we don't, apparently we don't believe that the property tax is regressive, that it's anti-growth, that it's that it discourages investment because we've made assessors effectively detectives, and any mayor or first selectman wants the assessment on all property to be as high as possible, and any reduction in that through appeals is, burst the bubble of, can I keep my mill rate where it is today? Can I lower it? Can I limit how high it must go? These are all real issues that every municipality goes through. So I'm confused by why your organization comes here every year with the message you come with, and it seems not to resonate in the conversations, I guess, between, do mayors have conversations with their legislative delegation? The first selectmen have conversations with their legislative delegations that you know of?
I would certainly hope that they do.
But you don't know.
Oh, I said, I know Mayor Bronin, and, as I said, I know our delegations, my board reaches out quite often, and, they're faced with a wide variety of bills that they have to talk on. And is it property taxes? Is it funding education? Is it maintaining, our roads, police, fire? It's a challenge that they have of how do we strike that balance of providing the services that our municipalities need, they deserve, and trying to maintain affordability. So it's, again, I think it's at some point, it's how do we bring everyone into that room for a meaningful conversation where people are going to be willing to compromise? And, towns give up some things. There's some movement on, as you said, if it's, idea of some local.
So what is the position, Randy, of a town that has a mill rate of 20 on this subject?
I would say, some towns that have a mill rate of 20, I remember we had it was Eastern Connecticut. I'm trying to remember his name. A few years back. He said, I have a low mill rate. And he's like, not because, our property values are that high, but we have no property. They hadn't built a new house in almost 10 years. He's like, this is what my residents can afford, but we don't have the services that are provided. Other towns have higher mill rates and more services. And there's, and there are going to be some towns where you have like a Greenwich that has a significant property tax base, but I think because of the reliance on a property tax, you do create a system where some towns are in a better position than others. And other towns have been, again, when you have a New London that has 50% of its tax base that has been exempted, it puts them in a box of, I have a lot of great property, but they don't have a lot of land. So it really limits what their options are. And I think that's some of the things that we need to look at. The movement we made with the tiered pilot system was a great opportunity to benefit for, all of our municipalities that we were happy to support, and a good step in that, meeting the promise of where the pilot funding should be, but it's still below where it needs to be.
So if I read between the lines, is it fair to say, or is it your understanding that there are towns in Connecticut that are fine with our system?
I would say that, I don't think anybody is fine with the system. I think where the state is overly reliant on the income tax, I don't think any of our residents want to be overly reliant on the property tax. Even if it's a town like Greenwich, it's 20 mills, property values are going to be much greater. So, and for, there are lower income residents that live in every single one of these towns, and as I said, I live in West Hartford. People think of West Hartford as the center. There's a lot more to our town than just the center. And there's a lot of people that, low, middle and high income people. And how do we balance all of those out together? So I don't know that I would say anybody loves the system that we have. Some towns are able to manage it better than others. But I think that, we can't look at, let's do something for the cities and not the suburbs. I mean, the cities need the suburbs need the cities. We're too small of a town. It's too small of a state. I think to look at it individually of, everybody needs to work together to make a better state for all of us.
Thank you, Randy. Anyone else? Thank you. Patrick O'Brien and Sana Shah, I guess they're testifying together.
Dear Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and with me today is Dr. Patrick O'Brien, who will be available to answer any questions. We are testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children in support of HB 5673, SB 771, SB 772, SB 774, and SB 776. For the purposes of time, we will focus on the portion of our submitted testimony, which highlights the importance of establishing a permanent state-level child tax credit. SB 771 would make Connecticut's tax system fairer by reducing the tax burden on low and middle income families by creating a permanent refundable Connecticut CTC. Creating a refundable Connecticut CTC would make Connecticut's tax system fairer and reduce poverty because it's targeted to support low and middle income families. It would also make the state more competitive in retaining and attracting taxpayers because Connecticut is the only high-cost state in the U.S. with an independent income tax that does not adjust for family size or childcare expenses. Deductions and credits are built into the income tax to ensure households are paying taxes based on their ability to pay rather than simply their total income. Households with children have many more expenses, which significantly reduces their ability to pay. That's why if we want Connecticut to be a welcoming state for families, it's common sense for the income tax to adjust for family size. Establishing a state-level child tax credit would boost the economy by increasing the income available to low and middle income families, which could be used to increase spending on necessities, including childcare, which would in turn make it easier for some residents, especially women, to rejoin the labor force. Based on all these benefits and more, Connecticut Voices recommends that policymakers create a permanent refundable Connecticut child tax credit. Lastly, with more than 1 in 8 children, Connecticut children living in poverty, we cannot leave the state's lowest income families out of the push for tax reform this legislative session. And more families need targeted relief to help offset the high cost of raising children. Connecticut Voices for Children urges the committee to pass SB 771 and the other bills highlighted in our submitted testimony. If we don't make the state a more attractive place for families to raise children, we will continue to see population decline, we will continue to grow child poverty and perpetuate unfairness in the tax system, all which are bad for the state's residents and the state's economy. The urgency to act is imminent. Thank you for your time and consideration. We would be happy to answer any questions from the committee. It's also really great to see everybody in person.
Doctor?
Just here to answer questions. So she did the read in.
Anyone? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Fanfara. Thank you for coming here today, Son and Patrick. I know this is not in your testimony today, but one of the things I believe we discussed last session was looking at linking Connecticut's income tax, both the levels and the deductions to inflation. And I know simply because that never been done, it could have a significant effect on the amount of tax Connecticut families pay. Would you like to comment on that?
Sure. So thank you for the question. In a report that we published last year, for example, we showed that the typical middle income family in Connecticut, the majority of their income tax burden is actually just due to the lack of inflation indexing over time. So I think a family was making a middle income family was paying about $4,200 in the state income tax. And the majority of that was basically due to these built-in tax increases that just occur every year, basically since 1991. So another way of thinking about it is we've had tax increases on middle income families in this state every single year since 1991, and we'll continue to have them if you don't inflation index the income tax. And in that sense, we're an outlier. We're one of the only states that doesn't have any of the core components of our income tax index of inflation. That includes the exemption, the brackets, and the personal credit, all of which have advantages for why you want to actually inflation index all of them. And for any of the policies that we've been talking about, for example, the child tax credit, you'd want to inflation index that as well, so that the value of that didn't decline over time. When we think about, for example, the governor's proposed income tax cut now, that's in large part offsetting some of like the inflation-based tax over time, and that hasn't been proposed to be indexed to inflation. And so the value of that moving forward will also change over time. And so this has been a really big problem even before, the sharp rise in inflation last year. And I think, with historic inflation that we've had, it's made it a lot more important that I think that we address this issue.
Thank you. And I welcome further conversation on this because I do think for everyone living in the state, particularly for families, this would be a way where we could at the very least start phasing in that relief. As we know, our historically high levels of inflation don't get away from the fact that if you have 2%, 3% a year over 10, 15, 20 years, that makes a big difference in the amount if we don't index for inflation. So I want to thank you again. Great to see you in person, and thank you for your advocacy for our families.
Representative Meskers.
So I'm going to challenge you on your question or your answer. And it's from the point of view of on a policy basis, indexing the credits versus indexing the income tax rates. And what do you think the policy impacts are? Because if I index the credits and income and index the tax brackets, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to fund the government potentially if the costs of the programs I'm running go up with inflation. And I've decided to de-inflate both my revenue and my credit stream. I'm wondering that I end up with a bigger deficit over time. So where you look at the income tax brackets versus the credits in the program, and if you think, and what you see away from us in terms of what gets indexed and how it gets indexed. Because I think, I'll bother the people at OPM or OFA at some point, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. So we actually provided cost estimates and we shared those with OFA as well. So I believe it was about $90 million a year, I think, for each 2% of inflation, and that's taking all of the core components. But it's really important not just to focus on the brackets or the credit, it's the exemption too. We have a very progressive exemption that a lot of low-income families don't pay the income tax, but that exemption phases out over time at higher income levels. So you really want to index, inflation index, the exemption, the brackets, and the personal credit. It's really key to get all of those aspects inflation index. And that would run at about $90 million, I believe, for each 2% inflation. And so then the question is, well, what's the pay for? If you do this, how do you pay for it? And so we published a report in December that had 4 broad approaches basically to raising revenue. One was reforming our tax revenue restrictions. And so you could use some of this surplus revenue that, we've had legislation was passed recently. So that's essentially off the table. Another option is to raise top income tax rates in the state. I know that, the governor's on record opposed to this, so that might not be a likely option, but I think it is important to keep in mind, even just on that front, that when you measure taxation comprehensively, from taking into account all of the revenue that essentially the state's collecting from its residents, and you measure it as a percent of state personal income, we do in fact actually have a low tax burden in Connecticut. It's below average for the U.S. as a whole. We're one of the lower states, and if you just look at our top income tax rate in particular, we rank 17th, and so there's a lot of room there if you wanted to moderately increase the top income tax rate to pay for that. But even if both of those, even if that's off the table as well, that still leaves 2 broad approaches. You could address existing tax expenditures. So we highlighted just 6 high cost, high growth tax expenditures that have increased by more than 200% over the last decade. And by eliminating or reducing those, you could raise up to $770 million a year. And then the 4th approach, which is my personal favorite, is addressing the state's tax gap, because that is just money that is being left on the table. And so we've come up with an estimate of what we actually think that is. And we used data from the IRS. So the IRS provides this at the federal level, and they give an estimate of what the federal tax gap is. We don't have any estimates at the state level, but we can take the percentages that they apply to the federal level and apply it to our state income tax. And we did research explaining why we think that's a reasonable approach, considering what's going on in Connecticut. And if you just apply the percentage of the federal income tax gap to the state of Connecticut, that's $2.6 billion a year that is potentially just sitting on the table that the state could collect, and it doesn't require raising tax rates on anyone. And so even if you just moderately close the state's income tax gap, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that you can raise. And the state itself started this process in the budget that was passed last year. The DRS was going to hire 5 economists and new software. It was going to be about $1.1 million. And they said it was estimated by OFA to bring in $40 million. Well, recently in the January budget update, that $40 million came off the projected line because they said the DRS hasn't implemented that. But I was also looking at the governor's budget addendum to see what's going on with auditors at the DRS. And we see that in 2022, they had 197 filled positions and 48 vacancies. And we know from DRS testimony in front of this committee that each auditor brings in an average of $2 million. So if you take those 48 vacant spots, that's $96 million that was just sitting on the table. That would cover the cost of inflation indexing. It even gets worse if you look back over time. In 2000, DRS had 310 auditors. So that's 113 fewer auditors. If we apply that same number of $2 million per auditor, you're talking about $226 million that's just sitting on the table because we're not basically going and collecting the taxes that are legally owed. Again, this does not involve raising tax rates on anyone. So there are a whole range of options that you could use to fund many of the programs we're supporting, including inflation index.
Just if I could follow up. So on the tax issue and compliance, what you're raising the specter is that there's lack of compliance at the federal level and subsequently lack of compliance at the state level.
We think both. So what the IRS basically says is that there's 2 causes at the federal level of the tax gap. On the one side, it's opaque income sources. So if you're You know, if you're a wage or salary employee, you get a W-2 every year. They send that to the government, your employer has it, everyone knows what you make. And when you go and you file taxes, there's not much, you know, wiggle room for what you're reporting in your income. But a lot of higher income
5 minutes Q&A
families
has
essentially
been
have
reached.
these,
Please summarize.
have these opaque income sources. And so there's no third party reporting. And when you combine that with the lack of auditors, that's what the IRS says contributes to the tax gap. Well, if you look at Connecticut, we have a higher than average for the US as a whole of those opaque income sources, and we've seen the same decline in our auditors. So it's very reasonable to say the same problem is going on at the federal level, we have the state level. And if you apply that approach, that's where we're coming up with that $2.6 billion number. But we really think the DRS needs to basically, you know, to do a report on this and share this information.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, it's fine that you say it's 2.6 billion or whatever, or moderately implemented, it's 900 million. But then you say that OFA puts a number on the 40 million. That's a little bit of a difference between those two numbers.
So I'm saying that the DRS has confirmed that we have a state tax gap by the fact that they say we hire 5 people and we get some new software, and in total we spend $1.1 million. That's going to bring in $40 million a year. That's a $35 return on investment for each dollar spent. That's the DRS basically saying we have a substantial state tax gap. And you can also see this in the decline of the auditors. What we're saying is that's one way of the state is acknowledging this. But if we want to get a sense of what is the true size of the total tax gap, we're using the approach that the IRS has provided. And again, it might not be $2.6 billion, but we don't have any other percentage to work off of. The DRS hasn't provided this. And so the difference between that $40 million and the $2.6 billion that I'm emphasizing is they're saying with 5 people, we can bring in $40 million. Well, what happens if you bring in 50 people or 100 people? How high will that go? They're not giving us numbers on this. So I'm saying we've come at it from different perspectives to basically confirm we have a state income tax gap issue in the state. And we're trying to give a sense of what is the potential full size of that. And that's just using public data from the IRS.
And do you have a sense as to what the demographic of that gap is?
Yes. So in our report, we provide a breakdown by income level, and I can, using again, data from the IRS. And so the majority of that is going to go to high income tax filers. The most of that is coming from people making more than $500,000 a year. And so, for example, if there's any concern about hiring auditors and having them auditing low income families, you could pass legislation that, you know, sets an income threshold for auditing, or you could require the DRS to report at different income levels. So what the IRS does over time is they show the total amount of audits and they give a breakdown by income level, and they do this over time. So we can see that the decline in auditing at the federal level has overwhelmingly reduced the auditing of high income families. And so that should be part of this tax transparency of DRS releasing a report saying what the size of the tax gap is, what, you know, the plan is to address this. And if it comes to increased auditing, then you could have by income levels, what are the auditing rates of these income levels, and you could track it over time.
I don't think it comes as a surprise that there's a schizophrenia in this building regarding this issue. We want more revenue, but the specter of having auditors chasing our constituents doesn't sit well with a lot of people. So appreciate your advocacy in this regard. Makes a lot of sense in the theoretical world, a little tougher in the practical world. Wish it weren't, but that is. Any questions, Representative Farrar?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sana and Patrick, for being here. I had 2 quick questions. One, kind of going back earlier to our discussion that we've been having this morning about the child tax credit. I know there's been mention of the EITC, the child tax credit, and then there has also been reference to the governor's proposal of a tax cut. Can you clarify for us how is the child tax credit different, both from the EITC and the governor's proposed tax cut, and why is that something we need to kind of think about as we're considering our priorities?
Great. Thank you for the question. Let me start with the comparison of the child tax credit to the EITC. So I heard in earlier testimony, the idea that the child tax credit can essentially supplement for middle income families that aren't qualifying for the EITC. So it's nice to have them together. And that is completely true. So once you get to above about $60,000, depending on your tax filing status, you're not going to qualify for the EITC, and the child tax credit can kick in at that point. And so they work well together. It's also, though, the case that depending on the design of the child tax credit, it's actually also going to be more beneficial than the EITC to the lowest income families, because the EITC phases in. And so if you have a fully refundable child tax credit, say of $500, that's going to help the lowest income families even more than the EITC. So in that sense, the child tax credit is really supplementing the EITC on both the low end and for middle income families. As far as in relation to the governor's proposal, I'd say I think it's important to say upfront that it's certainly going to make the tax system fair. It's going to help a lot of middle income families, but there are certain limitations to it. I think three come to mind. One is the issue of inflation that we just touched upon, so I'll skip that. But I think the two other issues is that the governor's proposed income tax cut, it's not as well targeted as it could be. I know it's been labeled a middle class tax cut because of the income tax brackets that it applies to, but in fact, many high income families are really going to benefit from this proposal. And so consider two examples. First, if you have a married family making $65,000 a year, again, they don't qualify for the earned income tax credit. So the only major tax cut that they're going to get is from the governor's proposed income tax cut. And in this case, that family is only going to receive a tax cut of about $350. At the same time, a married family making $500,000 a year will receive an income tax cut of about $340 under the governor's proposal. So while this is labeled a middle class or middle income tax cut, some high income families are going to receive a tax cut almost as large in dollar terms as some, low to middle income families. And to address this issue, policymakers could set an income threshold that prevents the income tax cut going to higher income families, excuse me, which is exactly what Senator Looney proposed with his income tax cut in SB 774. I think the third issue is that Connecticut's the only high cost of living state in the US with an independent income tax system that does not specifically adjust for the family size and or childcare expenses. And this is important because in early 2021, when we calculated this, it costs on average $17,000 a year per child. And that's before the recent rise of inflation. And under the governor's proposal, a lot of families are going to get a smaller income tax cut than they would with the creation of the CTC. So for example, we go back to that married family making $65,000 a year, they'd get a tax cut of $350 under the governor's proposed income tax cut. But if they have two children, they'd get a tax cut of $1,000 with the creation of the child tax credit in HB 5673.
Thank you, Patrick. Do you mind sharing that information in regards to scenarios with the committee following the hearing? I think that would just be really helpful for us to kind of conceptualize how these things would work in practice. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, that would be really helpful. And then a follow-up question on the line of questioning around the tax gap. I know our proposal 5673 does include a study request on behalf of DRS to actually inform us as a legislature the size of our tax gap. But can you speak to what other information you'd suggest we include in that study so that we are getting the information we might need to make policy decisions?
Yeah, thank you. So there's been, I think, sometimes a bit of a confusion around the difference between tax incidence reports and tax gap reports, and they are separate, but they're also related in a key way. So for example, people testify here about the unfairness of Connecticut's tax system. They use the DRS's tax incidence report, but without a tax gap study, that tax incidence report very likely understates the unfairness of Connecticut's tax system because it's based on reported income, and that we know that higher income, families have a higher rate of underreporting of income. So it's really likely the case that our tax system is even more unfair than that tax incidence report shows. So the tax incidence reports
5 minutes of Q&A has been reached. Please summarize.
Are important, but the tax gap would supplement that. And I think the key is showing an estimate of what the size of the tax gap is, what the plan is to address it, the number of auditors, and then really, again, the auditing rate by different income levels so we can track that each year and over time.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks to the chairman for the ability to follow up with those questions. Thank you both.
Anyone else? Thank you. Eva Bermudez.
Yep. Hello, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Eva Bermudez Zimmerman. I'm here on behalf of, I wear two hats today, CCFCT, a Child Care for Connecticut's Future, a coalition of over 100 different early ed educators, providers, and advocate groups banding together in regards to supporting early education. As well, I'm the co-chair of that coalition, as well as CSEA SEIU, who's part of Recovery for All. CSEA SEIU represents childcare workers, a host of different workforces, but I'm here to talk about early education and how we can further assist families and providers in that world. I want to support House Bill 5673, an act concerning reformation of certain tax inequity, as well as Senate Bill 351, an act concerning the restructuring of certain tax systems and tax equity supports. I'm not here as a financial or tax expert, but I'm here to give you hopefully a perspective from that early ed community and how parents definitely need that support system that would be established by these two bills, 5673 as well as 351. The average parent here in the state of Connecticut pays an exorbitant amount for childcare. If you did not know, a parent for one child is paying the equivalent of the cost of state university charges for childcare after school care. That comes out about to $20,000 within a year. So $20,000 for one child while they go to work to make sure that that child from the ages of 0 all the way to 3, 4 years old is cared for by an educator professional. And every single year, they're dishing out that $20,000. Imagine if you have 2, 3, 4 kids and you have to go to work, you have to make sure that you pay your bills and you feed your child, then they're paying that double and triple over and over again. In the state of Connecticut right now, we have 50,000 children who are not in a professional childcare slot. They are, parents are either deciding not to go to work, taking that time off because they don't have childcare. We also have a shortage of childcare and childcare deserts. All in all, I mention these things because when it comes to figuring out how we're going to support and finance childcare, Bill 5673, as well as Bill 351, have creative solutions to find that revenue to make sure that we give supports for those parents. The workforce right now here in Connecticut is seeing a shortage, and we need to make sure that we're supporting their work. If you see a study recently by the University of Pennsylvania, as well as the Gates Foundation, I'll put in my written document, you can see that for every $1 that you put into childcare investment, then you get $12 back in the long term. So hopefully that this information that I'll submit on my written document will help you reinforce these two very important bills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bermudez Zimmerman. Questions? Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Eva. How are you?
How are you, Representative?
I'm doing good. So me and childcare, has been the struggle. So can you kind of give me an idea how many infant toddlers are without services throughout the state of Connecticut? Because I think when you talked about the 50,000, were you including preschoolers as well, or
no? 50,000.
Okay.
That's a great question. And you have, Representative, you have been an ally and amazing in this fight for the last 20 years plus. And as you know, that 50,000 is separated between those children who are in 0 to 3 child care structures and care. And then there's a whole nother calculation for children who are in pre-K and above. So once a child is in a public school setting, there are calculations of how many children are coming in and out of those programs. But those 50,000 slots are just a reflection of child care before pre-K.
Okay, and just one other question. In regards to, we all know what's gone on since the pandemic. We just can't find enough teachers or teacher assistants, or even people that can do home care, because we just don't give them the salary that they need, that they deserve, basically, because they're the lowest paid teachers in the state and in the country, early childhood is just not respected. And that's my opinion. But and that we talked about this before. So do you see this as an ongoing issue, or do you see that that's going to get better as the years move on, where we'll find enough staff where they can open more preschool classrooms? And I'm only talking about preschool right now. But it's my understanding that infant toddlers are there's more need for infant toddler slots throughout the state of Connecticut. So what is your thoughts about the job market when it comes to preschool teachers and educators?
The data shows that within the pandemic and after the pandemic, there has been a significant decrease in educators. What's even more interesting, the reality within a childcare setting that isn't in the public school system or pre-K and above is now both blending into this crisis of lack of educators in both realms. So you have a lack of educators in 0 to 3 and a lack of educators pre-K and above, and both systems have to navigate that tightrope of providing services for that child. Right now, we're looking at 30% of the workforce is gone. Unlike the public school system, where you might have students who are right now being trained to be future educators, hopefully, Connecticut can retain those students. We don't see that kind of influx of staffing and education levels for 0 to 3 classes. So those educators are not coming to us. In addition to that, the educators, the 30% of that workforce is permanently gone. They shut their doors. They're not coming back. They found other jobs. Oftentimes, if we're very fortunate for those workforce, that those employees and those property owners of childcare centers, if they desire so, they're going into public school settings and continuing their work and their passion through public school settings. So we are actually pushing in early education educators into another setting of education, but we still have that gap of 30% of educators gone.
Okay, thank you so much for your answers. And just one more, Mr. Chair. In regards to incubators, you know that New Britain started an incubator program, and it's my understanding Waterbury, Bridgeport, and some other cities want to do the same. What are your thoughts about the incubator program?
I think the incubator program, congratulations, New Britain, and the area that you represent in successfully launching it. Tracy Madden Hennessy has done a phenomenal job with her team in getting a program together and getting students, everyday people like you and me who always had an affinity to take care of children and educate children, get them connected to the education process, and then helping them create a child care business of their own from scratch. It's a multi-year process, but it's a perfect solution, or one of the many solutions, to holding the hand of someone who has the desire to take this on, make sure that they're equipped financially, make sure that they're equipped with the business know-how as well as education to that child to carry on and create a workforce of early educators for tomorrow. Each of those providers in your incubator in New Britain will then provide childcare for up to 9 children. 9 multiplied by 100 people through a program, we're already creating solutions. The incubator is not enough. That's why we have the options that we would like to have, the options of bills like this one to create more financial solutions, tax structures to support early education and make sure that the workforce is stabilized.
Absolutely. Thank you again. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other questions. Thank you, Eva.
Thank you.
Betsy Guerra.
Oh, thank you. I believe coffee is ahead of me, though. But I'm happy to testify. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here today to oppose provisions in both House Bill 5673 and Senate Bill 776, which impose a statewide mill rate on certain homes, and to the detriment of some of our other issues. So as you know, as CCM has mentioned, the property tax is a workhorse. Connecticut is one of the top 5 states that relies on local property taxes to fund the delivery of education, public safety, and other services more than any other state in the nation. So we are concerned about efforts to then use the property tax as a statewide vehicle to generate revenues that would end up going into the state general fund rather than in the local community. So in small towns in particular, this is a real issue because they don't have a large commercial base. And so the homeowners and other property owners bear the brunt of any increases in property taxes. And they work really hard to make sure that they can keep property taxes low. So again, we are concerned that the property tax, there's already over-reliance. It does help support the delivery of programs on the local level. We do not feel that it's appropriate to use this as a vehicle to fund programs on the state level. In response to some of the questions raised before, I do think Connecticut is making strides to addressing the over-reliance on the property tax. For example, it is phasing in changes to the education cost-sharing formula that will fully fund ECS. It has also increased special education and the payment in lieu of taxes reimbursements. All of these are very helpful in alleviating some of the pressure on our local communities. We've also made some inroads in revising the minimum budget requirement to allow towns to reduce education costs. I think we need to do more there. But again, I do think that we should acknowledge that the state is on a good path forward. In response to Senator Fonfair's question, we do meet with our small towns and convene meetings so that they can meet with their legislative delegations and encourage them to talk about these issues on a regular basis. We also participate in meetings of the regional councils of government with legislators and first selectmen and mayors, and hold forums and town leaders days up at the Capitol. We hope to do that again this year, so that we can make sure that we're engaging in these discussions.
Summarize.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Betsy, what in the makeup of the small towns? I mean, I'm assuming that you understand that this would be revenue that would be redistributed. And I'm certain that there are towns that you represent that would benefit from that. So it tells me, since you're testifying against this bill, that there are towns that you represent that would not like this provision imposed on them. Is that accurate?
Right. Well, it's unclear, first of all, because it's a proposed bill, and those are always difficult to kind of testify to because there's not a lot of parameters. So it's unclear really what the revenues would go to under the two proposals. I know a proposal, I believe it was last year, would have directed the funding to provide education equalization grants. So you're right, it would have benefited probably some of our towns. But again, I think that the bigger issue is just that the property tax is a workhorse right now. It's relied on the local level to fund programs. To use that same vehicle to then fund state programs could be problematic. And in addition, in the past, proposals to generate or take statewide property taxes have ended up being used in a way that would divert some of the property tax revenues from the local level and be diverted to statewide approaches. So we are concerned about that.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Fonfara. Thank you, Betsy. To your knowledge, has OLR or anyone else ever done a study on the total cost to towns of unfunded mandates? Because I think as you talk about this, if we were to look at more fairly fulfilling our part of the bargain as a state, towns might be able to be less reliant on that workhorse, as you describe it, of the property tax.
There have been some efforts to examine the costs of various mandated state laws. It is difficult because everything is mandated. Special education is mandated. Do we question whether or not we need to provide special education services? Of course not. So you have to be careful because there are certain mandated approaches that are very well intended and serve a critical purpose. But at the same time, I think you'll have to look at how you can deliver those services more efficiently. As CCM testified, we are exploring opportunities to support more regional approaches where they're proven to reduce costs and improve efficiencies. I think special education is one of those areas that we can do more in terms of regional approaches. In addition, we do have, as part of the fiscal note process, bills do include a potential fiscal impact on municipalities, and I think we need to pay more attention to those. So for example, there's a bill that would mandate that every town over 5,000 population have a fair rent commission. Is that really efficient? Is there another way that we could do that without putting the burden on each town to have their own fair rent commission? So I think we have to just be careful when we're adopting new policies. And in addition, the Advisory Council on Intergovernmental Relations every year puts together a compendium of unfunded mandates and tries to look at whether or not there are any ways to address some of those costs. But it's always a difficult process because, again, most of these unfunded mandates very well intentioned, and it's hard once they're in place to then go back and say, hey, can we take a look at this and figure out if there's a more cost-effective way to deliver those services?
Thank you. And I also think as we look at this, we have to look at the regulatory burden. I know, talking to my director of public works, testing that was in earlier years required perhaps once or twice a year is now required 4 to 6 times a year. So it's not just mandates, quote unquote. It's also what are we doing not only as a legislature, but also our other state departments that increase costs of the towns without providing commensurate reimbursement for those increased costs. So I want to thank you for your testimony today, Betsy. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
Kofi Adamaiko Ayisi.
All right. I think it's still morning. So, good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, members of the committee, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Kofi. I live in Waterbury. I'm a member of the 4 Cs, which is SCIE Local 1973, as well as the Recovery for All Coalition. And I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 351 and House Bill 5673. I make my living as an educator within the Connecticut Community College system. Specifically, I'm the instructional sports specialist for English at Housatonic Community College in Bridgeport. In this role, I work with underprepared first-year college students to develop the skills necessary to be successful in college-level English courses. And as part of this work, I facilitate a boot camp-style non-credit summer refresher program for recently admitted first-year students who wish to hone their academic skills in the summer. This work is rewarding, but every once in a while it confronts me with the reality of the various unmet needs within our state. To this point, a few years ago, I worked with a student who, having successfully completed my summer refresher program, informed me that they would no longer be able to continue their education because they had recently become housing insecure, which is a nice way of saying they become homeless. The student, I should add, was a parent. Right, so the family had become homeless. I immediately connected the student to our Dean of Student Services to see if we could avail them of some resources. But I soon learned that the student stopped responding after a few weeks. This past summer, after many years, the same student reached out to me, re-enrolled in my summer refresher course, and continued into the fall semester. Right, so it's kind of like maybe a happy end, right? Now, I didn't request an accountant nor transcript the student's life these past few years out of respect, but I got the impression that they were in a better place, quite literally. At this juncture, you might be asking why I'm sharing this experience with you. And to this, I'd reply, why not, right? The sad reality of the student's circumstance of having been so insecure in life that they were forced to relegate and abandon the very education that would pave the way to a more secure life has been with me all these years. And today I want to share it with you all. This, of course, is not an isolated incident. Speak to any number of educators and they will sadly share an experience akin to what I've shared with you today. The question I think we should be asking ourselves is, how do we get to this point where we have so much unmet needs, right? Be it in housing, food, education, healthcare, etc. while living in one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest states in the country? The short answer, I believe, is disinvestment and years of it. Hundreds of thousands of working people in Connecticut are struggling to raise families, are struggling to live because our state budget continues to disinvest and underfund the programs and essential services that our residents need. This disinvestment in turn breeds iniquities that victimizes on the basis of race, gender, and class. We make austerity the thesis of our budget and wonder in astonishment at the growing inequality in our lives, right? It doesn't have to be this way in our state. So today I'm calling on you to enact an equity agenda that invests in the working people of Connecticut, right? One that will make a difference in the lives of my students with unmet needs, but then the lives of so many other people. As a representative of the working people, I urge you to pass Senate Bill 351 and House Bill 5673, which will create a revenue stream to fund recovery for all in Connecticut. Thank you very much. And I wish you all a very, very good day.
Thank you, Kofi. Questions? Thank you, sir. Tim Phelan. You're very prescient.
It's been a little while since I've testified in person, so please have some mercy on me today. But thank you for your time. For the record, I'm Tim Phelan. I'm the president of the Connecticut Retail Network. We were formerly the Connecticut Retail Merchants Association, but as many of you know now, we've changed our name. So Senator Fonfair, Representative Horn, Representative Cheeseman, Senator Martin, Representative Meskers, and other members of the Finance Committee. My name is Tim Phelan. I'm the president of the Retail Network, a statewide trade association representing thousands of Connecticut retailers, large and small, all across our state. I'm here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 5673, particularly subsection 2 of the proposed bill. You have, I believe, my written testimony, so I will just highlight some of the points I made in that. As you know, retailers are in a new era. Whether you're a small independent retailer, a mid-sized retailer, a multi-state retailer, the name of the game for survival in today's digital economy is meeting customers where they are. And right now, customers are all over the place. They're online, they're at your curbside, or they're in store. And oftentimes communicating with prospective clients, even returning customers, is driven by online communication in the form of digital advertising. People that retailers need to reach to stay in business are online using mobile devices, tablets, PCs to make their decisions on where they want to make their next purchase. So while this is a new era for retailers, for sure, some things never change. In retail, we always have to know our customers well. We have to know our customers well so that we can serve them better. That's important today as it's ever been. Any retailer, whether small, mid-size, or large, regardless of the segment of the retail industry they are in, must respond to that. And so as a result, retailers have had to leverage new technologies and platforms that now dominate customer communication, personalized and seamless experiences between mobile, online, and in-store shopping. And whether that's where the rubber meets the road today, and customers expect nothing less. So that's why we're very concerned about subsection 2 of this bill, which would introduce a digital advertising tax. If this legislation is enacted, it will be felt by our members. What may be aimed at industry giants will find its way onto invoices in the accounts payable departments of Connecticut retail businesses. Make no mistake about that. And the timing could not be worse. The impact on the COVID economy has had on the retail industry cannot be overstated. Simply and without warning, thousands of our members had
You
to
have 30
adjust.
seconds, please summarize.
For nearly all, it meant retooling their business model on the fly and to hold at least a portion of their customer base. And so in summary, I think you understand where we are on this position, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today, Tim. And I will defer questions about the digital ad tax. You know where I was on this before. and certainly aiming it at the industry giants. But another part of that bill I wanted to ask you about. I believe there's a section that would increase taxes on businesses 11.5%. And I didn't know whether you wanted to weigh in as far as that was concerned in terms of the effect on your members.
Representative Cheeseman, honestly, I was not concentrating on that as I was preparing my testimony, but the sound of it does not sound good. So I don't think we would support an increase of 11% on our businesses.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Meskers.
So just to drill down on your concern here, I think on the face of it, no one is particularly going to be heartbroken if Facebook, Amazon, Google, et cetera, get a tax. They're anonymous, they're faceless, and for the most part out of state. But you're anticipating that the tax levied on them for Connecticut advertising will result in an invoice to your retailers. Is that the position, the concern you face?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so is that because you're concerned then that they would put them at a competitive disadvantage versus out of state if I've got a Middletown, or if I've got a Greenwich or a Hartford firm that's using Google for their advertising, and I've got an out-of-state firm, I'm assuming that you're worried that there's a competitive disadvantage in that tax. Is that what we're anticipating?
I don't know, Representative Meskers, I think we look at it more on a basic business level. If our partner, our social media partner, our tech partner in this case, gets a new tax levied on them, the chances are that that tax is not just in other parts of business as well, whether you're a manufacturer and a tax gets placed on them, that's going to slide down the food chain, so to speak. It'll probably get passed, maybe not all of it, but a portion of it will get passed onto us as their costs increase. They're going to shift those costs down to us. I think that's the basic way we look at it. I'm not looking at it necessarily in terms of, out of state, in state. I think that's an issue that the courts are looking at, in particular in Maryland. I think they struck down the Maryland law because they thought it was a violation of Commerce Clause.
Okay.
So I think broadly we look at it in that respect.
So if it goes through another way, we should be looking at it as a potential adding to the cost of selling in Connecticut for the guy who sells in Connecticut.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that clear.
Tim, would you object if the tax were to stay solely with Amazon or Facebook or what have you?
Senator Fonfara, I mean, again, these are our business partners in many ways. So I can't say that we want our partners who in business relationships, sometimes you have love-hate relationships with your partners. So we may not always get along with them, but I don't think we wouldn't want to endorse a tax on them. Specifically, I think, I think I know where the committee wants to go. I'm not quite sure you can get there, though.
What does that mean?
That means no, we wouldn't want you to tax them.
So where do we want to go?
I think what you want to do is well, I don't know. I shouldn't have said that. Can I revise or what is it? Revise my remarks. I shouldn't try to read the mind of the committee. I just should read what is in front of me, and that what's in front of me is this bill as we read it. And we're concerned is that if this tax were to be enacted in Connecticut, ultimately the cost would be shifted to the retailer, and then we would have to decide, do we want to absorb that cost, or do we want to pass a portion of that cost along to our customers? That's just the way, the nature of how business operates.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, may I just also, while I'm here, just take a moment of the committee's time to also endorse Senate Bill 72. I did not provide any written testimony on that, but it does talk about the clothing exemption allowance. I know Senator Fonfara, you and I have talked about this issue many times over the years. It's been changed. It's been adjusted, dealing in difficult fiscal times that the state operated in. I think it's a worthy concept. I think a targeted tax like this would help consumers in Connecticut. And although I didn't provide any written testimony, I thank you for raising the bill. And I wanted to just say that our industry is supportive of any kind of targeted consumer taxes that you may consider for the remainder of this session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Stephen Monroe Tomzik.
Good morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Stephen Monroe Tomzak. I live in Wallingford. I come before this committee today to testify in favor of SB 774 and House Bill 5673 on behalf of the Social Welfare Action Alliance, a group of progressive social workers, allies, and activists that works to expand social and economic justice and security for all. We belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future in Connecticut, bringing together more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations. As someone who has taught and conducted research on social welfare policies and programs for several decades in my role as a faculty member at Southern Connecticut State University Department of Social Work, I believe I am well positioned to speak on this critical issue of economic inequality and injustice. Connecticut, the wealthiest state in the country, should be an example where every family has what we need to live a good life. But instead, we have a state where hundreds and thousands of working people are struggling to raise families, even while a handful of wealthy corporations and wealthy residents get even wealthier. The scale of this crisis demands a bold response. And our state has the responsibility, the resources to enact policies that provide for Connecticut families. The need for both of these bills, which would move our state's tax system in the direction of tax justice and equity, is clear for numerous reasons. Connecticut residents suffer from some of the worst racial, economic, and gender inequities in the country. Connecticut is ranked as having the 5th largest wealth gap in the country, and the state's cost of living is 8th highest. Income and wealth inequality in the state is among the most extreme in the nation, and it's been getting worse. While most residents are struggling, the wealthy few are prospering. Connecticut ranks in the top 5 states with an outsized concentration of extreme wealth. The richest 5% of households have average incomes 14 times as large as the bottom 20%. Furthermore, since the start of the pandemic, Connecticut's 12 billionaires have seized more than 15 billion in additional wealth. That's more than 1 billion apiece. Together, these 12 billionaires are worth a combined total of 75 billion. This unjust situation isn't an accident. It results from intentional policy decisions. Our tax structure is upside down and fuels inequity. Without greater aid to cities coming from progressive taxes, residents
seconds, please summarize.
Residents will see their property taxes rise. And in my written testimony are additional data that buttress why we should have Senate Bill 774 and House Bill 5673 enacted. This obscene economic inequality harms us all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions. Joe, Representative Gresco. You have the floor, sir. Patiently waiting.
The patiently part is I need to work on. So thank you, chairs, ranking members. You seem to be flying solo here, so I will exclude ranking members.
Who else would you like to speak with
rank and
today than these 4?
Exactly. State Representative Joe Gresco, District 121, testifying in favor of HB 5053. We visit this issue again. However, this time the state is in a better financial footing as we look to relieve residents and businesses of some tax burdens. No other state in the Northeast implements a state sales and use tax on aircraft under 6,000 pounds. That puts Connecticut at an industry disadvantage, not to mention a fairness issue. Connecticut does not have a tax on aircraft over 6,000 pounds. This would make the tax code uniform. Positive results would be additional flight schools, aviation mechanics schools, for example. Lighter aircraft owners have relocated their craft to Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Westchester, because of this tax. It's a mobile industry, so they would, in theory, at least, come right back once the tax is lifted, fairness restored. We're talking airports such as Groton, London, Danbury, Waterbury, Oxford. This concept has been a success before when Connecticut cut the sales and use tax in half on boats. The industry rebounded with new sales, service, and mechanics hires who do pay income tax. Enough so that, per my question to OFA, they indicate to me that there was no net loss of revenue to the state. In my view, this bill is not exempting a certain group from paying state sales and use tax that everyone else has to pay. It's removing this singled out group when Connecticut owners of aircraft over 6,000 pounds are exempt and surrounding states do not levy the state sales tax either. We have a great aviation history. Let's keep it here and welcome it home. Thank you.
Any questions? Chairman Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Representative Gresco. Seeing you another.
You're not in environment.
Yeah, exactly. I am. I will be. Tell me how to clone. Figure out how to clone us in environment. One of the things that I'm interested in general is if we, when we create exemptions or credits and other things, can we tie it specifically to job creation, to data? And I wonder whether in your conversations with the aviation industry, would there be a way were we to create such an exemption to have it, explicitly conditional upon, jobs created or, some sort of economic development? I wonder whether you'd had any conversations along those lines.
I have, and there will be two individuals following me that could probably better answer, since they are aircraft owners, and one is the chair of the AOPA. They are indicating to me that when this tax is lifted, they will come home and they will spend their money here. And the reason why I asked OFA for the information about the result of cutting the boat tax in half was to answer this question. Are we losing money now? And their analysis was that the number of hires that were made, new salesmen, new mechanics on the boats, an increase in sales offset what the state technically was losing when we cut it from 6 1/3 to 2.99. So I think the evidence is there that if we do this, they will be back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Flaherty.
Good morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Commission. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. We're a statewide nonprofit that provides legal services to people who are eligible for mental health services from DEMAS. I'm here to testify in favor of 5673, Senate Bill 774 and 776, because equity requires revenue. The people we serve depend on state-funded services, and I don't just mean CLRP services. I mean all of the supportive human and social services that DEMAS provides, that DDS provides, that DSS provides. And the last several years, while we've had this influx of federal money, has been a remarkable time to be doing this work because we haven't consistently been cut. But our systems took year after year after year of repeated cuts to balance the budget. And if we don't make some structural changes to the way we generate revenue for this state, my fear is that when all this ARPA money goes away, we are going to be right back where we started with everything being worse. So I encourage you to consider these three bills. There are many other members of the Recovery for All Coalition who are providing testimony today. And I just wanted to put CLRP on record as supporting that ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Eric Getty.
Good morning. My name is Eric Getty here on behalf of CBIA, the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, and I'd like to testify in support of 3 bills today. The first being House Bill 5014 regarding the R&D tax credit. First of all, I just want to thank the committee for raising this bill. Certainly support it. It's an important credit that has proven to attract entrepreneurs, foster startup businesses, and promote private sector investment in Connecticut. Further, an OLR report has shown that it is has a significant return on investment for this credit, earning the state about $1.24 to $2.36 for every dollar of the credit claimed, and also has helped create between 1,400 and 3,600 jobs. My only suggestion on this bill would that we expand this credit and allow pass-through entity businesses to take advantage of this. Pass-through entities are a growing segment of our business community, particularly in the manufacturing industry. And in order to keep our tax policy and help modernize it and continue to attract investment, we should consider allowing pass-through entity businesses to take advantage of this important credit and put them on a level playing field with their corporate competitors. Also here to support HB 5015, the sales tax on personnel service or training services. Given Connecticut's workforce shortage, which has existed even prior to the pandemic, this policy makes incredible sense. There are 102,000 open jobs in the state, and we should not be making it any more expensive to provide the training to get the workers that we need to fill these jobs. Further, per DRS guidance documents, we only impose this sales tax on personnel training directly related to the employee's job, not on training that is indirectly related to the job, which seems to me like a backward policy because in essence, we're incentivizing the provision of unnecessary training. And this bill would effectively eliminate that and benefit both employers and employees. And then finally, in support of House Bill 5306 regarding the filing fees, wasn't quite sure which filing fees were being targeted here. Obviously, it's the proposed bills are not always conducive to doing exactly that. But looking at some of the other testimony, it appears that it is the annual filing fee that was increased from $20 to $80 in the 2019 budget. Regardless, any reduction in unnecessary fees provides relief at a time when so many businesses are struggling with workforce and inflation issues. And so we certainly thank the committee for raising that issue, holding this public hearing, and certainly hope you will support all 3 of the bills that I mentioned. And I am happy to take any questions.
Chairwoman Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Getty, for being here. I had a question about your request on pass-through entities in particular. As you know, the governor has proposed raising the credit rate of the pass-through entity tax to 93%, so effectively making it a wash, in which case these pass-through entities would not pay corporate tax. If we do that, do you still advocate that we extend the R&D tax credit to pass-through entities? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I certainly think that we could do that. Maybe, I don't know what the fiscal impact of that would be. So perhaps a pilot program would be a good way to start. But the R&D tax credit is obviously something very important. We would like to see that pass-through entities be able to take advantage of that. And there is a model bill that was in this committee last year that would allow the credit to go against the income tax. And so we think that that's an appropriate place to take the credit.
I ask in particular because you mentioned making sure that S corporations or pass-throughs have a level playing field, but in this case, they don't pay corporate tax. And so the playing field is already not level at all with respect to the comparison between C corps and pass-through entities. So I'm concerned about, if we are talking about fairness and a level playing field, how that actually works.
Right. Well, I mean, they're still paying their taxes through either, as you said, the pass-through entity tax or their income tax. So they are certainly paying tax, maybe not a full credit, but certainly we think that allowing them to take advantage of this will have returns for both the individual, the companies doing the R&D, and certainly have positive revenue implications for the state, as based on that the data from the OLR report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Eric. Another question on the pass-throughs. Do you have any estimates on what the fiscal impact of that would be? Is number one. And number two, and if not, could you tell us what sectors and what types of entities are most likely to be affected? Just give some real world perspective on who we're talking about here that would be able to take advantage of that.
Okay, for the pass-through entities and their ability to take advantage of the R&D tax credit, that's what your question is?
Correct. So the first question was if you have any estimates, right? And then the second question is what types of industries would be most affected by this? And if you could give, if you have concrete examples of how they would be benefited here in Connecticut.
Well, certainly, I know that the manufacturing industry in particular is really interested in being able to do this. And that's obviously who is doing the most research and development in the state. So that would be NAICS codes, 31, 32, and 33 for which represents, I think, all of the manufacturing sectors and industries. So they would certainly be interested at. And then in terms of the fiscal impact, there's actually a report that was required, I think, that was passed last year, that is being done by DECD to determine what the fiscal impact would be. I have not yet seen that report. I imagine this committee is one of the committees that that report will be submitted to. So we certainly await to see that, but I can tell you firsthand, our manufacturers in the personal conversations we've had as my staff and I tour many businesses over the course of the year, we hear a lot about this from the manufacturing industry and their interest.
Okay, thank you. And if you do have anything that you could follow up with us on regarding those estimates and fiscal impact, we'll probably see it one way or another anyway, but that obviously is a big part of our evaluating whether or not this is something that we can afford and should do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Eric. Sean Collins.
Hey, good morning, Chairman Fonfara, Madam Chair Horn, and members of the Joint Committee. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
We hear you fine.
Thank you, sir. My name is Sean Collins, and I am the Eastern Regional Manager for the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. We're the world's largest nonprofit aviation membership organization representing the general aviation interests of nearly 3,000 aircraft owners and pilots across the state of Connecticut. On behalf of these members, AOPA supports House Bill 5053, an act to provide a uniform sales tax exemption for all aircraft. As Representative Gresko pointed out, a key consideration to remember is that general aviation is a mobile industry. Although convenience is a chief concern for aircraft owners, expense is always the principal motivator in the decision of where to base an aircraft, particularly when multiple geographically close options are available. And I'd refer you to some of the testimony that I submitted. You'll have a map that many of you will be familiar with that shows that Connecticut is essentially an island of taxation, which creates a penalty for these aircraft owners to choose to base at a Connecticut airport when many of them don't have to, and many of them don't. And it's not just private aircraft owners, it's businesses. In fact, last year we had 2 years ago, we had a business that testified they're actually residents of Connecticut, but had moved their entire business to Rhode Island. And this tax was one of the primary reasons as a result of that. Now, naturally, everybody focuses on the aircraft and the cost and saving the owner money. Well, again, yes, they already get that tax exemption elsewhere, but another important consideration here is the flight training industry and providing careers for youth. So let me step back for a brief moment. In 2014, the Connecticut Airport Authority asked my organization for recommendations on boosting economic activity at Connecticut's airports. We proposed removing the 6,000-pound threshold back then. And this recommendation was purely predicated on creating tax parity with your neighboring states and the declining number of small aircraft based at your airports. as well as the added economic impact of enticing flight schools to upgrade their fleets to safer and more environmentally friendly aircraft. In the 1980s, the United States boasted around 827,000 pilots, and then through the years, this number declined gradually. And in 2019, the number was down to about 665,000 active certificated pilots. During the same period, regulatory changes resulted in more stringent standards for certifying new aircraft, which increased the cost of certification and drove up the cost of new and used aircraft.
You have 30 seconds, please summarize.
Understood, thank you. Over the last decade, however, with the improving common economy and increased global demand for pilots, the pilot population is now increasing again. The Boeing's Pilot and Technician Outlook, which has been updated for COVID-19, projects the need for more than 607,000 new pilots and 609,000 new aviation maintenance technicians to meet the demand for global air travel over the next 20 years. A significant factor contributing to the world-leading status here in the United States, whereas the world leader in flight training, is our 5,100 public use airports, including Connecticut's 23 public use airports. Flight schools like Aero Aviation in Danbury, Robinson Aviation in New Haven, Action Multi-Ratings in Groton, as well as the Stratford School for Aviation Maintenance Technicians. Connecticut has opportunities for careers and technical education in aviation. And as a primary training ground for career-minded pilots and technicians, GA is now on the rebound, which puts these good wage-paying jobs in position for youth in Connecticut. And so since my time's up, I'll defer to you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
I see no hands. So you've satisfied the interests of the committee for today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Rob Traber.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Rob Traber. I am a 35-year resident of Bridgeport and have lived in New Haven, Hartford, and New Britain for almost 20 years before that. I have worked as a VISTA volunteer, a community organizer, and a union organizer. In 2001, I became a teacher in the Bridgeport Public Schools, where I worked for 20 years until I retired. As a teacher, I served as BEA president and on the CEA board. I am a supporter of Recovery for All. I testified today in strong support of House Bill 5673. For over 50 years, I have seen the extraordinary wealth of our state and the extraordinary poverty, which is primarily a racial divide. 3 of the 20 poorest cities per capita, Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport, are surrounded by the wealthiest communities in the United States. Our small progressive blue state is one of the most economically and racially segregated social systems in the country. This systemic racism has served to protect the white privilege enjoyed by the wealthier communities that control our government. During my life, I've worked on multiple efforts to address the inequity as it is reflected by various quality of life issues like healthcare, housing, good jobs, and most recently, education. For the last 3 decades, educational equity has been my passion. We all understand that a high-quality education is the key to the future successes of our children. Unfortunately, the inequity has only gotten worse. When I started teaching in 2001, my underfunded pre-K to 8 school of about 1,200 students had, for example, 3 reading coaches and 2 math coaches, a para assigned to each kindergarten class, a counselor on the elementary side of the school, and a city-run health clinic. By the time I retired, all were gone. The result of annual program cuts in the school budget. I witnessed this decline as a teacher and as a Bridgeport public school parent. In my various roles, I have had many discussions and debates with community leaders, union leaders, and political leaders. The best responses were variations on this theme. I agree, we should do better, but now is not a good time. Dr. King said in his letter from the Birmingham jail that he would hear this from white moderate leaders who block racial justice as much, if not more so, than those that belong to the KKK. In the 6 decades since he wrote this letter, we continue to hear this refrain in Connecticut from those that run our state.
You have 30 seconds. Please.
Today, I'm about to finish. Today, our state is in the position to address some of these inequities. The billionaires and millionaires have doubled their wealth in their economic recovery from the pandemic downturn. The state budget has a healthy surplus. It's time for Recovery for All. These equity goals are not only fair and just, they will also create a social structure that allows all of our citizens to enjoy the American dream. I urge you to support House Bill 5673, and thank you for your opportunity to speak to you today.
Rob. Seeing
Yes.
Daniel Stern.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Dan Stern. I'm a Master of Public Health and Health Policy candidate at the Yale School of Public Health. I'm here today in my capacity as a public health graduate student who believes every person in this state has a right to good health and well-being regardless of wealth, income, or socioeconomic status. I'm therefore testifying in support of House Bill 5673 and Senate Bills 771 and 772. In this testimony, I will specifically address the substantial public health benefits of the proposed refundable child tax credit and expansion of the earned income tax credit. Cash transfer programs at the state and federal level, like the child tax credit and earned income tax credit, have lifted millions out of poverty. However, there is need for further action in Connecticut. While the state has the second highest per capita personal income in the country, it also has large pockets of poverty. The appendix to my written testimony shows my estimates of the incidence of child poverty in each legislative district represented by a member of this committee. Importantly, poverty is a fundamental detriment to health, and childhood poverty is particularly pernicious. There's a strong association between childhood poverty and poor physical and mental health outcomes, worse educational attainment, and increased risky behavior later in life. Cash transfer programs have been shown to reduce these effects and improve the health of recipients and their children. Specifically, the programs reduce the incidence of low birth weight births and reduce infant mortality, as well as improve perinatal health. They lead to improved self-reported overall child health outcomes, improved quality of home environment for child development, and reduce risk factors for child abuse and mistreatment. In adults, cash transfer programs are associated with improved overall self-reported health and mental health outcomes. Research has shown that recipients increase food expenditures and experience improved food security, as well as consume more preventive medical care. Finally, there's evidence that cash transfer programs improve child beneficiaries' health in the long term, including as young adults and into old age. This final point is crucial. The major obstacle to population health improvement is a difficulty in garnering support for investments in health that pay off many years in the future. However, cash transfer programs like the child tax credit and earned income tax credit are some of the most cost-effective investments in health a state can make. This investment will undoubtedly be worthwhile as beneficiaries will enjoy improved health and economic outcomes well into the future. I'll leave you with this. The saying goes that money doesn't buy happiness. The truth is that in this country, it does buy health. This legislation is a step toward ensuring that all residents of Connecticut can attain their highest level of health regardless of socioeconomic status. Thank you again for your time and consideration on this matter. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have now, or feel free to reach out in the future.
Mr. Stern, more a statement than a question, but I'm intrigued by your testimony, particularly regarding the impact of child poverty over the course of the life of an individual. And I completely agree. But being poor in Simsbury is a lot different than being poor in Clay Hill of Hartford or the Hill of New Haven. But I rarely hear organizations or individuals like yourself coming here to address concentrated poverty in parts of this state. I don't disagree with your efforts to try to deal with poverty in general, but I rarely, if ever, hear anyone arguing in the advocacy community for addressing the pernicious effects that you speak about that are much worse if that child grows up not just poor, but in a community that is concentrated with poverty. Can you tell me why that is?
Sure, and thank you for that question. So I'll begin by saying that I'm a new resident of Connecticut. I'm an official resident, but I'm new. I just moved here 6 months ago, so I can't speak to the specific effects of the places that you mentioned. But there are substantial neighborhood and place effects of poverty. And, you know, living in an impoverished place where, you know, employment might be high, where people generally have lower income, has, like you said, sort of a multiplier effect on health. Whereas even if you yourself might not have a low income, sort of living in places that are generally lower income have a multiplier effect. And that has to do with, you know, environmental impacts of low income neighborhoods and things like that. Does that answer your question?
No, I agree with everything you just said. My question is, why is it that we don't hear testimony regarding the issues of concentrated poverty as opposed to just poverty in general, which has been repeated throughout this day so far, and I expect for the next several hours?
Yes, I'm sorry. I suspect the answer is because areas with concentrated poverty don't have the voices to sort of explain what the health effects are like.
Appreciate your candor on that. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Molly Markowitz. No, Molly.
Molly is in the Zoom meeting, but she's not unmuting herself and testifying.
Hi, so sorry. Sorry, I'm in between seeing patients, so just getting settled here. All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. So, my name is Dr. Molly Markowitz, and I'm a pediatrician who works in New Haven, Connecticut. And I am speaking today in strong support of expanding the child tax credit, as well as increasing the earned income tax credit for families. So as a pediatrician, I see every day how children's health and well-being is impacted by poverty, financial stressors, and we know that both the child tax credit as well as the earned income tax credit are both really powerful anti-poverty tools. And we actually had an opportunity to see both last year, as well in Connecticut, as well as nationally, with our expanded child tax credit, really the incredible impact it can have on children and families, from reducing food insecurity to allowing families to pay for more basic needs, healthcare bills, healthy, nutritious food. Both tax credits really can have an incredible impact on the health and well-being of families. So I'm today speaking in strong support of both having a child tax credit here in the state of Connecticut, as well as expanding the earned income tax credit. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or concerns either today or offline via email.
Thank you, Doctor. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brigitte Mendieta. Is Brigitte here?
I know Brigitte is going to be joining Zoom shortly, so if you could move to the next testifier, please.
Jameem Davis. Morning. Ms. Davis, could you push the button in front of you there? Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Oh, I see. All right. Well, good morning again. My name is Jameem Davis. I live in Bridgeport and I'm the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now, a grassroots organization working to increase civic engagement in our city. And we are also a member of Recovery for All, a statewide coalition of faith, community, and labor organizations united to eliminate systemic inequalities and rebuild a better Connecticut. I'm here to testify on behalf of our membership in strong support of HB 5673. In the summer of 2020, after George Floyd's murder sent a shockwave through our nation, people across Connecticut took to the streets to demand an end to systemic racism and inequality in our state. Residents in urban, rural, and suburban communities spoke in one voice, united, demanding that in Connecticut, Black Lives Matter. This is a call for the liberation of Black folks and for the removal of structural, institutional, and economic violence that has gotten in the way of progress for Black people and the progress of our state. The truth is that Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the country, and Bridgeport is right in the middle of one of the wealthiest counties in our state. And we have the resources that needed to make changes. But building a strong economy is more than tax cuts. The governor's budget does not go far enough to ensure equitable distribution of our residents' tax dollars. That's why we are calling on you to pass a bold, equitable budget that includes progressive tax revenue. This is the hard work of building an equitable society. This is the work required if we are committed to righting the wrongs of decades of oppression. Budgets are moral documents, and the time is now to raise revenue so that everyone pays what they owe. That way, we can fund our future and provide the services people need to live healthy, productive lives. Whenever talk of raising taxes on the wealthy comes up, inevitably someone floats the myth that they'll leave the state. That simply is not true. However, there is a population that has been and continues to leave the state. In Bridgeport, middle-class Black folks are fleeing to the South precisely because of the tax issues in our state and lack of resources in our cities. I can attest to my own family's migration, whereas You have 30 seconds, please summarize. Okay, thank you. Whereas my family migrated in the 50s for opportunity, and I grew up with hundreds of aunts, uncles, cousins. Now everyone who has children has basically left the state. I'm one of only a handful of family members now still living in Bridgeport. And it's precisely because people refuse to pay the high taxes here associated with the state, and there's not enough resources for their children to raise children. So I'll just leave it at that. I think lots of members of Recovery for All have spoken today, but I'm here to be in strong support of 5673. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Just have a brief question for you. That was very great testimony and brings to light a lot of issues and why we're here. Of course, I think you said it, budget is a moral document, and I think it actually, that rings true. I think it's good for all walks of life. I'm just wondering if you could comment a bit on the governor's proposal to eliminate the state income tax for folks making under $50,000 a year and how that might affect someone thinking about moving. It's a proposal that I support, but I'm just wondering as it relates to what you just spoke about and how it might impact families in need and even the middle class.
Yeah, well, I think it would be helpful. Certainly for people who are making under $50,000 to have that tax relief, and it's needed tax relief. I'm in strong support of that. But in addition to that, you know, I really do believe that it's time that we begin the hard work of changing our tax structure. So cutting taxes is one way, but how do we sustain our state, and how do we keep people here who maybe aren't, you know, you don't have to be in poverty and making under $50,000 to want to stay here. I have lots of family members who have families, and you know, they're not destitute, but they have chosen to leave precisely because there's a better quality of life somewhere else.
Well, I happen to agree with you. There's a lot of people leaving for a number of reasons, particularly to states like Florida, where, you know, we've seen the largest growth there in the country. But I would agree that, you know, an elimination of that tax for folks making under $50,000 is a bold move. And I think it's a step in the right direction. I applaud the governor for putting that proposal forward. And I think it will help people from all walks of life across the state of Connecticut that might find themselves struggling, because we know that $50,000 a year is not a lot of money in the state of Connecticut. So I think that's a good start, but I will certainly take into consideration your points, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Julio Reyes, no, sorry. Erica Smith.
Brigida Mendita has joined us and is available to testify if you'd like to call her next.
Shall I go? This is Erica Smith.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5014, an act concerning the cap on research and development tax credits with the suggested amendment to enhance the R&D tax credit for the biotech sector in Connecticut. My name is Erica Smith, and I'm the CEO of Renetics Bio. I would like to thank Representative Cheeseman for introducing HB 5014 and the committee for considering this bill to increase the cap for the biotech sector. I would respectfully request that the committee amend the bill to, one, increase the cash exchange rate for biotechnology companies from 65% to 100%, and two, to increase the R&D tax credit from 70% to 100% for biotechnology businesses. Renetics Bio was founded on innovative technology from Yale with the goal of preventing blindness across diseases and injuries to the optic nerve. We've raised $35 million to date as we continue to advance our therapy in the regulatory system. And tax credits have provided us with needed resources to hire and advance our programs. As CEO of the company, I want to talk a little bit more broadly about the importance of the biotech community and growing it. I have been a committed supporter of the biotech community in Connecticut since moving here 10 years ago. I chair the Bioscience Collaborative, which is out of the Governor's Workforce Council, that has brought together over 40 companies from across life sciences industry in Connecticut. This group is industry-led, and our efforts are focused on areas that support and improve the ecosystem in Connecticut for biotechnologies companies. And one area of need within our industry is to develop and retain diverse talent in our area. And to address this need, last year we initiated an internship program called Life Science Sprints. We brought together more than 25 companies for nearly 200 paid internships with a focus on students from Connecticut. And as a point of reference, this exceeds similar efforts in New York and in Massachusetts. We hosted multidisciplinary positions from marketing to accounting to laboratory work. And throughout the summer, students had the chance to meet each other, learn about companies beyond their own. They were exposed to the opportunities in the state, including an event with the governor. We've partnered with organizations supporting recruitment within diverse communities such as BioPath and New Haven Promise. And given the successful pilot launch of this initiative, we're excited about the potential to expand this type of program to other industries broadly across the state. We're proud of the work our biotechnology companies support for developing life-changing therapies such as preventing blindness. And just wanted to point out the internship initiative as an example of the additional value that the biotechnology industry brings to developing and retaining talent in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming today, Erica. So how do biotech companies use that R&D tax credit? Why should we, but not only continue, but increase the amount?
Sure. I think, from my own personal experience, having, there's a lot of capital that's required to advance a therapy to the market. I think estimate is roughly $1 billion to be able to advance life-changing therapies. And one of the things that my company and others like ours is we're do a lot of investment up front before that happens. And so all of the funding that comes through an R&D tax credit is immediately put out to hiring people and for very, very good paying jobs and making sure that it's a positive feedback loop for our community.
Thank you for that answer. And I'd like to thank you as well for highlighting the internship. And I would also like to suggest, and I know we've discussed this earlier, the lower down the educational ladder you can get, the better. I'd love to see programs with biotech in our elementary schools, because if a child isn't exposed to a potential career path, he or she is not going to know that this is an option. So thanks for your work, and look forward to discussing this further with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Brigitte Mendieta.
Brígida puede adelante.
Please proceed.
Puede empezar a hablar, Brígida. Maybe we could come back to her.
Okay. Colina Sensiker.
Hello, good afternoon. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the committee. I'm Colina C. Sanker. I live in Hartford, and I teach at Gateway Community College in New Haven. My union is the 4 Cs, and we're members of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 5673. As a community college educator, I see up close that the greatest challenges to my students' success are often found outside of the classroom. So many of my students come from households where they have to band together just to make ends meet, where childcare, healthcare, transportation, the cost of food and housing pose almost insurmountable obstacles to the opportunity to invest the time that might open an avenue to a different life with less precarity. In the state colleges and universities, we educate the workers who will go on to make the state run. Corporations ought to help make the places their workers live, places they can thrive, raise families, and aspire to better things. But corporations, by their nature, have no moral imperative other than profit. It's up to us to define what makes a good neighbor in the community that is Connecticut. This bill proposes to raise the corporate tax, hire more DRS workers to collect taxes owed by those who can most expertly avoid paying what they owe, and to hire Department of Labor workers to investigate wage theft. Connecticut doesn't often feel like a community. We often hear of the 2 Connecticut's, which is to say the state's wealth gap fractures any semblance of real community. This is one of the most unequal states in the country, and the COVID pandemic, from which many of us are still recovering, in many ways exacerbated the gap between rich and poor. Families who need every dollar they make for survival struggle harder and harder to make it, all the while giving back to the community of about 25% of what they earned. Meanwhile, those who already had more than they would need to live well for several generations contributed only about 6%. What is proposed in this bill is that we ask those who can contribute without a change to their standard of living to do so to provide a safety net for those who are just one illness, one accident, one layoff away from the devastation of multiple generations of their families, to ensure adequate childcare, education, mental health services, and other services that make it possible for them to work towards more. For many, changing that situation is a series of uphill battles that ends in a slide right back down again. Making the EITC permanent Expanding the child tax credit, doubling the property tax credit, and raising revenue for other services have the potential for making that hurdle a little less steep. The elements of tax. Sure. The elements of tax relief for seniors in this bill also make it possible that more of us might be able to have our parents or grandparents stick around in a place where so many seniors have to leave their beloved homes and communities they help build when they get older. Austerity after the Great Recession of 2008 delayed our recovery. Let's not make the same mistake again this time. Thanks for listening.
Questions? Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Brigida and Norma if they are ready.
Buenos días. Brígida, puede empezar.
Ya.
Puede empezar.
Ok, buenos días. Mi nombre es Brígida Mendieta y estoy aquí para testificar. Vivo en Beto, soy proveedora por 3 años y me gustaría a ver si es que pueden seguirnos apoyando tanto a los padres como a las proveedoras.
No, he was at a funeral this morning, so I told
Okay, un momento. Good morning. My name is Brígida. I'm in Bethel and I'm a childcare provider and I want you to continue to support us. Adelante, Brígida.
Hay muchas familias que necesitan este apoyo porque no tienen el dinero suficiente para pagar el cuidado de sus niños. Y la verdad que los niños necesitan ir a un lugar donde estén cuidados y donde estén aprendiendo.
There are many families that need this, that need childcare, so that they could do the work that they need to do. And the truth is that there's just not enough available. Children need to be in a place where they're well taken care of and where they are able to learn.
Y la verdad que necesitamos la ayuda de todos los legisladores que nos apoyen, porque no es, estos niños van a ser el futuro del país y necesitamos necesitamos que los niños aprendan y que las familias reciban la ayuda que necesitan.
And the truth is that we really need the support because children are the future of our state and we need them to be taken care of. And so we need legislators to support childcare.
Bueno, eso es lo que tengo que decir. Por favor, la verdad de corazón pido. Yo fui una madre que también en algún momento necesité ayuda y tengo que estar aquí para ayudar a estos padres que también necesitan esta misma ayuda. Gracias.
Well, that's all that I want to say. You know, I was a mother too with young children once, and I benefited from this support. And I think all children need that support. Thank you. Gracias, Brígida, por su testimonio.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none. Representative Meskers.
I just wanted to thank you for your testimony, just so that you know. Al final del día es muy importante que todos nosotros estamos en el proceso y que su voz está escuchado. I just wanted to let you know that. I said to her that I just thought it was very important that everyone's voice is heard in our testimony and it matters to all of us. So gracias por tu ayuda.
Gracias también.
And then
Thank you. Michael Fournier.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Horn and Fonfara and members of the committee. My name is Mike Fournier. I'm a resident of West Hartford and the VITA EITC Program Director for Simplify CT. We are a Connecticut volunteer income tax assistance program whose mission is to provide all low-income Connecticut residents best-in-class tax preparation and advocacy at no cost to them. Simplify CT is a member of the Connecticut Child Tax Rebate Coalition. I'm here today to express my support for enacting a permanent Connecticut child tax credit and enhancing the Connecticut Earned Income Tax Credit as proposed in sections 3 and 4 of HB 5673, SB 771, and SB 772. During each of the past 2 tax seasons, the Connecticut VITA Coalition has provided free tax preparation services to over 30,000 Connecticut residents with household incomes under 60,000. Last year, we saw the benefits that the enhanced federal and Connecticut tax credits had on the refunds and credits received by our residents. The clients left our tax sites grateful for the larger refunds and hopeful of making ends meet in 2022. Why CTC? The CTC would target support to Connecticut families, including those with little or no income, who are most acutely facing food and housing insecurity. A Connecticut child tax credit would put more money in the pockets of families across our state and make it just a little easier to afford childcare, groceries, rent and mortgage, and other daily expenses. A Connecticut child tax credit would help alleviate child poverty and support low-income families across our state. As of this January, 68% of families with children were struggling to pay their usual household expenses. A refundable state CTC would support over 600,000 children, including up to 95,000 children living in poverty. While last year our VITA clients were all grateful for the additional financial support they received through the federal and Connecticut tax credit enhancements, this year those same clients are telling us we must be doing something wrong. How can their refunds be so much smaller than last year? Last week, I had a 38-year-old woman from Southington in tears telling me—
You have 30 seconds, please summarize.
Thank you. Telling me she was counting on the same refund as last year. With a 50% reduction in her refund, how will she make ends meet for herself and her child? You can answer her and the many Connecticut working families like her by making our state tax code family friendly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions. Callie Gale Heilman.
Hello, good afternoon. Senator Fonfara and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Callie Gale Heilman, and I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I am the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. My co-director, Jameem Davis, testified earlier. We organize residents in Bridgeport around increasing civic engagement, undoing systemic racism and corruption in our city so that we can have a just, equitable, and livable place. I'm here to testify on behalf of our membership and Bridgeport residents in strong support of HB 5673. It is no secret that Connecticut's extreme inequality is a major obstacle to sustainable, inclusive economic growth. The 2014 state tax incident analysis showed that the bottom 50% of Connecticut taxpayers contribute 23.6% of their income, whereas those on the top 1% contribute a mere 7.5%. That top 1% has continued to do very well since 2014, and yet the disparity has only gotten worse. According to a 2022 Connecticut Voices overview of the updated report, working people contributed more than 25% of their annual income, whereas the most wealthy among us contribute only 6%. We must all contribute at equitable rates to fund our schools, higher education, infrastructure, healthcare, and other vital public services upon which we all rely. HB 5673 would ask high income earners to share the responsibility of building a strong economy. We must join together to create a sustainable economy, and we can't do it alone or rely on federal funds that will soon expire. The unmet need is too great. In addition, we should be asking corporations to do more to build back our state's economy, not by protecting them from tax increases, but by showing them how raising the corporate tax will contribute to strong economic growth. Just recently, LACO announced it was yet another longtime Connecticut corporation moving its headquarters to Boston. Boston is a very expensive city, and the state of Massachusetts passed progressive revenue last year. But Boston is a city that has benefited from robust state investment in infrastructure, roads, innovation, technology, and more. Connecticut is simply not competitive right now because corporations looking to attract talent know that we don't invest nearly enough in our cities and in our public education systems and other supportive systems like childcare. These are the cornerstones of a thriving economy. In closing, I would like to add that on a personal note, I am a high wealth individual, both owning a high value home in Bridgeport, and my husband's earnings came from the financial sector. We would most likely be affected by HB 5673. Although I pay one of the highest mill rates in the state, I would happily pay 2 mills more if it meant the state was going to take seriously the problem of racial and economic segregation and the chronic underfunding of our public schools. I'm the 3rd generation in my family to graduate from Hartford Public High School, a child of Chef versus O'Neill, and I know the amount of money, effort,
You've
and
reached your
leadership
3 minutes.
it will take to undo this morally repugnant system. So I urge you to pass HB 5673. Our humanity is bound together. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Cynthia Stretch.
Thank you, Representatives, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Cynthia Stretch. I live in West Haven, and I'm a professor in the English department at Southern Connecticut State University, a proud member of CSU AUP, my faculty union, and of the Recovery for All Coalition. I join you today to support HB 5673 and ask you to support it in particular and progressive taxation in general. The Connecticut General Assembly has taken up the issues of access to affordable, high-quality public higher education and student debt over the last several sessions and in multiple committees. Just last week, my colleagues and I testified before the Appropriations Committee on the negative impact of budget shortfalls. This week in the Higher Ed Committee, we will be testifying about the need to address the housing insecurity of our students, among other consequences of chronically under-resourced public institutions. Our students and their families are making incredible sacrifices to get to college and graduate with the degrees they hope will be their tickets to the middle class. But the conversation in those committees are limited to begging for pieces of a relatively shrinking pie. The mania for putting the profits of Wall Street ahead of people's basic needs has meant that the possibility of baking a bigger pie has too often been shunted aside. Offloading the cost of higher education onto the shoulders of working and middle-class families means that the wealthy, whose businesses benefit from and whose wealth is literally dependent on the public higher education infrastructure in Connecticut, don't have to pay their fair share to maintain it. But it also means as the cost of tuition and fees rises, those same working and middle-class families have turned to personal loans to cover the cost of our collective future. They are taking on debt so that their kids can contribute to the kind of robust state economy and vibrant culture that create a virtuous cycle of public good. I'm sure you're all aware of the data on student loan debt and its destabilizing effects on individuals and local economies. But although the crushing debt is a liability for our children, it is a business opportunity and asset to investors in the financial sector and in the servicing and collections industries. The financial incentive to drive more and more families to take out bigger and bigger loans most benefits those whose income depend most directly on financial markets. The ethical morass of investors making money off of student loan debt is not the only reason that HB 5673 is an important step towards the crucial goal of progressive taxation in Connecticut, but it is one reason that is very important to me and to my students. Requiring the ultra wealthy to pay their fair share so that my students at Southern have a shot at a better life is the right thing to do. We have the resources to strengthen our communities for the long term. It's time to put the people's money where our values are. Please support HB 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Seeing no questions. Jerry Sincata.
Can you hear me?
Hear you fine.
Great. Well, good afternoon to the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee and all members. I want to thank you for your service and for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Jerry Sincata, and I have lived in Riverside for over 30 years. Over that period of time, there have been many changes to the state tax policy, some of which have been positive, some of which haven't. I'm speaking today to voice my opposition to SB 774, SB 776, HB 5422, and HB 5673. Each of these bills increase taxes on citizens of the state who are already have the second highest tax burden in the country. According to the Tax Foundation, Connecticut's burden is 15.4%, slightly less than the highest, which is New York at 15.9%. Since 1970, the state's population has increased approximately 25%. Over that period of time, net appropriations by the General Assembly have increased by over 250%. What has all this increased government spending and taxation resulted in? The recent 2020 census showed that Connecticut's population has hardly grown at all, while overall population growth in the US was 7.4%. According to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, Connecticut ranked 47th in GDP growth from 2010 to 2019. Over approximately the same period of time, Connecticut ranked last in per capita income growth. Individuals and businesses have demonstrated their ability and willingness to move to states with more accommodative tax and regulatory environments. These bills represent a continuation of policies that have caused the above noted trends. Connecticut needs pro-growth policies to raise the state's economic output. While pandemic-related funds received from the federal government have created a short-term budget surplus, longer term, the state has enormous debt and unfunded liabilities to deal with. Winston Churchill famously said,
You have
"I
30
contend that for a nation to try to tax itself to prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle." I believe this economic truism applies to Connecticut as well, and our focus needs to change to reduction in spending. Thank you for your time, and again, thank you for your service. Happy to answer any questions.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We've heard a lot about the disproportionate tax burden paid by those at the lower end of the income scale. And I suspect you have a different view on this. Would you like to expand on that?
Yeah, my view is that Connecticut has a spending problem, not a revenue problem. And I think that from a general perspective, there are areas of excess and waste that can be, should be addressed. And you all are in a much better position to identify those and work on things to improve the use of the taxpayers' money, right? I mean, the money that the state has to spend on programs comes from business owners and individuals who live here and who want to live here. But I think many people who live here would like to see the government be more efficient and effective with the tax revenues that we provide.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Meskers.
Jerry, thank you for your testimony. I know we don't always see eye to eye on everything, but I think your perspective in terms of the tax structure, taxes are important. And so I thank you for coming to testify today. Have you, when you talk about the tax structure in New York versus Connecticut, do you have any structural issues or comments that you've looked at? I guess specifically where, when I, having grown up or been raised in the New York area, where there was economic activity and sales taxes at the local level, not the state level, and where the municipality here is left only with the property taxes as chief funding source. Do you have any subtleties in terms of that view on when you look at the tax burden versus property taxes versus income taxes in our surrounding region? Have you looked at that at all?
No, I haven't, Steve. Again, I mean, my general point is just the overall level of burden in the state is, second only to New York. And that will have implications over time as people decide to go to areas which are more accommodating. And it will hurt the revenue stream for the Connecticut General Assembly.
Well, expect me to follow up with you at some point for some of the inputs and points, because I just love to have the conversation about income tax versus property tax versus tax levels. So I do appreciate though your comments on that. So thanks.
Great. I look forward to it, Steve. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Chris Edge.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. Senator Fanfaro, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, and esteemed members of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Today, I'm actually coming wearing two hats. My first hat is as the Economic Development Director with the Town of Berlin on Senate Bills 774 and 776. Each of these bills are looking to enact additional taxes when the state of Connecticut is sitting on a rainy day fund of over $3.3 billion. Each of these bills seems to target people who have been successful, whether it's through their own business or working in a business where the pay is higher. We need to incentivize success, entrepreneurship, and job creation. By adding a tax surcharge in these two bills, you may negatively affect the family-owned companies that call your districts home, and by extension, potentially hurt the employees of those firms who live in towns that you do. I would ask that you keep these bills at bay when the state is in such a good financial position, and if you feel they're necessary, bring them up when the state is in actual need of additional monies. My second hat is as a foster parent. I believe that a number of these bills make a lot of sense in many ways. As a foster parent of Klingberg Family Centers, where reunification is the key, Bills 72, which is the taxes under $50 in clothing, is vitally important, as many times the families these children go back to are inner city children who greatly need that help. 771 and 772, which is the expansion of the earned income tax credit, I think is vitally important for these same families. The last is 775, which I believe is a wonderful step in the right direction. Many other states have done this, which is to take local sales tax to municipalities where those taxes are earned. I mean, municipalities at this point, as you know, we essentially have every tax dollar that we have from either real estate or cars. This is a great way to help keep those monies in town, even at 1%. So I would ask that you look at these seriously. I think there's some great bills here, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you for coming here and testifying, Mr. Edge. Questions? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Martin.
Mr. Edge, thanks for testifying. If that 1% was provided, what would that mean for Berlin?
I think for a town like Berlin, it would be very helpful for the fact that we've seen a huge growth even during COVID. We just did our 74th ribbon cutting or groundbreaking since COVID started. Many of those have been in food. I think it's vitally important for the fact that we would get people to eat locally, have that 1% to then come back to the town, which then could be used to enhance the town. And I think that's vitally important because it would essentially help take my work as economic development, and there'd be a double bonus. We'd get a new business and we'd get the 1% on the sales on those actual items. So I think it really works incredibly well and would take some burden off the communities. Again, we're not talking large monies, but a little bit would help, and there'd be less reliance as well on the state, knowing that many times communities come to the state to fill gaps in their budgets.
You wouldn't happen have a number specifically?
I do not actually. Okay. I've been working with the businesses. I do not know what the sales are, to tell you the truth. I'm sorry.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Of course.
A couple of questions. One is, you know that there'd be big winners and losers under this, right?
Yes.
You ever thought on that?
I have. I mean, I think you are correct. I think there definitely are big winners and losers, no question.
You're okay with that?
I don't think there's any bill that can help everybody, but if there's a way to bring some income to the towns that they don't have to get through property tax, I think that's a good way to look at things. But you are correct. There's going to be some communities that have very little restaurants that would not have income through this. So yes, it would be very set upon how many restaurants and food operations you have.
So how about some redistribution of that revenue as opposed to having a town that has a lot of restaurants, a lot of potential, a lot of towns that don't have any?
I think if the money is set aside specifically for this use, I think that's a very reasonable way to go. I would hate to see the money come up and then be diverted elsewhere. But if it is put into a pot and then each town is given a certain percentage of it, I think that's a very reasonable way
You
to
could
go.
have it where the town that is hosting it has the majority of it, but some that is distributed across other towns on a format.
I think distributed across all towns would be the best way to go. Absolutely. Because I know every one of the 169 towns has their challenges of various types. And I think taxes being one of the major.
So I think the best tax policy is one that incentivizes growth.
Yes.
Do you see this having any potential in that regard? For towns to, I'm not talking about a restaurant deciding they're going to open up because of this. I'm saying in terms of a town creating an environment that would support additional growth because they see a revenue opportunity.
I would see it being a definite area of growth, at least in what I do. I know that we in Berlin have seen a lot of growth in restaurants. And if this is part of the mix, it would be, in my opinion, a bigger push for me to find more folks to eat locally. Again, if they want to eat locally, they can spend the money locally, which then most times is going to support the local business, where the majority of our restaurants, we'll say 90% of it, family owned and operated, where the money recycles back in the community of, I don't know the last number, 65 to 80 cents on the dollar. I think this definitely would incentivize what I do to bring in more restaurants. With that 1% would be an extra carrot for the community to bring them in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and it's nice to be back.
Travis Woodward.
Good afternoon or good morning, Senator Fonfara, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA STIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 25,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 5673. Connecticut might be the wealthiest state in the country, but we also lead the nation in income inequality. This contradiction leaves too many of our state's working people to deal with educational gaps, health disparities, unattainable home ownership, limited to no access to entrepreneurial investment capital, and other hardships. Connecticut can and should be a place where every family has what we need to live a good life. There's an old saying in the labor movement which states that every person deserves 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 8 hours for what you will. But when you're working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, you don't have much time for what you will, or sleep for that matter. In a state with millionaires, billionaires, and highly profitable large corporations, there should not be hundreds of thousands of working people struggling to raise families. For too long, state budgets have underfunded the programs and services our residents need, taking resources away from our communities. Did you know that in the last 20 years, due to layoffs, privatization, and attrition, our state workforce has shrunk by over 20%. On top of that, there has been a 7.6% decrease in Connecticut public employees. That's not including the education sector over the course of the pandemic. And that's before we even get to the 4,500 state employee retirements we've seen since the start of 2022. Now is the time to support Connecticut residents by ensuring they have access to the services they need. I'm asking you to level the playing field and make things a little bit easier for working people. Make the critical investments we need in essential public services, education, healthcare, housing, and municipal aid. By supporting HB 5673, you can start to build a future where all residents, not just the wealthy few, have the resources they need to survive and thrive. The challenges we currently face are even greater than what we lived through in 2008 with the Great Recession. We must take bold action now or risk damaging our economy for years. The bill before you offers a sensible response to the budgetary and economic crisis facing working people. Narrowly focused proposals to restore fairness to the tax code, fund essential services, and jumpstart economic recovery are the common sense solutions we need. I urge you to support HB 5673. I'd like to thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Travis. Seeing no hands, thank you for your testimony. Louise Williams.
Good afternoon. I'm testifying in strong support of House Bill 5673. My name is Louise Williams. I am president of CSU AAUP, the union that represents 3,000 teaching faculty, librarians, coaches, and counselors who work for the 4 Connecticut state universities. CSU AAUP belongs to the Recovery for All Coalition and supports their fight for a better future for everyone in Connecticut. I also am a professor of history at Central Connecticut State University. In that capacity, I see firsthand how our inequitable tax structure hurts the most vulnerable of our residents. Because of the political decision not to raise taxes on those who can most afford it, every year we are told there's no money to adequately fund public higher education. The result is that students who can least afford it are forced to pay higher and higher tuition for fewer services. To pay for this tuition, students work multiple jobs, often with changing schedules and hours. They frequently are forced to miss classes, submit assignments late, and come to school unprepared to learn. They suffer anxiety and depression when their poor academic performance is added to their financial worries. Add to this food and housing insecurity, the lack of adequate free childcare, and college just becomes too much for them. Their grades suffer, they're forced to drop out temporarily or permanently, or if they're fortunate, the graduation is delayed for years. All of this is the result of the unwillingness to make our most wealthy residents pay a tiny fraction more of their income in taxes, which will not impact their lifestyle or cause any sufferings, certainly not the struggles I see my students face every day. Not only is this unfair and unjust, it simply doesn't make sense. It's well known that residents with a college degree make more money over their lifetime and in turn pay more taxes and use less public services than those who do not. Investing tax dollars to ensure that higher education is affordable for all our residents will expand our tax base for decades to come. On the other hand, if we don't find money to invest, we fall into a vicious cycle. The underserved majority of our population will not complete a college degree. They won't be able to contribute to our state economically to their fullest potential. And the state in turn will have even less tax dollars to spend in the future on education. Businesses will not be able to find qualified employees for critical jobs, and they will leave the state, which will reduce our tax income even further. The appalling inequality in our state will just get worse, and our economy will stagnate with us. This short-term thinking will not solve the problems of our state. Only a fair tax structure and long-term investment will. This is why I strongly support the recommendations of the Recovery for All Coalition to create a more progressive system of taxation. Now is the time to make these changes before it's too late. So I urge you to have the courage to make the right choice and pass House Bill 5673. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Louise Williams.
That was just me.
I apologize, Louise. Yes, that's where I was thrown. James Van Derry Alexander.
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the leadership of the committee and to the entire committee for hearing us out today. I'm testifying in support of HB 5673. I work as the legal director of the Medical Legal Partnership Program at Yale Law School, where I work with students to provide legal services to vulnerable populations of patients. And I'll be submitting written testimony, but just want to talk about one particular aspect of the bill that I think is really important. One of the populations we work with are uninsured immigrants, many of whom have problems facing wage theft. Wage theft is a term that refers to the non-payment of minimum wage, overtime, and promised wages to workers. And you may wonder, why is that in a finance bill? The hiring of 45 wage investigators, but I think the reason is, and I didn't put the bill forth, but I think the reason is that this is exactly the type of investment that is good for people in Connecticut. In this case, workers facing the crisis of not being able to put food on their table, the crisis of not being able to pay their rent, the crisis of not being able to pay for medications or their housing because they haven't been paid for what they worked. And it brings in money to the state when these investigators are able to the number of investigators required to actually do the job of enforcing these laws. Just by way of an example, my students are representing a worker right now who worked in a restaurant for many years, whose working conditions deteriorated at the restaurant during the pandemic to the point where he's not being paid overtime, to the point where he was not being paid a minimum wage, and he filed a complaint and filed a complaint 5 months ago and still hasn't heard. If that worker gets paid, that's good for the state. Obviously, it's good for the worker. It's also good for everyone in the worker's life. So I really support this bill for making investments like that, also in the DRS workers. Overall, I think tax fairness is an intelligent route for the state to take. It will contribute to economic growth and well-being for a broader number of people. During the pandemic, we know that the billionaires in Connecticut made an extra $15 billion. That is what it is. But when we're talking about workers not being able to put a meal on their table, I think in the balance, we need to make sure that by paying their fair share, the billionaires are able to contribute.
You have 30 seconds, please summarize.
To making sure that worker is taken care of in their most basic rights, minimum wage, overtime, and right for all the hours they worked. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions. Luisa Barrionuevo. Is Luisa?
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Luisa Barrio Nuevo, soy proveedora de cuidado infantil. Mi daycare se llama Dejando Huellas Home Daycare y agradezco la oportunidad que el día de hoy nos dan para ser escuchadas como proveedoras y educadoras del estado de Connecticut. Quiero empezar diciendo, anoté todo esto y me gustaría compartir y que podamos ser escuchadas. En tiempo de pandemia, nosotras como proveedoras y fuimos
¿Puedes
tomadas...
esperar un momento? Vamos a tener un traductor ya, ¿ok?
Ok.
Hola, sí, mi nombre es Constanza y voy a estar interpretándole. Si puede empezar nuevamente, perdón.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Luisa Barrio Nuevo, soy educadora del estado de Connecticut.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Barrio Nuevo and I'm an educator in the state of Connecticut.
Mi home daycare se llama Dejando Huellas Home Daycare.
My home daycare is called Dejando Huellas, Connecticut.
Soy proveedora aproximadamente hace 3 años.
I am a provider. I've been a provider for 3 years approximately.
Y todo empezó cuando empezábamos la pandemia.
And this all started when the pandemic began.
En tiempo de pandemia, todos fuimos tomados en cuenta como trabajadoras esenciales.
During the pandemic, we were all taken into account as essential workers.
Nuestros programas abrieron las puertas a todos.
Our programs had doors open to everybody.
Y no cerramos.
And we did not close.
Sin embargo, hoy no somos tratadas como trabajadoras esenciales.
Regardless of that, today we are not treated as essential workers.
Nos están quitando los subsidios estatales que nos apoyan.
They are taking away the economic supports from the state that have had supported us.
No contamos con un seguro médico,
We don't have health insurance,
pero aquí continuamos porque esta es una profesión que ejercemos con cariño, responsabilidad y amor.
but here we are still because this is a profession that we do with care and love.
El día de hoy les pido que por favor reconozcan nuestro trabajo.
Today, I'm asking you to please recognize our work.
Dependemos de los subsidios estatales.
We depend on those supports from the state.
No solo nosotras como proveedoras,
Not only us as providers,
sino también nuestras familias y las familias con las que trabajamos.
but also our families and the families that we serve.
Como son familias con el programa de K4Kids.
Because they are families who have the program Care for Kids.
Tenemos que brindar alimentos nutritivos,
We
un
have,
lugar seguro.
we have to provide a safe place and healthy food.
Nuestros programas son autorizados por la Oficina de la Primera Infancia.
Our programs are authorized by the Office of Early Childhood,
cumpliendo con las regulaciones que nos piden.
we abide by the regulations of that agency.
Hoy estamos aquí porque soy educadora, soy proveedora,
We are here today because I am an educator and I am a provider,
y somos reales.
and we are real people.
Existimos.
We exist.
Estamos siendo parte de la base fundamental para el futuro de nuestra sociedad.
We are part of the basic supports for the future of our society.
Los niños, la primera infancia.
Kids and early childhood.
Y te pido, por favor,
And I ask you, please,
que los subsidios estatales sigan apoyándonos.
that the subsidies from the state continue supporting us.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias. Questions? Thank you very much. And I see Senator Kelly's joined us. Senator?
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Representative Cheeseman, and Senator Martin, as well as the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for considering Senate Bill 72, which would exempt articles of children's clothing or footwear costing under $50 and personal protective equipment, PPE, from the sales and use taxes. We must do all things that we can to make our state more affordable. Middle and low-income families need relief now, and Republicans are exploring all ways to provide that immediate relief. That relief must take the form of not only income tax relief, but also relief from sales tax. Senate Bill 72 will help families with children stretch their dollars further. At the same time, Senate Bill 72 will help support jobs throughout our state. Senate Bill 72 will not only provide relief to families, but it will also encourage families to patronize their locally owned shops. This bill will send a clear message to working class families that we understand kitchen table economics and that people everywhere who are struggling, we will help them make ends meet. Family budgets are breaking under the burdens of inflation, high taxation, and skyrocketing energy bills. This bill provides families with relief for 52 weeks a year, every day. I believe that taxing safety apparel like PPE is short-sighted public policy. Our cost of living is already very high. People must not be taxed to buy PPE, which literally saves lives. Repealing the added burden of having to pay tax on safety apparel is a small but clear gesture of support to our residents who are only trying to get through a very difficult time. I'd just like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be with you this afternoon. And if you have any questions, certainly love to answer them.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Kelly. Senator Kelly, has this exemption been, have we had this exemption prior to?
I believe we did going back years, but it came back, I think, early, maybe about 12 years ago, is when it was taken away. And I think it's something that is it's just prudent. It would really help families, especially ones with children, buy the clothes that they need. And if you have kids, you know how quickly they outgrow their clothes and shoes. And this is just a small gesture to families who are on tight budgets.
Would this apply to the total amount of clothing purchased, or would it be per item?
I would like to see it on an item by item basis, because as we know, you buy a pair of pants, a shirt and a pair of shoes, it's going to be over $50, but each item would be less. So I'd much rather see it attached to individual items under $50.
And just go back to the past again. Was it ever higher than this?
I really don't recall. I think that was before my time in the legislature.
I vaguely remember $100, but I just wanted to see if that my number is correct or not. So, all right, I can find out another way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you today.
Likewise.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? This is Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez has a question. Senator, prepare yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Kelly. I wanted to, I want to touch up what Senator Martin said about the exemption. I think I do believe it was $100. So why not bring that back? An exception of $100. I know this bill calls for $50, but everything has gotten expensive. Shoes, I don't even know if you can buy shoes for under $50 anymore. So I'm just wondering, why not 100 versus 50?
I would certainly welcome a $100 limit. I'm not opposed to that. So I would welcome that as a friendly amendment and would certainly support such an amount.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I remind myself to look at the Zoom before I shut off. Thank you, Senator, very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Meg Doyle.
Good afternoon. My name is Meg Doyle. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut, currently living and working in Bridgeport. I'm a member of Bridgeport Generation Now, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 5673. Growing up in Darien in a working class family, I observed from a young age that access to desirable housing and good education seemed to be predicated not only on your family's income, but skin color. And that those who lived in towns with the most resources were often the least likely to demand that others with less should share equally in the benefits they enjoyed. Unequal treatment is not a new phenomenon here, but changes enacted to our tax code since 1980 in the form of tax cuts for the wealthy are fueling inequality and unrest to an alarming degree. In Bridgeport, where I live, within 5 to 10 miles in either direction, you'll find some of the most elite conditions in the state and some of the most impoverished. Treating a small percentage of our residents and corporations as a protected financial class is not sustainable if for no other reason than because it demands that those with less carry the shared tax burden for those with much more. As the voting bloc over 60 wanes, I believe the demand for substantive tax reform will grow as younger voters' tolerance for this kind of inequity abates. As a lifelong wage earner, I live knowing that I'm one costly diagnosis away from the possibility of losing my life savings and must contemplate working beyond retirement age to afford to continue to live here. HB 5637 proposes modest remedies to a system that has enabled inequality to flourish to an extent that it now threatens the health and well-being of the majority of middle-class Americans, including myself. We need your political will and leadership in Hartford to help us turn the tide. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today.
Any questions for Ms. Doyle? Seeing none, thank you. Dennis Eporowski.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Please proceed.
My name is Dennis Oporowski. I'm from Lebanon, Connecticut. I'm here in support of House Bill 5053. And before I start, I need to make an apology to the committee here and the Connecticut Air and Space Museum, which showed up on the roster. I am not representing them, just representing myself. So I will never hit the autofill ever again with that. In support of this bill, because of these reasons, but my testimony is there, and I had some bullet points. But Representative Horn, you asked Representative Cresco a question on the economics, which I'd like to address, if I may. If we reduce this, give this tax bill up, what does the state get in return? And I'm a retired Federal Aviation Administration inspector in the general aviation field that is able to talk to a lot of the businesses and people, and I'm an aircraft owner myself, and paid my sales tax when I purchased my aircraft a dozen years ago. But what has actually been happening is aircraft that are bought and sold within Connecticut or outside of Connecticut, you would hope they would bring it to Connecticut. They don't have to, being a mobile asset. They house them outside of Connecticut legally, and they do not have to pay the sales tax. And therefore, they support the businesses of maintenance, airport support, the fueling industry, the rental industry of hangars and space on the airfield. And those are all the things that we lose. So in my opinion, this becomes a business decision more than a tax decision, although we have a fight between sales tax and the personal income tax that are within. And so in my view as a business model, and Mr. Scanlon earlier this morning mentioned Bob's Discount Furniture, and he did that for a reason, I'm sure, but there is a business model along with his, which I would hope the state would take a look at. First, you have to be competitive. And in this industry in Connecticut, we are not, for the obvious reasons that the surrounding states, all of New England plus New York, does not have this tax on the aircraft. Two, he believes that you need to take less up front and you make it up in volume. And that's where this is going to happen. You're not going to see this big check going to DRS at the end of the year or any time else. It's the support of all the aviation jobs, which has been known to be about 22,000 that directly support aviation within the state of Connecticut. The maintenance, as you increase, as those aircraft were to come to Connecticut, you increase the job opportunities, you increase the amount of aircraft come in, and that just increases the revenue of that. And that's where you're going to make up the difference. And that's where it's going to supply more money to the income tax. So in this case, like I said, you have a sales tax that's fighting the income tax. One is kind of outdoing the other. So that is the point that I wanted to bring across to you. You have my testimony there. You can take a look at it. But that is what I wanted to bring to you, and I'll answer any other questions if I may, if you have any. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Turn my own microphone on. Thank you, sir. Representative Meskers has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. I don't necessarily even like small airplanes. I certainly don't own one, but I will, I guess I'll ask you the question about what the average price goes for. And it's from a point I think that's well worth us taking into consideration. If the sales are occurring outside the state, then the commission income for the salesman who's selling the plane is more likely happening outside the state. And I'm located at the absolute end of the state up against New York. And the airport that services my community is Westchester County Airport. So I guarantee you that if people own a plane, it's probably there. And we're certainly incentivizing that versus our other small regional airports. So I'd like, if you have any information about that type of sales function. So it's a combination of they're being sold, I'm assuming, out of state, and what those kind of prices of those planes and what kind of commission income. Do you have any data on that?
Well, I'll give you my aircraft. I purchased from a retired dentist in Arkansas, who had, back in 2008, when everything was going crazy with the economy and his 401 was turning into a 201. So I was able to get a deal on it because he needed the income. I brought it to the state. So it was a person to person. I mean, it happens. There are businesses that sell aircraft, and then it is from private to private. So that aircraft did come to Connecticut. The sales tax was there. So there was no commission with anybody else, but that is true. But what does happen is like yours in Westchester, Sky Acres in New York, Westfield, Westerly. There are about 8 that are border airports that the aircraft does not have to be housed in Connecticut. And as being a mobile asset, I mean, nobody really lives that close to an airport. So you drive a half an hour, no matter where you're going to park that aircraft, and somebody's going to park it within in that distance. If it so happens to be over the border, it does not have to be registered in Connecticut. It's federally registered, but it does not have to be registered in Connecticut. Therefore, you lose that sales tax to start with. So we are losing that income, if you want to call it that, to start with. Plus, with that aircraft being outside of Connecticut, it's supporting jobs outside of Connecticut. So it's supporting the maintenance, it's supporting the airfield, it's supporting the fuel industry, it's supporting the hangar, the rental of hangars, the rental of space on the airfield that we are not receiving, and it's happening more and more. So again, bringing those aircraft to Connecticut, whether they are pre-purchased, aircraft that are still out of state that maybe come back to the state, it's all those jobs that are related to that would increase the personal income tax level and make up the difference for that sales tax in the long run.
Okay.
It's not, you're not going to see it immediate. You're not going to see it immediate for obvious reasons, but like anything else, it's keeping it this way is like death by 1,000 paper cuts. It's not going to the jugular. It's a slow death.
And just to follow up, having worked in finance and airline finance at the, you're talking about major airlines, the FAA had very strict maintenance and working schedules. I assume for your license and for your plane to be licensed, you have a very aggressive maintenance. And I guess for the audience, more than anything, I think it's important for us to know that, so all of that maintenance that's required by the federal government, if we don't change our tax structure, all of that maintenance and all that economic activity is happening outside the state. And can you give us an idea, like, what's the typical type of maintenance that gets done, or the cost of an annual upkeep of an airplane?
Well, my aircraft is a 1976 aircraft. I'm always tinkering with it. I have my federal licenses to do that, so my labor is cheap. So, that's how that goes. But it's one of those depends kind of an answer. There are aircraft that sell still today for $30,000. to $100,000 that are personally owned, maybe non-business, with the cost of everything going up. So you can take that initial investment. Maintenance happens throughout, just like a car does. Tires wear out, doesn't necessarily wear out when you want them to wear out. There's upkeeps to avionics and radios. There's an ongoing maintenance. There's an annual maintenance that goes on with every aircraft in this direction. And those costs can run, depending on parts, anywhere from $4,000 to $12,000 to $13,000 a year. Not normally that high, but on an average, probably about $5,000 a year, along with other costs that are incurred that are spent either at that airport or within the state that you are losing.
So that wasn't an answer I was expecting, but helpful, because analytically, you're talking about a $30,000 or $40,000 airplane, where 10 to 20% of the price of it is going to go paid out every year in maintenance. And so that's both revenue and taxable activity. That's why I was trying to figure that out.
Correct. But you're correct in that assumption. Yes, sir.
That's perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony today, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Next up, we will call Carmen Worcester. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm here representing Vecinos Unidos, which is United Neighbors, and it's an organization that's been around for over 30 years here in Connecticut. I'm a retired ordained minister with the United Church of Christ, and I have been volunteering to help with the disparity with many of our working poor here in Connecticut. One thing that has not been mentioned has to do with perception from others about Connecticut. One new perception that's very discouraging but accurate is that Connecticut is considered a poverty pimp. And that is said because the rich are not taxed, and yet the working poor are taxed. The working poor are working for a minimal wage when they have children to support and a lifestyle to maintain that's not up to code to the American way, the United States of American way. This should be disheartening to many of you to hear this, because Connecticut is considered such a wealthy state, and Connecticut is considered a so-called constitutional state. You would think that there would be more empathy, yet now Connecticut is considered to be a black hole for economic development. Why is this? Why does it continue? People that vote here in the state of Connecticut are often hoodwinked by politicians who go ahead and do projects that we don't even agree upon, we never even voted upon. And yet we're told pie in the sky references to things are going to get better in the North End because of the ballpark that we didn't vote on. That's supposed to help economic development for those people in the North End, or those people in the South End.
You have 30 seconds, please summarize.
Connecticut needs to do better, be better. The working poor are the majority, And we can and we will prevail in spite of this.
Thank you, Ms. Lister. Be better is a good motto for all of us, I think. Any questions from the membership? Seeing none, I thank you for your patience and for sharing your testimony.
I would like to add 2 points that I've been impacted by. I have a daughter with a rare disease and she needs home health care. It's very difficult to get home health care for someone less than 65 years of age. And the home health care workers in Connecticut do not get gas mileage. It's hard to comprehend that. Very hard. We can do better.
Thank you, Ms. Whisper. Next, Deb Peters. Peters with us?
Yep, I'm here. Good afternoon. I'm Deb Peters. I'm a recovering state senator from South Dakota and former president of the National Conference of State Legislatures, as well as a certified public accountant with a background in state tax law. I'm here today representing the Americans for Digital Opportunity and the Association of National Advertisers in opposition to House Bill 5673, and more specifically, item number 2, the establishment of a 10% tax on the annual gross revenue from digital advertising services. You might think you're taking a swing at the large faceless corporations which don't exist in Connecticut, but this language is a direct attack on your small local mom and pop shops trying to stay afloat in your legislative districts. Whether we like it or not, the American economy has been transformed by digital advertising. There is hardly a business in existence today that does not use some kind of digital advertising to reach their customers and their future customers. Traditionally, Connecticut has had the right philosophy of not taxing business inputs. Generally, most states do not tax inputs because you already tax the income derived from the outputs. Taxing the inputs and the outputs leads to a double taxation situation, and this is just not right. I have spent time reading the written testimony to this bill, and I wholeheartedly agree with the opposition descriptions of sufficiently vague, discriminatory, and multiple tax. These are words used in any court case related to taxation. We don't have time today to delve into the complexities of business taxation. However, I would like to highlight a couple of bullet points. 1, ITFA, Internet Tax Freedom Act, was passed by Congress in 1998 to provide a moratorium on both the new state taxes on internet services, as well as multiple or discriminatory taxes on electronic commerce. House Bill 5673 does not provide for any clarification on how various other jurisdictions shall be treated. In addition to ITFA, this approach to taxing global revenues could also violate the Commerce Clause. PITFA, the Permanent Internet Tax Freedom Act, enacted by Congress in 2015, stated they really do mean it by permanently prohibiting a tax on internet transactions that are not imposed on similar transactions that are not on the internet. House Bill 5673 does not tax advertising, but does tax digital advertising, a clear violation of PITFA. I've barely scratched the surface on the tax law issues and have not even started the myriad of issues created and related to the administration and implementation of this particular proposal. With the state of our economy, with inflation at its current levels and interest rates still increasing, anything you do to raise the cost of doing businesses in your legislative districts will cause a ripple effect and not a good one. It is simple as this. As prices go up, consumers spend less and jobs go away. Please oppose House Bill 5673.
Thank you, Scooter. Just one quick question. Are you from South Dakota or Connecticut?
I'm from South Dakota, representing companies that are affected by the law, Americans for Digital Opportunity and the Association of National Advertisers.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And I understand all the issues that are involved in this. In fact, 2 years ago, I proposed a digital ad tax and got pushback, not only from people that you represent, also from the governor's office. My issue with this, and as someone who runs a small business, I don't want to do anything that would affect small business, but we are looking at multi-billion-dollar corporations that monetize our residents' browsing history, etc. I would love to hear your organization or someone else propose a way that we can derive revenue, which is needed. We are listening to a multitude of proposals today to find more revenue for the state. And explain to me what you would suggest in terms of a way to, in effect, give the state and its residents a piece of the action when we are looking at these record profits by these multi-billion-dollar corporations.
Thank you for the question. I cannot speak on behalf of my clients to give you an actual solution today. However, I would look at solutions that are equal. If you're going to tax advertising, do it on all. I would highly discourage that because I don't know how you're going to then be taxing inputs. So if you want a piece of the action, I'm going to have to get back to you because it's too complicated to do on a Zoom call. And so maybe we need to set up a face-to-face meeting and come up with some solutions.
I would welcome that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. And I see no further questions, so I thank you. Next up, Ashley Gaudiano. On Zoom, I believe.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Senate Bill 771 and Senate Bill 772. My name is Ashley Gaudiano, and I'm the Vice President of Development at United Way of Western Connecticut, which represents a 15-town region, including Stamford, Northern Fairfield County, and Southern Litchfield County. We support hardworking households called ALICE, which stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed. These are individuals that make above the federal poverty limit, but below the basic cost of living. Establishing a permanent refundable child tax credit and increasing the earned income tax credit would serve as targeted supports for ALICE families. Across our state, pre-pandemic, more than 1 in 3 families lived at the ALICE threshold or below, and in many communities, that number is far higher. Every day, people across Western Connecticut come to our United Way for support, accessing food, covering the cost of rent or mortgage payments, finding affordable childcare, or seeking funds for their children's education and enrichment activities. Those requests have increased exponentially over the last few years. We hear from food pantry partners about desolate shelves, and we've seen dramatic increases in the grant funding sought by dozens of local nonprofit partners. There is no doubt that our communities are struggling. With SB 771 and SB 772, you have an opportunity to change the trajectory of day-to-day living for hundreds of thousands of ALICE families. Increasing the earned income tax credit would help low-income families make ends meet. Those ALICE families that could qualify for the EITC would quickly use the additional support on their most basic needs: food, housing, utilities, childcare, and more. These are the very items that ALICE households often cannot afford and that keep them teetering on the brink of financial crisis. However, countless ALICE families won't qualify for the EITC. The child tax credit would in fact capture a great majority of ALICE families. Connecticut's the only high cost of living state with an income tax that does not adjust for family size or childcare expenses. We rank among the top 5 most expensive states for childcare, with the economic stress falling disproportionately on women and families of color. For a family of 4, childcare accounts for more than 25% of their monthly income. Our United Way works every day with childcare providers to help create affordable options for families, and yet it's still not enough. Taking steps to directly address this issue by establishing a permanent child tax credit is vital. The proposed child tax credit would support over 600,000 children, including about 95,000 children in poverty and tens of thousands more from ALICE households. By supporting a child tax credit and increasing the earned income tax credit, more ALICE families will thrive, and as a result, our communities and our state will too. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify and for the work you do on behalf of our communities.
And thank you for being with us here today. Seeing no questions, I will call, I believe next is Dawn Hosevar, who you may have received an invitation to be promoted on Zoom. You could accept that promotion. We would call on you next. No? They're not here.
Not yet, Representative, but testifier 53, Carla Esquivel, is here.
Okay, then we will go with Carla Esquivel.
I apologize. We're having the same issue. She's not accepting our promotion as panelist.
Any of you who are on Zoom and listening to this, please be on the lookout for an invitation to be promoted as a panelist. I believe I see Ms. Hocevar on screen now and Ms. Esquivel. No? Okay, Ms. Esquivel, Carla Esquivel, you are up next.
Hola Carla, estamos listas para usted cuando quiera.
Aló.
Sí, Carla, la escuchamos.
Ms. Esquivel.
Sí, buenas tardes, perdón, no tenía señal.
Sorry, good afternoon. I didn't have good signal.
Please proceed if
Ya.
we can hear you now.
Por favor, proceda, ahora la podemos escuchar.
Ya, es ready. Gracias. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel, buenas tardes.
My name is Carla Esquivel. Good afternoon.
Estimado senador Fonfara, representante y miembro del Comité de Finanzas. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel. Vivo en Stanford hace 15 años, tengo 2 niñas y soy líder de Nosotras, una organización que lucha por los derechos de las trabajadoras inmigrantes de Stanford. También soy integrante del Recovery for, una coalición que lucha por el futuro mejor para Connecticut, que cuenta con más de 60 organizaciones comunitarias, religiosas y laborales.
Dear
Mi testimonio.
Farah, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Carla Esquivel. I live in Stanford. I've lived in Stanford for 15 years. I have 2 daughters and I'm a leader of Nosotras, an organization that fights for the rights of immigrant workers in Stanford. I'm also a member of Recovery for All, a coalition that represents over 60 organizations in community, faith, and labor.
Mi testimonio es a favor del proyecto de ley 5673. Como el estado más rico del país, Connecticut debería ser un ejemplo para la nación, donde cada familia tiene lo que necesitamos para vivir una vida digna.
My testimony support HB 5673 for tax equity, because Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the country, and we should be an example for the rest, where every family can thrive.
Si las empresas y los multimillonarios pagaran lo que deben, Connecticut podría garantizar el derecho a la salud para todos los residentes sin importar el estatus migratorio.
If the companies and billionaires paid what they owed, Connecticut would guarantee a right to health care for all its residents and good public and free education for all children and adults.
Clases de inglés gratuitas, clases de las universidades para todos.
Free English classes and free university classes for everybody.
Tengo 2 hijas en el distrito escolar y he visto en experiencia propia la necesidad que ustedes inviertan los fondos necesarios para que todos los niños de este estado tengan oportunidades iguales.
I have 2 daughters in the public school system, and I have seen firsthand the need in our schools and how they need to be invested in.
Debido a la falta de fondo, las escuelas públicas de Connecticut tienen 1,322 puestos vacantes de educadores y 1,221 vacantes y maestros.
Because of the funding shortage, the schools, ¿me puede repetir los números, perdón, Carla?
Sí, son 1,322
1322.
Sí.
Okay.
Sorry. Debido a la falta de los fondos, las escuelas públicas de Connecticut tienen 1,322 puestos vacantes de educadores y 1,221 vacantes de maestros.
There's because of missing funding, there are over 1,000 vacancies for educators and paraprofessionals each.
Y gracias por darnos siempre el apoyo y esperemos que como en esta ocasión puedan apoyarnos más para que esos fondos lleguen al lugar correcto. Gracias.
And thank you for the support that you do give the schools, but we hope that more support can be given so that everybody has what they need. Thank you.
Gracias, señora Esquivel. Seeing no questions. I'm going to back up through the list and call out some names that we may have missed, just in case. Maria Elizabeth Robles Macias. Sally Grossman. Bella Vasquez. Lois M. Isabel Geller. Sean Buskey. Megan Fountain. With that, we will move to Siobhan's.
Just letting you know, Dawn Hocevar is here.
Ms. Hocevar, I believe, yes, you are up next.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Jeevan Sabrina Wheeler, and I'm the Progressive Governance Director for the Connecticut Working Families Party, which advocates for policies that improve the lives of working people across the state. And I'm here to testify in support of HB 5673. The Working Families Party is also a member of the Recovery for All statewide coalition. In the past few years, working people across the state of Connecticut have had their lives upended and been asked to make sacrifices to keep their communities healthy and safe. During the pandemic, working class people and disproportionately women and residents of color have put their lives on the line to care for others and keep our economy going. In the same period, billionaires in Connecticut have increased their wealth by more than $15 billion. Connecticut has one of the largest wealth gaps of any state in the country. At this moment, when so many residents have sacrificed and shouldered a collective burden to keep their neighbors and our state functioning, it is time we asked billionaires and multimillionaires to pay what they owe for the infrastructure, the services, and the labor that Connecticut and its residents have provided, which have allowed them to grow their fortunes. To be a state that people want to live in and to advance equity, we need revenue. Raising revenue will help us improve schools across the state and address the educational gaps that leave students and teachers struggling. Raising revenue will allow us to have functioning public transit and fix roads and bridges in all our towns and cities. And raising revenue will allow us to prepare for climate change and keep residents safe as temperatures and sea levels rise. Connecticut residents have given so much of themselves over the past few years, missing in-person graduations and weddings to stop the spread of COVID, going into work when they were putting their lives on the line, losing jobs and livelihoods because of the pandemic. At the same time, some of the wealthiest folks in the state have been able to expand their fortunes immensely, due in large part to the labor of our residents and the stabilizing policies of our government. It's time we ask the folks who have expanded their wealth to pay what they owe and to use that revenue to ensure that all Connecticut residents have a chance to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for your patience. Next up, we have Dawn Hocevar, followed by Ari Weisenfeld, John O'Connor, and Stuart Savalcool. Ms. Hocevar.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, Dawn Hocevar, President and CEO of BioCT, trade association supporting the biotech industry in Connecticut. I would like to also thank Senators Fanfara, Martin, Representatives Horn, and especially Representative Cheeseman for presenting this bill for a vote. BioCT supports House Bill 5014 concerning a cap on R&D credits. In Connecticut, we have 2,000 establishments in the biotech industry. 24,000 people who work in the industry and make an average of 136,000 a year. We respectfully request the committee to amend this bill to increase the R&D tax credit from 70 to 100%, increase the cash exchange rate for biotech companies from 65 to 100%, and expand the R&D tax credit to include biotech S and C LLCs. A couple of things I wanted to point out is right now our neighboring states, Massachusetts exchange rate is 90% and New York's is at 100%. And if we want to keep our companies here, that is one area that we hopefully will improve on. So it's important to know that when you extend this, it will not only make us more competitive, it will not only drive more economic development in the state, but the industry itself is working on promoting talent for the pipeline today and the future, including the Good Jobs Grant that was awarded. BioCT will enhance our career portal to include mapping of career choices, student training availability, linking internship, state, industry, and university programs that support STEM. We will also expand our professional development courses for adults who are trying to make a change in their career. Some of the examples, as Erica earlier said, Life Science Sprint for internships. Bio Launch was just announced, and it's to benefit the broader New Haven community.
You have 30 seconds, please.
For underrepresented communities, 18 to 26-year-olds who are not going to college, and introducing STEM to K through 12 elementary schools. I'd like to close with, this is not just helping an industry, this is actually helping the healthcare of our citizens in Connecticut and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And you mentioned ways you'd like to amend this bill, and you discussed extending the credit to S Corp and pass-through entities. And I believe when CBIA was here before, we asked if there were a total number of companies that this would affect. Do you have any idea how many there would be, would we to extend that tax credit to similar entities?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Cheeseman. And I unfortunately don't have that exact amount. However, Bill Claffey, who is in the schedule to testify, I'm sure we'll have that exact number for you.
Thank you. And I want to thank you again for referencing the work you're going to do in K through 12 with regard to STEM, because I think that's a vital part of building the kind of diverse workforce we need in the future.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no further questions, thank you for being with us today. John O'Connor, I believe.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and all the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is John O'Connor. I teach at Central Connecticut State University in New Britain. I'm the acting vice president of CSU-AUP, a union that represents 3,000 members across the 4 state universities. CSU-AUP is a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, and we strongly support Recovery for All's equity agenda. We believe that implementing the coalition's equity agenda will make Connecticut a better state for all of us. I'm testifying in strong support for House Bill 5673. As everyone on this committee knows, taxation is a major instrument of social and economic policy. Taxation has 3 goals. 1, it transfers resources from the private to the public sector. 2, it distributes the costs of government fairly by income classes. And 3, it promotes economic growth and stability. Tax policy in our state is broken. The evidence of this is seen in the outrageous amount of wealth we have in the state that exists alongside an outrageous amount of inequality. According to Connecticut Voices, working people in our state contribute more than 25% of their annual income in state and local taxes, where the billionaires and multimillionaires contribute approximately 6%. According to the Economic Policy Institute, more than 60% of corporations in Connecticut contribute nothing or next to nothing in state and local taxes. What this means for the people of Connecticut is that the government is in the business of picking the winners and losers within our state. The CSCU system, the place where I work, the students of our community college and state universities have been losing. Their institutions have been flat funded since 2007. The systematic defunding of higher education in our state creates obstacles to enrollment and degree completion. These obstacles include high tuition, food and housing insecurities, childcare, and mental health difficulties. Flat funding of the CSCU system has hurt our students, damaged our institutions, and injured our state. House Bill 5673 does not contain broad-based tax increases. These are narrowly focused proposals to restore fairness in the tax code and help fund essential services. This bill will go some distance to ensure that government does not
summarize.
Okay, that government does not determine who wins and who loses within our state. I urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass House Bill 5673. It will move us to a place where access to higher education, good health care, high quality childcare, equitable K through 12 schools is available to all of us. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Seeing no questions, I will move next to Stuart Savalcool. And I'm certain I'm not pronouncing your name correctly.
Oh, you're close enough, Representative. It's Stuart Savicle for the record. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Stuart Savicle, and I am the Chief of Staff for AFT Connecticut, a diverse state federation of roughly 30,000 public and private sector employees, which includes state workers, healthcare workers, public school teachers, paraeducators, and higher education faculty and staff. We are also a proud member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in support of HB 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. As has been discussed in this committee and in others within the Connecticut General Assembly, we have needs in our state which require revenue. Adequately funding education and other public services will require real dollars, more than are currently being allocated towards those needs. At AFT Connecticut, we believe investment in public education and public services will result in a positive return for Connecticut's taxpayers. However, making our state a more affordable place to live for our low and middle income families, as well as our aging population, is a need that requires the immediate attention of our policymakers. The reality is that Connecticut has a lot going for it, and it is a wonderful place for some of us to raise a family. But we must do a better job of making it a wonderful place for anyone to raise a family. Families facing food or housing insecurity are simply unable to achieve a quality of life that many of the rest of us might take for granted. Certainly, it makes it hard for families in such circumstance to prioritize education for their children to the same degree as Connecticut's wealthier households. To be clear, our message here is not to beat up on our high-income individuals and families. Rather, we just want those among us who are best equipped to fund our needs as a state to pay a little more so that those among us who are struggling the most can have a better shot at success and eventual prosperity. The proposals included in this legislation would indeed make Connecticut a more equitable place to live. Passing HB 5673 would make Connecticut a better place to live. We have a lot of work yet to do, but ideas like this are a step in the right direction and should put us on a path to achieve an economic recovery for all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, thank you also for being with us today. Next up, we have Joshua Pawelak. Are you in the room? A human.
Been pretty fast and it worked out with my schedule. So.
Thank you, sir.
So greetings, Representative Horn, and I have to give a special shout out to my own state rep, Jill Berry. I'm a resident of Glastonbury, I vote in the 31st. I'm Josh Pollock. I'm the minister at the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester, and I'm a faith leader with Recovery for All. As I think you know by now, a statewide coalition of more than 60 community faith and labor organizations fighting for tax fairness and smart investments in the services and structures that will help Connecticut's people and its economy thrive. So I'm testifying in support of HB 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. I want to state this as plainly as possible. Connecticut's income inequality is staggering. One of the areas where this inequality is abundantly apparent is in our tax code. For the past 2 sessions, we at Recovery for All have been talking about the data from the 2014 and the 2022 tax incidence analyses, which show that there's an undeniable tax burden landing disproportionately on poor people, low-income earners, and even middle-class earners. In the Connecticut Mirror last year, in response to the 2022 report, Keith Faniff wrote that even with many of the indirect regressive taxes left out of the reporting, people who earn less than $45,000 in 2019 effectively lost 26% of their earnings to taxes, nearly 4 times the rate paid by Connecticut's wealthiest families. Those making between $45,000 and $75,000 paid nearly 3 times that of those at the top. So that right there is over 1.1 million taxpayers paying significantly more as a percentage of income than the state's wealthiest residents. So whatever economic growth we have, it is not inclusive. As a pastor, I encounter this inequality both in my congregation and in the wider community, in people who are being priced out of the housing and rental markets, in people who can't afford, let alone locate mental health clinicians, in home care workers living in their cars, and adjunct professors at state schools who have no health insurance. The bottom has dropped out for the people who need it most. Yes, you could argue we're making progress. So things like expanding the earned income tax credit is an example, but I note that the average EITC benefit for a poor family will not cover the cost of a $50 a month rent increase. And we know we're seeing rent increases much larger than that right now. The persistence of income inequality and our inability to invest as robustly as possible in basic services, healthcare, mental health services, housing, K-12 education, higher education, et cetera, it drags the quality of life down for all Connecticut residents. This is not an anti-wealth argument. This is not an anti-business argument. This is a pro-fairness argument, and it's a pro-people argument. We will thrive as a state when our tax code is more fair and we can invest fully
30 seconds,
in our
please
people.
summarize.
Smart, strategic, robust investments that make life easier for poor, working, and middle-class families require revenue. As we say at Recovery for All, equity requires revenue. This is the purpose of HB 5673. I urge you to take its proposals for tax reforms and tax equity seriously. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for those robust words. I note another, in addition to the statistics that you've cited, I was reminded recently that the last recovery pre-pandemic that Connecticut went through, the entire quantum of that recovery went to that top echelon of earners in Connecticut. And so this is a long-standing issue for us in Connecticut.
Yeah, it's not a new phenomenon.
No, it is not. Thank you, sir, for being with us.
Thank you.
Any questions for you? Again, thank you, and glad to see you in person. Excuse me for looking at my screen. Next up, we have Serena Laws, followed by Josh Michtam, Thomas Cook, Kim Forty. Okay. Is Serena?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. Just 1 minute, sorry. My apologies, I'm in the middle of teaching a class at Trinity. So thank you so much for having me here today. I appreciate the chance to talk with you. My name is Serena Laws, and I run a VITA site at Trinfo VITA in Hartford, along with my students here at Trinity College. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 771 to create a refundable tax credit child tax credit in Connecticut. At our site, we have seen that families are experiencing a substantial decrease in support through tax credits this tax season. Unfortunately, we cannot expect action at the federal level anytime soon, making it all the more imperative to strengthen support at the state level. Expanding the EITC to 40% as the governor proposed would help a great deal, and I support it. But families need help above and beyond what an expanded state level EITC will provide. The impact of tax credits on families varies a lot based on income and family size. So in preparation for today, I used our tax preparation software to prepare 4 concrete examples of what changes in tax credits have meant for very typical families we see at the clinic from last year to this year, and to see how much proposed tax credits we're talking about would help them. The full calculations appear in my written testimony, but I'll summarize a couple of examples now. For a family of 4 making $50,000 of earned income, well below what it takes to provide for 2 kids in Connecticut, they are receiving about $2,200 less in tax credits this year compared to last. The expanded state EITC would only provide an additional $116, but a dedicated child tax credit would complement EITC to provide much needed support to families like this, at least $500 more as the bill is currently proposed. For grandparents raising children, current federal policy provides little support. While a grandparent on Social Security raising a child receives $3,250 in support last year, this year they will receive $0 of support because of the sunsetting of those one-time expansions and the fact that Social Security does not count as earned income. Another group that is experiencing a large decrease in tax credit support are single parents raising more than 1 child. For example, in my calculations, I found that a parent with earned income of $10,000 raising 3 children this year is only receiving about 41% of the support they received last year. The proposed EITC would result in $451 more, but a child tax credit on top of that would provide at least $750 more. These examples are not academic, but represent very typical families my students and I see on a daily basis at our VITA.
Please summarize.
Great. As part of our filing process, we ask all of our taxpayers a set of questions about their finances. One question asks, if you lost your source of income, how many months of expenses could you cover? 63% of our taxpayers say 0 or 1 month, and 93% say they would last 6 months or less if they lost their income. In closing, I would point out that policies like these have both a material dimension, but also a symbolic dimension. The material effects are most important, providing these families basic necessities, but policies targeted to families also send a message that they matter and are cared about. The testimony of one mother at a previous hearing before this committee pointed this out. She talked not only about the material help of the Connecticut tax rebate and other credits, but the hope that such credits gave her. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, again, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Josh Mictum, are you on? Yes, you are there.
I am here.
Please proceed, sir.
You ready for me? Thank you. Members of the committee, I really appreciate the time that you're taking on this issue. I am an elected member of Hartford City Council with the Working Families Party, and I am here to speak strongly in favor of House Bill 5673. I already submitted written testimony that talks about how this will benefit my constituents in Hartford, which is, of course, a very poor city. But I want to just reserve my oral testimony to respond to some of the testimony I've heard and things I've seen written against this bill. And most of all, the notion that there's something unfair about asking more from our top earners or about putting a larger burden on them. And I just think if we're going to talk about unfairness, we have to talk about all of the structural advantages that are in place already for our top earners. They have access to mortgage deductions. They tend to live in towns where they don't bear the burden that cities like Hartford and Bridgeport bear of providing public services to the whole region that take away from our tax base, right? If you live in a wealthy town, if you own $1.5 million house, your taxes pretty much go right to your local schools, your local trash collection. And then when you go to work, you're coming to one of our cities and your taxes are not paying for our roads, our emergency services, all of those things. right? So when we talk about fairness and we talk about who bears the burden of making sure that the whole economy of this state functions right, we have to recognize that some folks are already getting a very sweet deal. And I think we also have to recognize that most wealthy people did not get there just by their own labors. That's not to say that they're not hard workers, just like many of my constituents are. But most of them, and we have data on this, whatever the anecdotes say, we know that most wealthy people were born to wealth, and they were able to take that and make it into more wealth. Even something as simple as having been able to buy a home 2 generations ago in a town like Trumbull or West Hartford, which many of my constituents, because of the color of their skin, their grandparents couldn't make that investment, right? They had to invest here where home values haven't appreciated. So they never had access to that family, multi-generational wealth building that white folks have had and that wealthy folks have had in our state and everywhere. So when we talk about fairness,
Please summarize.
thank you. When we talk about fairness, we need to look at the whole picture and recognize that our system is already way too fair to folks with a lot of money and not nearly fair enough to poor working folks who are my constituents. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, we will call next on Senator Lee.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Martin Looney, Senator from the 11th District, representing New Haven and Hamden. And it was my great honor for 6 years to be the Senate Chair of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee from beginning in 1997 through 2002. Found it enormously absorbing, stimulating, and interesting, as I know all of you do every single day. And I am here to, to testify in favor of 5 bills that are on your agenda today. Proposed Senate Bill 771, an act establishing a refundable child tax credit, 772, increasing the applicable percentage for the earned income tax credit, 774, adjusting certain marginal rates for the personal income tax and establishing capital gain surcharge, 775, concerning the distribution of the sales and use tax imposed on meals, and 776, an act concerning a statewide property tax on certain residential property. These 5 bills have 3 primary objectives. First, to raise our residents out of poverty. Second, give our middle-class residents a significant tax break. And third, to ease the property tax burden by providing a new funding stream for towns and improving the progressivity of our current system. The first bill, 771, regarding the refundable child tax credit, would continue the child tax credit that we established last year using ARPA funds, make it a permanent part of our budget at $250 per child, up to 3 children per family. With the same eligibility standards, a family would have to have single income 100,000, 110, 210 for joint filers. And also we would try to have it occur in a way that people didn't have to file a separate application to maximize the number of filers under it. We know that we hope that until the federal child tax credit is restored, it had that one glorious year of existence, that we hope at some point that will be restored. In the meantime, I think we need to continue doing what we can at the state level. 772, increasing the applicable percentage of the earned income tax credit. Again, this would establish the earned income tax credit at 40% of the federal credit. I'm pleased to see the governor has recommended that, included that in his budget as well. We established the EITC back in 2011. We were unfortunately the last state in our region having a state income tax that created the EITC, which was actually first conceived at the federal level under President Nixon, enacted under President Ford, praised by President Reagan in a bipartisan way as something that supports and rewards work and low-income working families. All of the money for the EITC that people receive, as we know, is immediately circulated back into the economy. These are people living on tight margins, struggling, and desperately need this extra money. And it's important to recognize that every community in the state, even our most affluent, have some EITC recipients. So while the city of Bridgeport and the city of Hartford each have over 14,000 EITC recipients, and New Haven and Waterbury each have over 12,000. It's also true that over 1,200 residents in Greenwich and Fairfield have EITC, that many EITC recipients. So there are pockets of low-income people all over the state, even in the communities that we regard as the most affluent. And this is certainly something that expands the economic capability of low-income working families. Senate Bill 774, adjusting marginal rates for the personal income tax and establishing a capital gains surcharge. In this one, I'm very pleased to see that Governor Lamont has proposed an income tax reduction at the lower rates. I would certainly embrace that and substitute that for the proposal in the proposed bill. And I would certainly endorse the idea of reducing the 3% rate to 2% and the 5% rate to 4.5%. That would provide targeted tax relief. And I think we should try to make sure that those who need the relief the most get that relief to make our state income tax more progressive. It's been a struggle since 1991 when the flat rate income tax was created to build more progressivity into the tax, which we have been able to do incrementally by creating different tiers, different rates. Most people pay a blended rate, so there is some progressivity into the tax as it is. But I think that given the fact that the next economic downturn is not far in front of us, as we already know, things run in cycles, I think we should try to make any changes to the income tax more progressive, but as close to revenue neutral as we can. That's why I propose a slight increase at the upper end to raise the income tax on those at the 6.99 level to 7.49, at the next level to 6.9 to 7.2, and then also a separate capital gains tax at 1% on those paying the highest rate, and at 0.75% on those paying the next highest rate. And I think that would again truly once again make additional significant progress toward our goal of creating a truly progressive state income tax in Connecticut. Senate Bill 775, the distribution of the sales and use tax imposed on meals. When that tax was initially conceived, there was a plan at the time to allow that to be a municipal tax, because we hear from municipalities all the time that they're very much strapped. Basically, they're only allowed to raise revenue through the local property tax, which is so burdensome. We find that most people, when they talk about high taxes in Connecticut, what they mean is the local property tax, not any tax directly levied by the state. But we limit the municipalities to that, and whatever state aid we give them, and sometimes direct federal aid. But apart from that, and local fees, they have very few revenue sources, and this would transfer that 1% back to the municipalities rather than having it be a state revenue source. And then 776, an act concerning the statewide property tax on certain residential property, would say that when you look at a property that has an assessed value of 1.5 million or above, at 1.5 million, and 1 mil tax payable to the state would be imposed, so that properties up to 2 million would be subject to 1 mil, and those over 2 million would be subject to 2 mils. Again, part of the challenge with the income tax as applied to the very, very wealthy is that they are the ones who are most able to have options to avoid taxation. We know that if you have capital gains, significant holdings in that category, you don't have a capital gain until you sell the asset, and you may have great wealth without a significant amount of income to declare in a given year. But as long as you own the property, that is a significant asset that I believe it should be a source of revenue at the higher end. And I would suggest that money from that go toward the cost of earlier implementation and phase-in of our changes in the education cost sharing formula. Again, this is something that would only apply to properties at that level, and I think would be equitable, and also make sure that at least some assistance to the state would come from this category of property, and it would not be burdensome at all to the payers of this tax, because if they're able to own property in that category, an extra mil or even over 2 million, it would not be in any way a crushing burden. So I would recommend these bills to the committee as a way of building more equity into our system, recognizing needs, and also trying to find a way to make sure that our system provides benefits to those who need it most, and raises adequate revenue for our needs going forward when we may be without federal revenue fairly soon. And our future is always somewhat unpredictable in terms of when the next cycle might come. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator. I had one question for you about Senate Bill 775. We've had several people testify today about various mechanisms for the distribution of that 1%, in terms of it going to tourism, whether it goes to the state and gets distributed to municipalities, or whether it's kept in the municipalities in which the restaurant abides. I wonder if you had any thoughts on any of that.
Well, I would take the committee's advice on that and considering it, but this proposal is that it would be a municipal revenue source responding to the, as I said, the I think legitimate complaints of municipalities that they have so little flexibility in how they can raise money, and this would give them an extra one. So I think that there may be other ways of configuring this, but I would think that this one would at least provide direct assistance to municipalities by having the money stay at the local level. You know, there was a few years, in fact, a former Republican chair of the Appropriations Committee, and then later OPM director, Senator Bob Gennaro of Norwalk, had an interesting proposal years ago, which would look at some of the sales tax revenue and it was a proposal on regionalism I thought had a lot of merit, to look at sales tax generated by malls, and recognizing that malls are regional, and that some portion of the sales tax from all of the towns in a given, all of the stores in a given mall be apportioned to all of the surrounding towns, assuming that people from the towns surrounding the one where the mall is located are customers of that mall, not just the community where the mall is located. So, but this would be just wherever the sale occurs, the municipality gets to keep that revenue. Obviously, some municipalities have a lot more restaurants and bars than others, and would do better, but they also have the the costs of policing and services for a busy downtown, perhaps. So that's why I thought that this would be at least putting down a marker for an additional revenue source.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Cheeseman?
Thank you. Another question on the meals tax. So would the amount generated by in any given municipality be calculated and returned to that municipality? Is that the thinking behind this?
Yes,
Senator?
that's right, Representative.
Okay. And with regard to the progressivity of the tax code, I believe a recent article indicated that the top 2% currently pay 40% of the state income tax, and the bottom 50% pay 4%. So in view of that, our highly progressive tax code, and I believe DRS does track the 275, biggest tax filers, and we could have this discussion ad infinitum, the effect of that increased taxation on these higher earners. And I think another concern is Connecticut is not the only entity currently taxing these individuals. They're also paying tax at the federal level. And again, just riffing off an earlier point, currently, many people in Connecticut of wealth did not inherit that wealth. It was through their sweat, their equity. I mean, my late husband was one. He did not great wealth, but he left school at 15 and came to this country and developed a highly successful business. And given that, and the sacrifices our business owners make, when we talk fairness, I think this is a conversation worth having. So I'll be quiet because I know I have a lot of people, and I would just like your input on this.
Well, a couple of things, Representative, and I certainly understand your point, but I think that our top marginal rates are still relatively low at 6.99, even if we went to 7.49. That is not in any way a punitive tax, or even with the extra 1% on the capital gains portion above that. I think it's reasonable. And although wealthier people do pay a significant amount of tax overall, it's still a relatively low percentage of their overall income. Their residual income after paying all their taxes to the state and the federal government is still generally quite high. And I think that The important thing to note is that the amount of wealth held by some, but not all people in that category is extraordinary. As Kevin Sullivan, who was then our Revenue Services Commissioner about 10 years ago, pointed out to us at one time when we were having the roller coaster effect on the capital gains portion of our income through the estimates and finals before we adopted the volatility cap. This is back around 2012 or so, I think it was. He told us that in 1 year, the income tax liability of the top 50, just 50, top 50 taxpayers dropped by an aggregate of $200 million. So that was an average of $4 million apiece. And yet that tax, even that 4 million, assuming they were paying more than 4 and it dropped by 4, the principal amount of income that had to be applied to had to be staggering, because they were only paying 6.9%. I don't think it was even at 6.99 at the time. But if your tax liability is over $4 million a year and you're only paying 6.9, that's a huge amount of money that you have in a given year. So it seems to me that even though that category of taxpayers, are paying a much higher percentage, their discretionary income, even after paying taxes, still leaves them in a far more comfortable position, unimaginable to most of the people of the state.
Thank you. And we could debate this ad infinitum, and I'm sure we will at the committee level. But I do think as we talk about this issue, is it the role of the state to decide exactly how much money you should keep? And if it is, what is a fair amount? And I would argue that the people who work incredibly hard probably have their own idea of the best way to not only invest in their businesses and their family, but also in the state, whether we're looking at philanthropy, whether we're looking at expanding their businesses. The best creator of prosperity in this state is successful businesses, successful entrepreneurs, people who want to generate income and jobs. And I'll be quiet now because I know we're going to have a lot of people to talk to, but I look forward to continuing this conversation on this committee and on the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Representative. I'd just like to add one other point to that. It is how the income configuration of the very wealthy is very different from lower income people. We had a study done by OFA a few years ago that showed that individuals whose income is under $100,000 a year, more than 90% of their taxes are paid through payroll withholding. Whatever other income they have is generally quite modest. When you get to the level of $2 million a year or more, only 20% is paid as a generous amount of withholding. And the other, so generally for a typical, if there is such a thing as a typical person with an income of 2 million, there may be 400,000 in earned income and 1.6 million in other income and unearned income, capital gains, dividends, interest, whatever. So only 20% of the income of the very wealthy is in salary or earned income. 80% of it is from other sources, whereas more than 90% of the income of people who are the ordinary working people and are paying most of their taxes through regular withholding is paid that way. So it's just a completely different world in terms of where the income comes from, and the very wealthy are, the bulk of their taxes are paid through their quarterly filings and their final filing in April.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Senator, for being here, and welcome back. We're always happy to have you back in finance. I had a follow-up question, and I appreciate Ranking Member Cheeseman's commentary about the recent headline in the Hartford Courant and your notes as well about our tax system, because we can't just kind of live in a vacuum that we only pay income tax. As you said, there's many other state and local taxes that we all pay. And when we look at them as a whole, it is concerning, as you said, that the working people in our state pay 4 times the amount of the wealthiest. And I did have a question about earlier today, we heard some testimony from the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities in really questioning the need for several of these bill proposals, including your own. And one of the things I think that comes up, particularly for me in talking to a lot of constituents at the local level, is they constantly ask about why are property taxes so high, right? And I think several of your proposals are trying to get at what is the regressivity of our property tax rates. And I was wondering if you could address how your proposals really try to address that inequality that is so built into our system at the municipal level.
Well, Representative, I think you're absolutely right. The property tax is regressive in so many ways. One of which it is, of course, unlike the income tax, it's not sensitive to the actual circumstances of the homeowner in a given year. Obviously, if you have a two-income family managing their mortgage and taxes relatively comfortably while both are working, one loses a job, and now all of a sudden the costs of that house are burdensome, but it doesn't change. Although their income tax liability will change, and the amount they spend and they'll pay in the sales tax will probably change, but their property tax is still their property tax, and they may have to sell their house if they can't sustain it. That is so that the property tax is high because of that inflexibility. And the other point I think is our property taxes are high, partly because I think the state has not raised enough revenue through other sources to provide enough relief to municipalities that would offset that property tax burden. I think it's because our other state taxes have not been successful enough in generating enough revenue that we could provide the level of assistance to municipalities that would mean the property tax would be less punitive. And the property tax tends to be high, whether you measure it often as a percentage of the income of the owner of the property or as a percentage of the value of the property. We had a chart prepared that I think we shared with the committee, is that the property tax range as a percentage of median home value ranges from Salisbury at 0.77% and Greenwich at 0.79% to other communities like Waterbury, it's 4.2% on an annual basis. So 6 or 7 times the percentage of the value of the property. And a similar thing, of course, is that I know in New Haven, I'm sure we all know, I know that there are people in New Haven who are paying $25,000 a year in property tax. And that is a smaller percentage of their income than people who are paying, in some cases, people who are paying $6,000 a year in property tax. Obviously, there are some people who, again, that depends maybe on the judgment you made. There are some people who basically put everything they have into their house and are struggling because that's their major asset, and they're in effect captive to their house because they put so much into that they have little money for anything else. There are others who have made a decision that they want to have less house and less property tax than they might afford otherwise, but they have other things they want to spend money on, whether it be philanthropy or tuitions or political contributions or whatever. But that's one of the problems, is that even a number that looks like a high number on a property tax bill may or may not be a high percentage of the income of the person who owns that property. Two people living next door to each other owning the same house in a given tract could be in radically different situations, even though they're paying the same property tax. That's just another one of the problems with our system, I think, is that the property tax used to be a much better indicator and had a stronger correlation of wealth when we were an agricultural society. When the amount of farmland you owned was a much stronger correlation of what your actual wealth was, because it often meant how many animals you could graze on that property. My mother and father were from Ireland, and a shorthand way of describing wealth was to talk about how many cows a given farmer had. So somebody who had a place of 10 cows was not as wealthy as somebody who had 20 cows, because it meant the person who had 20 cows, not only did he have the cows, he had enough land for 20 cows to graze on comfortably. So where there was a close correlation when we were an agricultural society between wealth and property ownership, that doesn't exist now, because as we know, the property tax is burdensome for many, and others may be paying the same property tax, and it may be a much greater or lesser actual burden on them than what their neighbor may be paying.
Thank you, Senator. And as you said, we're not in a fully agrarian society, although some of our colleagues have more cows than others.
Yes.
But I think your point is well taken, and it's definitely time to modernize our tax system to meet the world that we're living in, so that all of our residents can thrive. So I appreciate your proposals, and thanks for taking the questions today. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for coming today. I always hear from my constituents who are really the middle class. They never qualify for any of the programs for the lower income nor the higher income. And they're always the ones that are getting hurt. They work hard, 2 jobs, try to go to the grocery store and buy eggs, put gas in their car. You know how things keep going up and up, and they're really struggling, but they never qualify for anything. And so, you know, we talk about taxing the upper class. I actually had a friend who was in that bracket and left. Will never gain back those taxes that he took with them. So who ends up paying are my constituents. And so how do these bills help my constituents?
Well, I think they do in several ways. I think the income tax cut at the lower end gives a lot of people a benefit because people will be paying 2% rather than 3% on the first portion of their taxable income, or 4.5% instead of 5% on the next tier of their income. So I think that has a very broad-based benefit for middle income people. And I was very pleased that the governor proposed that. And I think having the 1% tax on food and beverages stay at the municipal level will be helpful because it may to some extent relieve at least some of the burden that's always on the local property tax. And it also means that some communities will get some revenue from people who may not be town residents, but come to eat and drink in those communities and will be spending some money there. And some of that money will be staying at the municipal level where the restaurant or the bar is located. So I think those are examples of where there'll be additional resources that will be pegged to middle income people as the primary beneficiaries. I think clearly the child tax credit is structured in a way that really does benefit middle income families. That $250 credit per child up to $750, and at the income levels where it is targeted really does provide a real benefit to middle income families. So I think that's clearly another example. And the EITC, again, people have to be working families in order to qualify for that too. So they're generally lower income working families, but at the higher levels of the EITC, they're maybe on the lower rung of the lower middle class. So there's a benefit there as well, not just to the lowest of the low income.
Well, thank you. I'm going to keep watching because it seems that they never hit that. They're always a little above that low income model. So I hope you're right because my constituents are struggling, but they make a little more than poverty or whatever it is, and another tax on meals, or even though it comes back to them, it's still more money out of their pocket. So I hope you're right. I will continue to watch it, but I am very concerned about what I call the middle class might be a little different, but it's concerning for them.
Thank you, Representative. The other thing we've done in the last few years is, again, dealing with the inequity of the car tax, and that I think that having it pegged where the maximum is now, I think 32.46 mils is progress because, as we know, because of the municipalities' a desperate need for property tax revenue and the higher mill rates in some rather than others. For years, we've dealt with the problem that the same vehicle with the same book value is taxed at radically higher levels in some, or used to be taxed at radically higher levels in some communities than others. And we've addressed that partially through the property tax cap on the tax cap on cars, although it is still possible for some communities to be paying 32 mils and others still 11 or 12, but at least the disparity there is not quite as large as it was before. And we do reimburse the municipalities for the difference between what they were collecting before and what we set the cap at. But again, there are many ways. There are so many inequities in the system the way it exists that it's a little bit like playing whack-a-mole. We have to take each one as we find it and try to deal with it.
Well, thank you. I'm going to tell them to hopefully they're going to have more money in their pocket. So stay aware.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Senator Lane, for joining us today and returning to the Finance Committee.
Thank you all very much. And this is a committee, as I said, I've served on it as a member for many years and as chair for 6. And I also think in my 42 years in the General Assembly, I think between this committee and the Judiciary Committee are the 2 committees in which I got the most education. Thank you all so much.
There's much to learn. I take you at that. Thank you. Next up, we have Thomas Cook and Kim Fort. I'm going to pass the gavel to my good Vice Chair, Representative Farrar.
Whenever you're ready, welcome. If you can turn on the microphone, Kim. There you go. Perfect.
Is it on now? Thanks. I'm new here. Sorry. My name is Kim Forte, and I'm the new executive director of a new non-for-profit here in Connecticut, A Better Connecticut Institute. We are testifying today here in favor of House Bill 5673 and as a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I had something written, but quite frankly, following up Senator Looney is quite difficult. Nobody would want to do that. And I think he made an excellent education for all of us as to why we need a budgeting system that really takes into question more ideas of equity. And why we're here today is I'm joined today by Professor Cook, formerly of the University of Connecticut, now with Cook Demographics. And we're here to talk to you about a myth that has prevented a real conversation in this body about what equity means and how we can advance it through tax reform. And that is millionaire tax migration myth. And so I'm here to talk to you about decades of research that has shown that if we raise taxes on those making the most in our states, they actually pay to stay. They don't leave. It is a myth often brought up when we talk about finance and tax reform. It's something that California has disproved, New Jersey has disproved, New York has disproved, and I hope Connecticut will too. So I'm going to turn my time over to Professor Cook to talk about his research and his expertise in migration and in geography here in the United States.
Thank you. I thought the last few minutes were interesting as Representative Cheeseman and Zupkas, right? Brought this point up about tax rates and migration, and you presented an anecdote. And I'm a migration scholar. I have over 50 publications on domestic migration alone. And I've wanted to come in front of this committee for about 20 years because this narrative that tax rates in Connecticut are driving people out of the state is false. There's a lot of anecdotes. We all know people who talk to us on a daily basis say I'm leaving. There's data that's presented from IRS income tax data, which I outlined in my written testimony is very flawed. And I would suggest that you interpret that data that comes up from the IRS very cautiously. We hear anecdotes about extremely wealthy people in Connecticut threatening to leave. But as a scientist, I prefer to look at the evidence. The best evidence, first of all, with regard to taxation and migration, comes from the best data source, which is the US Census. And this data clearly shows that there is no mass exodus of people in general from Connecticut. Connecticut has a very small net out-migration. That's been true for 20, 30 years. That net out-migration has not changed with changes in tax policy, right? That net out-migration is very similar to what you see in New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, right? But I have to emphasize that net out-migration is only on average about 10 or 20,000 people a year. It is almost infinitesimally small compared to the size of the population, okay? There is also no evidence that the wealthy are leaving Connecticut. The number of Connecticut residents in the Forbes 400 has actually gone up in the last several years compared to 20 or 30 years ago, right? The number of millionaires in the state continues to go up, right? So there is no mass exodus from Connecticut, especially among the wealthy. In fact, the net migration of working age, college educated people is positive. We lose college students, we lose retirees, but we are gaining every year well-educated, working age population with relatively high incomes. And that contradicts a lot of this narrative. There's dozens of
30 seconds, please summarize your testimony.
30 seconds, I'm going quick. There are dozens of peer-reviewed studies which show little to no relationship between increases in taxes and migration. The one in Connecticut, there's one that's been done recently for Connecticut, which was published in the Journal of Public Policy, looked at the change in Connecticut migration due to the 1991 income tax, which is always something that people come back to. This study showed that the impact of the 1991 income tax only resulted in a net loss of 580 people in the year following the implementation of the income tax. There's no evidence in Connecticut that changes in income tax policy have driven population away or have driven away the wealthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, to Ranking Member Cheeseman, first question.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming here today. And as I say, we're going to have this debate in this committee, but just looking at some of your data, you cited California as a state where taxing. California is currently in a $24 billion budget deficit because of lower revenue. Companies are leaving California en masse because of their fiscal policy. I'm looking at a 2018 piece from, I believe, Dan Haar, 2 billionaires leave Connecticut, increasing our cash problem. Indeed, the work done in the bipartisan budget that dedicates those volatile payments from these very wealthy has gone far. And I credit the work of people sitting on this committee and elsewhere to address our fiscal problem. Connecticut once had 6 congressmen. We have 5. That occurs because other states are growing their population because they are attracting those young people, and Connecticut is not. So I would ask you to address this apparent disconnect between your reassurance of this committee that we don't have to worry because we're only losing a few people, when it only takes the departure of a few, indeed very wealthy people, to have a significant impact on the revenue we have to support the very people we want to help. And I think that's the essential argument, conundrum we need to solve, because as long as we have this very, as you may maintain, disparate income level, what we do to affect that very top has a really negative impact on those at the bottom, because they are not here to be taxed. So I'd just like you to address that, because no one sitting on this committee wants to harm anyone in this state, much less our most vulnerable, those whom we want to succeed, those whom we want to have the kind of future that you have if you live in Greenwich or you live in Griswold. But this constant, if we do this, people aren't going to leave. When we see what happens in other states like New Jersey and Illinois and New York, where people are leaving. So help me come to grips with this, because it's a struggle.
Well, first, migration is a very small, not very small, but a small proportion of migration is actually driven by economics. If you could look at nationally, most moves are related to family reasons and household reasons. Okay. So, this idea that taxes and cost of living drive migration, that's actually not true. I mean, it's obviously an important consideration when people, make a decision to move, but it's not something that we actually see in the national patterns, that people are leaving high-cost states to go to low-cost states. Otherwise, we'd all be living in Mississippi, right? We don't all live in Mississippi. People gain benefits in different places for different reasons, right? The second thing I would say is it's dangerous to look at a group of 5 to 10 people, to the extreme wealthy in this state, to make conclusions about what, whether income taxes are causing them to move. It's a very small number of people. Migration is very idiosyncratic to the person, right? And you're going to see numbers of people moving up. You're going to see numbers of people moving down. It's going to bounce up and down. And when you have 6 people in that category, sometimes 2 people are going to move out, 2 people are going to move in. Most of the good studies actually look at people who earn more than $1 million. So you have a big chunk of people. You don't see these little fluctuations. And a really good study by Cristobal Young at Cornell looked at tax rates and the migration of millionaires. And he found that only 2% of all moves from one state to another among millionaires are due to tax reasons. Only 2%. The other 98% of moves were due to other factors. And he,
30 seconds to summarize the Q&A. 30 seconds to summarize.
I'm
the
doing,
Q&A.
I'm answering. Yeah. Okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you. And again, I think, one, I'd be very interested to look at these studies conducted post-pandemic where the ability to work remotely has had, I think, a significant impact on where people choose to live. But again, we've exhausted our time. I want to thank you for your answers, and this is a debate that's going to continue for a long time in this building.
If
Well,
I
let
may
me
just
add
add,
one-
Representative Cheeseman, a Better Connecticut Institute, ABCI, will be releasing this report from Professor Cook in the coming weeks, and we will be sure to get it to you so you can see all of the research.
I do want to follow up one quick thing, is you're right. We have a net loss of population. That is not a positive thing, right? Other states are gaining population, but it's much more than just income tax policy, all right? It's a very complex issue, but tax policy does not have a lot to do with it.
Thank you. We have Representative Paletta, followed by Representative Zufkis, followed by Representative Meskert.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you, Professor Cook, for being here. Professor Cook, are you a professor at the University of Connecticut?
Yes.
You are, okay.
Well, I'm emeritus. I retired a year ago.
Retired, okay,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you. And I appreciate your insight on this. While I may not agree entirely with you, I appreciate your insight and the depth of understanding you bring to this. Because I think it's important to realize that the state of Connecticut was in a very difficult financial situation. Under Governor Malloy, when I was here, we were cutting military at funerals for our deceased veterans. We were telling them that they couldn't have the honor guard at their funeral because we didn't have any money. And one of the reasons why we didn't have the funds were because people, particularly those that pay taxes, were leaving the state of Connecticut. And Governor Malloy acknowledged that 6 years ago. In a study, the National Movers study last year, Connecticut lost population. So did New Jersey, so did Illinois. We lost population in a time when, we would otherwise have wanted to gain population, correct? I mean, we've passed some policies lately that have actually helped us get back on fiscal stability, but we still lost population. Who are the people leaving? And that's my question to you, because I'm going to tell you through my experience in my district and talking with constituents, the people that are leaving are people that are making more than $150,000 a year and people that are either retired or close to retirement. Those people, particularly those that are retired or close to retirement, they still have a lot to contribute to society. They don't send their kids to the school system, so they don't necessarily use all of the resources that they're paying in. They're getting less than what they're paying in. They're getting less back. And number two, when they're retiring, they're not on the road as much. So again, not using as many resources as someone maybe my age would use or your age would use. So we're losing the retirees to states like Florida and Arizona and South Carolina. Why? In your opinion?
Well, I would disagree that, as I said earlier, the reason the state is losing a very small amount of net out-migration is primarily among college-age students and retirees. I disagree. The evidence is pretty strong that we do have a net inflow of working-age educated people. Okay. We could talk about, you wanted to focus specifically on retirees. Our state is very similar to New York, Massachusetts, Illinois. People retire, their children move, they rethink the type of place that would be best for their lifestyle, and so they move to Florida. Connecticut's no different than any other state. And we also have a relatively old population. So to the degree that people move to Florida because they retire, it's going to make the situation look worse for Connecticut because we have an older population.
So would you, in your professional opinion as a professor, would you agree with the fact that people are only moving to Florida because their family has relocated to Florida, or because their friends have relocated to Florida, or because Florida is a state that taxes much less than a state like Connecticut? Would you agree that paying a one-time sales tax on buying your vehicle, eliminating the state income tax for all people, would you, in your professional opinion, think that those are driving forces why people are moving to Florida? Or do you think that it's just because their family has gone there? And to further that point, did their family move to Florida because of those reasons that I explained before? Or is it because they just want to be on the beach and have some nice weather?
You know, there's a perception that it's cheaper to live in Florida. I mean, it is cheaper than Connecticut. There's no doubt about that, right?
That was my point.
Yeah, well, it is cheaper, but like I said, you know, economics is maybe a third of the reason people move. And people make a decision to move when they retire, because their lifestyle is different. Their children might have moved and they no longer are working, and they get a chance to rethink, you know, this next stage of my life, where do I want to move? Florida comes up, but there's a lot more. Florida has, you know, climate and other amenities. It may not be just taxes, because there are other states like Tennessee, which has very low income taxes, practically none, and you don't see a net move of people to Tennessee. All right. So Florida is a unique case. There's a lot of it might be more connected to climate than taxes.
I'll make one final. Yeah. So I'll just end with this. You know, I appreciate what you're saying, and I understand that it's a conversation that we're having here in this committee. I'm an evidence-based person. I'm a person that when I look at something, I like to look at studies. I like to look at what has worked in states and what has not worked in states. For instance, in Connecticut, you know, we have a great workforce. We have great folks that are either going to a technical school, they're going to a 4-year school, and they're getting good jobs when they get out. When I look at a state like Florida, I look at a state that's affordable. So when you say someone's going to move to Florida because of the benefits or the amenities, it's exactly what you just said. It's more affordable. Connecticut has had the perception of not being affordable. So raising taxes would just negate exactly what you just said. It's not going to make it more affordable. And when Governor Malloy was here, he specifically said, our revenues are plunging because folks are leaving. And we were faced with deficit after deficit. And it took a bipartisan legislature to approve some guardrails that we just extended so that we don't visit that very tumultuous time again. And now, you know, we have folks coming in saying, no, we're going to raise taxes again. It didn't work in the past. And we've seen states where they have a lower cost of living and it has worked for them. So why not try to emulate them? And that's really the crux of what I'm not saying I disagree with what you're saying. Maybe folks are going to Florida because their family member is there, but the overwhelming majority of people in my district and around the city of Waterbury that are
Representative,
leaving,
please wrap up.
thank you. They're leaving because it's much cheaper, as you said, in your own words, to live in Florida. Thank you.
And I'd just like to thank Bree and Ash for keeping us on our 5-minute Q&A. Thank you. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you. Thank you. I am certainly no scientist or professor or have done any studies. It's strictly me being in my communities, talking to my constituents. And it's interesting you mentioned Tennessee, because there's a family from Prospect, my town, that has moved to Tennessee. And some of our very best friends bought land there and want to build, but can't afford to build right now. So I did have a friend, you said the antidote, that is extremely wealthy and left. And they told me the reason was taxes. It's too expensive to live, and I can do my business from anywhere. They don't have to be here. But what I find is, you know, you talk about Connecticut, there's not a lot of migration and all. My constituents can't afford to leave. They would leave if they could, and they tell me that all the time, but they can't afford to leave. So you know, this is a bigger discussion, but we can agree to disagree, because it is very difficult to live in this state if you are a middle class, not the people that get all the, you know, healthcare and all of those things. It's the people that are working to try to make a living, maybe do a vacation once every couple of years, maybe to have a little bit of lifestyle, but cannot afford it. And those are my constituents that are struggling to live here because it is unaffordable, and tell me time and time again, I'm out of here if I could be. So thank you.
That's an interesting, there's two things to say. One interesting thing is that about 15% of Americans say they're planning on moving soon. It's a very common thing. We all know people who are talking about, I want to move. My kids left the state, taxes, this, that, the other, right? But less than, it's actually 1.5% of Americans actually move every, right? So in that sense, talk about moving, it's kind of like talk is cheap. right? Everybody, people are dissatisfied.
That's not what I said. I said if they could afford to move, they would.
Well, that's
But they
part of it.
cannot afford to,
Right.
they can't afford to do it. They can't
Right.
afford to sell their house and buy another, all of those things. So that's my point.
Right, well, the other thing too is, housing prices are going up. And when you put a house for sale, somebody's buying it. The thing is we, you talk to your constituents, we talk to our neighbors, you'll talk to people that want to move. So it seems like everybody's wanting to move. But the thing is we're not talking to the person that lives in Illinois about, you don't know anybody in Illinois who's interested in moving to Connecticut because we don't know anybody in other states. So we don't know that many people. So the people are, we only know the people who are dissatisfied. We only know the people who are getting ready to move or want to move or have moved. We don't know the people that are moving into Connecticut. And there are almost as many people moving into Connecticut as leaving. So I think the pool of information that we draw upon for these anecdotes is very biased.
I guess we can thank COVID that all the New Yorkers moved into Fairfield County.
Well, they all moved.
Thank you.
Representative Meskers.
I'll remind the good representative that I beat COVID into Connecticut from New York, just in case. I want to drill down on a couple of commentaries and get a little understanding here. I'm on the border with New York, and I grew up in Westchester, for the record. I guess my question on this is the data I looked at going into COVID was the average salaries of people coming into the state. I want to say I remember 73,000, and the average exit was about 93,000. So that wealth gap, I don't know what our effective tax rates are in memory, but the difference between 73 and 93 is probably a significant difference in my take, trying to balance the budget of the state. So I'm not sure if that's been reversed because of COVID. I don't know how stable that is. So I do take some of my colleagues' comments about remote work as a concern, as a factor in the future on migration. But there are two points I want to bring up, or questions I want in this, is that I need inflow and I need migration in to a certain extent. And while you're talking about discrete analysis and 1.5% moving, I think it's about 2% of the population of the state at the upper rung that pays about 40% of our state revenues. So what those 2% do means a lot to me in terms of error and omissions and where we sit. So it's very important to me that we make sure that that what we have in the way of tax revenue remains stable and on the ground. So I'd like first to talk about migration inflow, outflow. Where do we think we could go? Because the numbers looked bad on the outflow on an income basis versus what you're telling me today. And the second piece is, how comfortable are you at the 2%, given their 40% of the revenue stream of the state? Because if I make an error, I'm going to be running around the building screaming for the next year or two. So I'm trying to get comfortable.
I think we all don't want to none of us want to make an error, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to come to you and say that the wealthy aren't going to move and you raise taxes on the wealthy and I'm wrong, right? That would be, counterproductive for all of us. In terms of the income data you mentioned, that data is from the IRS SOI migration statistics. And I don't want to get into the weeds about this, but that's very flawed data. It's not giving you the type of information you think it's giving you. So for example, we have a large outflow of retirees, right? So the way the IRS measures this data is they ask you, okay, if you move to Florida, say you retired, you lived in Connecticut, you moved to Florida, and they say, how much money did you make last year? Well, maybe in the first 6 months you lived in Connecticut, you made $83,000, but then you retired, right? So you're not really making any money, but you live in Florida. The IRS will say, we lost a person who was making $83,000 a year. But that person's no longer working, right? So we really didn't lose $83,000 a year. We lost whatever it was they were going to use to fund their retirement. So those out-migration statistics are the income of people leaving the state is overestimated. The same is true of people coming into the state. The IRS data excludes immigrants. And we actually have immigrants to Connecticut is a very large group and have relatively high incomes. So the degree to which we think we're bringing in low-income people, the IRS data understates that number. So the numbers are probably much closer. All right. So the IRS data that a lot of people hear in the press and other sources is dangerous data to base policy on.
Okay. And so I guess the only thing I would add, if you're right on the fact that it's the outflow of retirees and income is collapsing, I guess then in terms of economic activity,
30 seconds.
consumption taxes and all matter to me too. And I'm not disputing. I'm assuming that the guy who's retired is consuming and spending and restauranting in my state.
Yes.
And now he's doing it in Florida. So economic activity matters too. I'm just more confused than you've changed my center of gravity a little bit, but I'm not comfortable yet. So I'll look at the data.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
I'd be happy to send you some
Thank you.
links. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. I just have a few final questions for both of you, seeing no other questions. A little bit following up on Representative Meskers' point, you know, we can easily kind of gravitate towards the headlines that the top 2% are paying 40% of our revenues, when that's only the income tax capture, but as well, it doesn't necessarily capture the full picture of who we need in this state, which are individuals to, you know, thrive in all sorts of jobs, to thrive in their education, to thrive throughout their lifespans. And one of the things that I was struck by, and I think the initial comments that I'd love some more depth on, is how does taxation compare to other factors in someone's, you know, life, especially around housing? You brought up housing, Mr. Cook, in making those decisions for themselves and their families as to where they reside.
Yeah. See, I brought some. If we look at reasons, this is from census data, reasons for moving to and from Connecticut. Slightly more people moved from Connecticut than to Connecticut for tax reasons. I mean, for economic reasons, which would include taxes. Okay. But quite a bit more people move to Connecticut rather than away from Connecticut for family reasons. And the same is true, surprisingly, for housing reasons. We have this perception in the state that people are fleeing the state because, in part, cost of living and housing reasons. But we actually gain people because of that. Okay. And so, in fact, if you combine family and housing reasons, those are more like attract more people net than we lose due to economic reasons. So we in this whole mix, we have to remember that Connecticut is an attractive place for, you know, families, for people 35 to 50 years old to live. And those are the most productive workforce years. And we are attractive to those sorts of populations. So, you know, despite what may be perceived as high taxes, we are still gaining the most productive population that we could get. Does that help you?
That is helpful, especially because to Representative Zupkis's point, I think the more that we do in our tax code to ensure that it is fair for our working class and middle class families, then that is really going to pay off for us retaining all of these individuals you mentioned as well. I did want to acknowledge, I believe online we do have another question from a colleague, Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the indulgence and thank you for the testimony. And I'm sorry, I'm jumping in a little late, but I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. Did you say that there's no statistically significant relationship between income taxation and people leaving the state? Was that what I heard? I just don't want to mischaracterize what you said.
That's right. So, you know, the main one I brought up was a study that looked at the 1991 income tax, and it didn't have basically no effect on people moving in or out of the state. And then there are a set of studies that look nationally at tax rates and the migration of people who make more than $1 million. And similarly, the effect of taxation on the migration of the wealthy is effectively zero.
And then just to make sure I understood again, you alluded to a period of, losing about 20,000 people a year. Is that still the case, or that was over a period of time and then it's changed?
No, I mean, it's been basically between a loss in population due to migration of about 10 to 20,000 people a year over 20, 30 years. It's pretty constant. But of course, we're gaining population through higher birth rates. So the population is dramatically shrinking because of migration.
I appreciate the clarification. I'll just comment that, I do a lot of real estate closings every year, and you want to speak to anecdotal. When I'm sitting at the table, I'm seeing people leaving for Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Arizona. So for me, it's firsthand. Now, I recognize that that's not a statistically significant science experiment, but I don't know that it necessarily has to be. I mean, I'm seeing it every single day out of the year. And then second, the only thing I'll add is, if I've got a pool and it's got a leak in it and I'm losing gallons a day, I might only be losing a couple gallons a day, but eventually that pool's going to be empty. You can say the same thing for the state of Connecticut. If we're still losing 20,000 people a year, that's significant. And we need to be looking at the tax schema. We need to be looking at the overall economic conditions we have, because if we don't have research that's telling us exactly what we need to do to fix it, then we've got a problem to start. But I appreciate the clarification and all of your testimony today. So thank you.
Connecticut's population is pretty stable. So you might have that hole in a pool where you're losing 20,000 people, but somebody's throwing in more water through fertility. Okay, so Connecticut's population is not shrinking due to migration. It's just that the number of migrants is slightly more than out-migration is slightly more than the number of people moving in. And I presume you're a real estate agent. You probably wouldn't be in real estate business very long if only people were leaving. So what type of people are coming in that you're selling those homes?
Actually, no, I'm an attorney. And so I do a lot of real estate closings. And so because of that, I see hundreds of people moving out per year. In fact, you can't see it, but there's a stack behind me. All of those are sales. And that whole stack right there, I bet you if I comb through it right now on the spot, I could find you 10 without going past the first 50 pages where the people moved out of state. So again, for me, it's a little more than anecdotal. I'm seeing it. And again, I appreciate the fact that I'm a data guy as well. I like to see the hard data when I look at anything. And what you're telling me is that there's data to support what you're talking about. So I'd love to take a look at it offline. I don't want to monopolize any more time in front of this incredibly busy committee. But, again, for me, it's a little bit more than anecdotal. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Representative Zullo. So it sounds like the entire committee would love to see more of the data that you both referenced today. Is that something you can share with everyone on the committee?
Yes, it is. And as I said earlier, a Better Connecticut Institute's mission is to study and to produce these exact research points on making more progressive policy advancements in the state. And I will just add one point that Tom, in addition to what Tom was saying, and to respond to the questions, is that the studies actually show, particularly from Christopher Young, who took a 20-year analysis of Connecticut's increasing tax raises and showed that people who can afford it buy a beautiful place to live. They're calling it embedded elites. They stay in places where their economy is strong and structured. So, for example, Fairfield County connected to New York is a big thing for Connecticut. Those residents aren't going anywhere. They need the New York economy. Do they move from Westchester to Connecticut, back to Westchester and different parts of New York? We lost a ton of people to New York. That's taxing at higher rates than we are. So we're not seeing the full picture. And what we're pleading to this body to do is look at this research in its entirety and consider it among the myth that you are also considering when you are making decisions about what revenue policies to pursue as a state.
Thank you, Kim. You actually illuminated another question for Senator Martin. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying, first of all.
Thank you.
And I am looking forward to the report because what I've heard since I've been here at the Capitol, particularly since we've been addressing deficit after deficit, after deficit was the migration, in migration, out migration, the difference between income disparity between those coming in, those coming out, and the impact of our lack of growth here in the state of Connecticut to be included in that. We've gone through the 2008 recession. I am a real estate broker. I saw sales in Bristol go down from 400 units a year to 200, and that stayed at that level for a long time. I am very interested in seeing what you have to say regarding that. So how do you explain the loss of revenue then for almost an entire decade, year after year after year? I don't get.
I'm not a tax expert. I'm a migration expert, right?
But migration is
yeah.
one thing, but
Right.
revenue is another. When you lose a billionaire who decides to move to Florida, and the income that that person generated for the state of Connecticut has a significant impact on our state budget.
Well, if you're, I forget his name, but like 10 years ago, you probably know better than I do the anecdote I'm going to tell you. I think this was a wealthy man who was CEO of Sears. Is that correct? And he left Connecticut for Florida, a billionaire. And one of his arguments was taxes, and I could do this work from Florida. And it turns out that really was a big contribution to the collapse of Sears, because he was no longer in direct interaction and contact with the network that a person like that has to have, the personal interactions, either in Fairfield County or in financial district in New York City, that elites need those interactions. And that's why, and they need those resources. And that's why they're drawn to places like Connecticut, because the wealthy remain concentrated in a handful of very expensive places to live that have a lot of resources that support their lifestyle, their family, the intergenerational transfer of wealth, the growth of their businesses. They live in a handful of enclaves nationally that provide those services that are expensive to live in. They're drawn to places like that.
I am looking forward to reading what you have to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. One second question from Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for the second time. Does your data, you cited you use IRS data as you study the migration path in terms of the effect of taxation on out migration and in migration? Do you look at the Connecticut Department of Revenue Services data as that? Because they're going to have a very good read on people moving in and out of the state because they know whether they're still paying taxes and those income levels.
Well, actually, I think that is something a Better Connecticut is going to recommend. I spent quite a lot of time looking in. I did it like 10 years ago, and I did it again just in the last few months, looking into DRS data. One problem with DRS data is that it doesn't have information on people who left the state. What you really need to do is you have to know where people lived this year in different states, and then where people lived the next year in different states. DRS only gets half of that picture, of course, right? So DRS is not going to, data's no way, shape, or form are they going to be able to answer this question about migration.
But from a tax and revenue point of view, it really is immaterial where they are going. It's the fact that they are going. I can see if you're a migration scientist and collecting that data, their eventual destination is important. But the bottom line is if they have left the state and are no longer paying taxes here, that in effect is the sole concern of this committee, because we are looking at revenue. And if people are leaving the state, in effect, they could be going to Timbuktu. They are taking that money, that revenue that we would tax with them. So again, I would love to look at your data that takes into account the DRS data of who is paying taxes and who no longer pays taxes.
We don't, DRS doesn't have that data, right? Because if somebody leaves the state, they're not filing an income tax. They're filing the income tax in our new place of residence.
Exactly.
So DRS doesn't have any information.
I don't care about where they go. I'm looking at the net decrease in the number of taxpayers in Connecticut. If they are no longer paying tax in Connecticut, as I say, it seems immaterial to me where they're going. They're no longer paying tax here.
The DRS only knows maybe that somebody's no longer paying taxes, but it might be because, they might be paying less taxes because their income went down. It might be because they died. It might be because they moved, right? And we can't, and the same as people moving in. You have to compare what somebody's income is this year relative to that year, no matter where they live. I agree with you. It doesn't matter where they live. It'd be interesting to know the net flow, but DRS only collects half the data because it doesn't have access to the tax data of the states where people are from or where they're moving to.
All right, well, maybe
So
we
it
should
just can't be done.
discuss DRS and how they collect data and ask for some additional detail. Well, thank you very much. And we look forward to receiving your report. And thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Representative Cheeseman, this is actually a data set we've requested from DRS. And as I believe Mr. Cook noted, ran into some roadblocks, as you noted, of seeking this data. So I think our committee would welcome a next step of having greater access and greater collection from DRS in this capacity. So seeing no other questions, I just want to thank Mr. Cook and Ms. Forte for being here. And again, we look forward to the follow-up that many requested in regards to data. So thank you both.
Thank you. We're available to meet with the committee upon your request. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to go back in the order a little bit to catch up with Bella Vasquez, followed by Representative Hughes.
Bella Vázquez, ¿está con nosotros?
Sí, sí, estoy aquí.
Ok,
¿Aló?
puede empezar,
¿Me escuchan?
yo le traduzco, lea nomás su testimonio.
Ok. Estimado senador, Conara, representante OR y miembros del Comité de Finanzas. Mi nombre es Bella Vázquez, soy residente de New Haven y miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción. ¿Va a traducirlo o...?
Sí, dear Senator from Farah, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Bella Vázquez. I am a resident of New Haven and a member of Unidad Latina en Acción.
Okay. También pertenezco a otra organización de lucha por los derechos de miles de personas, migrantes y trabajadores en Connecticut.
Our organization fights for the rights of thousands of immigrant and working people in Connecticut.
Okay, igualmente trabajo, soy integrante de Recovery, una coalición de lucha por un futuro mejor para Connecticut, que cuenta con más de 60 organizaciones comunitarias, religiosas y laborales. Estoy dando mi testimonio para apoyar al proyecto de ley 5673 como el estado más rico del país, Connecticut.
I'm also a member of Recovery for All, a coalition fighting for the better future of Connecticut with over 60 community, faith-based, and labor organizations. I am testifying in support of House Bill 5673. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut
Y siento que debería ser un ejemplo para la nación donde cada familia tiene lo que necesitamos para una vida digna.
Connecticut should be an example to the nation where every family has what we need to live a dignified life.
Les cuento mi historia como una de esas trabajadoras y estudiantes que luchamos por un mejor futuro aquí en Connecticut.
I tell you my story as one of those workers and students fighting for a better future here in Connecticut.
Como verán, pedí permiso un momento porque me siento la necesidad de apoyar a muchas personas que estamos pasando por esa necesidad. Yo trabajo en construcción, pago mis impuestos y me siento muy orgullosa de mi trabajo, ya que me ha permitido conocer muchas personas, tanto buenas como malas, pero más que nada aprender y cada día aprender un poquito más de esa labor.
As maybe you notice, I am on break from work, and I am because I think it's really important to tell my story as one of those workers. I work in construction and pay taxes. I'm proud of my job because it has allowed me to meet many people, some good and some bad.
Igualmente tengo deudas que pagar porque estoy ahorita mismo pasando por un proceso de robo salarial. Y lo que pasa es que nuestro trabajador, fuimos un grupo como de 40, 30 personas, de las cuales la mayoría que éramos inmigrantes, alrededor de 30, dejar a unos desde 7, 8 semanas, a otros 4, y en fin, depende la amistad, igual él no le importó el aprecio y nos quedó debiendo. Entonces, nosotras trabajamos por sacar adelante a nuestras familias y pues nuestro jefe nos quedó debiendo y estamos en esa lucha también.
I have debts to pay, and because my employer stole my wages, what happened is that our boss, to a group of 30 of us who are mostly immigrants, refused to pay for 7 to 8 weeks. They still owe us, and we are still trying to get our money for the work that we did.
Debido a estas deudas, nos ha tocado a la mayoría pedir dinero prestado y endeudarnos. Entonces, de una manera u otra también queremos pedirle que nos ayuden de esta manera para que se haga justicia en todos los sentidos. También por la noche, sigas, perdón.
Because of this wage theft, this has been a struggle for us, and we're having to ask for borrowed money to pay our debts and our bills.
También por la noche, estoy estudiando inglés en la escuela de adultos aquí en el estado de aquí en New Haven. Y la verdad es que me siento motivada porque confío en las autoridades y quiero prepararme también para superarme y salir adelante, ¿no? La preparación a uno le ayuda mucho.
At night, I'm also studying English because I live here and I want to move forward in my life, and I trust the authorities here.
Si las empresas y los millonarios pagaran lo que deben, Conérico podría garantizar muchas cosas mejores. El derecho a la salud para todos los residentes, sin importar el estatus migratorio.
If businesses and millionaires paid what they owed, Connecticut could guarantee, for example, the right to health care for all residents, regardless of immigration status.
También las escuelas públicas con maestros de alta calidad para todos los estudiantes, las clases de inglés gratuitas.
Also, enough funding for public schools so that we can have high quality teachers for all students, and free English classes, free GED classes, and free college for all.
Igualmente las universidades gratuitas para todas las personas. No entiendo cómo es posible que en este estado haya una enorme riqueza, pero muchos de nosotros no tengamos asistencia sanitaria y el costo de la educación pública no permita que estudiemos.
How is it possible that in this state there is enormous wealth, but many of us do not have health care, and the cost of public education does not allow us to study?
En conclusión, no les quiero cansar más, les insto a que aprueben esta legislación de equidad de impuestos. Gracias por la oportunidad que me han dado y como el lema que siempre lo tengo y lo tenemos en la lucha en Unidad Latina de Acción es, lo digo yo en nombre de todos, ¿qué queremos? Justicia. ¿Cuándo? Ahora. Gracias, señores.
In conclusion, I urge you to pass this tax equity legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony. And like we say in Unidad Latina en Acción, we say, what do we want? Justice. And when do we want it now? And I say that with everybody else in our organization.
Gracias. Gracias, Ms. Vasquez, and thank you for your courage, for your hard work, and for using your voice today. We greatly appreciate it. And I'm looking around, I don't see any questions, but we greatly appreciate you and for taking a break from your very important work. I'm going to hand this back to the chair. Next up is actually Cooper Caraway, followed by Representative Hughes.
Good afternoon.
Gracias.
My name is Cooper Caraway. I'm the proud executive director of the SEIU Connecticut State Council. We represent over 60,000 workers in every community across this state. We represent public sector and private sector. We represent workers of all races, all family sizes, all genders, all sexualities. SEIU in Connecticut really represents the diversity within our state and its population. Right now, Connecticut is ranked as having the 5th largest wealth gap in the country. Connecticut's cost of living is the 8th highest in the country, and Connecticut's economy was ranked 47th. While most residents are struggling and our people are struggling, the few are prospering. Since the start of the pandemic, Connecticut's 12 billionaires have gotten even more, have gathered even more wealth. And Connecticut ranks in the top 5 states with an outsized concentration of extreme wealth. The richest 5% of households have an average income 14 times as large as the bottom 20% of households. Our state budgets have underfunded the programs and services our residents need. They've taken resources away from our communities. In the last 20 years, our state workforce that we rely on, that shows up and clocks in and day out to keep our state running, has already shrunk by over 20% from a combination of layoffs, privatization, and attrition. These statistics don't even account for the amount of, for the 7% decrease in Connecticut public employees, excluding the education sector that we saw during the pandemic, and the 4,500 retirements we've seen since the start of 2022. Our tax structure is right now upside down, and it continues to fuel a cycle of inequity. Working people in Connecticut, SEIU members and their neighbors contribute more than 25% of their annual income in state and local taxes, while billionaires and multimillionaires contribute only about 6%. More than 60% of corporations in Connecticut, including those with more than $1 billion in federal taxable income, contribute nothing or next to nothing in state and local taxes. But we see severe racial inequity in income, wealth, housing, education, healthcare, and health outcomes and access to public services. Our extreme inequity is a major obstacle to sustainable, inclusive economic growth. We can level the playing field by making the bold investments we need in essential public services, education, healthcare, housing, and municipal aid. Without greater aid to cities coming from progressive taxes, residents will see their property taxes rise. And by enacting the equity agenda, we can build a future where all residents, not just the few, have the resources they need to survive and thrive. And I'm telling you this right now, I've been in the labor movement for 14 years since I was a teenager. I have never seen union members excited about a tax proposal before, and they're excited about this one. And so if you want to make a step to make Connecticut more equitable with the support of working class people all around the state, this is the way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Caraway. Seeing no questions, again, thank you for taking the time to be with us and sharing your testimony today. I believe next on our list is Representative Ann Hughes.
Why, thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Chairman Fonfara and ranking members and esteemed colleagues of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm testifying as an enthusiastic co-introducer of HB 5673, which addresses Connecticut's current tax unfairness with tax equity, tax relief, and revenue. The extreme wealthy use a range of tax avoidance strategies, including characterizing income from labor as business income with pass-through business income in the form of long-term capital gains or dividends, all of which are taxed at a lower rate than ordinary personal income, which is the way the majority of Connecticut's working middle-class families pay our taxes. This protection of wealth has deliberately exacerbated the extreme inequality that you've heard about and disparities that make Connecticut the poster child for economic segregation. Extremely wealthy residents can also, is really important, defer realizing capital gains, and their inheritors can avoid taxes on these gains after they die. So professor and tax law expert Edward McCaffrey, in his Law Journal article, The Death of the Income Tax, which I'll send to you, the current tax code is really a wage tax, not an income tax, and those in the 1% of net wealth do not rely on their wages, but instead use their assets as collateral to borrow tax-free. So you heard about from Bella about how much she's having to borrow to pay her bills. We recognize that the extremely wealthy avoid income taxes and create generational wealth by relying on wealth instead of income through a process referred to as buy, borrow, and die. That's why we start with one of the most impactful progressive revenue vehicles to address these loopholes in 5673, the wealth tax. It establishes a surcharge of 5% in that game. I'm not going to go through it, but all you have it in front of you. But the proposal also establishes the 10% tax on annual gross revenues of any business with an annual gross revenue exceeding 10 billion from digital advertising services. The biggest profiting corporations that are, by the way, mining our data and targeting us in digital ads, and now many researchers contend harming the mental health of teens. Connecticut must modernize our tax system to tax a tiny fraction of these extreme profits to invest in our essential services, including mental health
30
support.
seconds, please summarize.
I just want to address some of the things that haven't been touched on that much. It's we also ask for the Commission of DRS to provide additional information in the tax incident report to address the tax gap that we've talked about, and hire 50 additional in-house auditors to close the state's tax gap, collect what we know is owed, and address some tax fairness and equity to go after those who are continually doing wage theft and make them pay what they owe. Connecticut needs to equitably raise revenue, not cut services, especially when we're facing a care workforce crisis. And we just need to invest equitably, raise revenue in that care infrastructure and basic services that we all need right now. Just pay us what you owe us. Don't think that we forget. That's it.
Thank you, Representative Hughes, for the extra dance moves at the end, just to keep us all
channeling my.
I see no questions, so again, thank you for being with us. Next up, I believe, is Stephen Poland. Oh, I'm sorry, Costanza. I keep Costanza Segovia, who is our interpreter, and I thank you for your service in that respect. And I'm sorry that I have skipped over you as a testifier as well today. So welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator from FARA, Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Constanza Segovia, and I live in Hartford. I'm an organizer with Hartford Deportation Defense, an organization that represents more than 170 immigrant families and their neighbors in the Hartford area. We are members of Husky for Immigrants and Recovery for All. I am testifying in strong support of HB 5673. Connecticut's wealthier residents have long relied on the government to help them turn their hard work into security and a safe future for their families. Immigrants have had to build our own safety net, our own supports, our own community institutions. We do this in the face of legal and economic structures that actively frustrate our attempts to build our future. We cannot depend on employers to pay us our wages, on the courts to hold them accountable, on banks to help us start businesses or buy homes, or on the government or corporations to secure our basic stability when we are too old to work. We are Connecticut residents. We have built businesses and families and lives in the state that our children know as their only home. Our wealthy neighbors are not contributing their fair share in taxes to fund the public services we all need. And it is unfair that poor and working class people have to pay the price with lack of access to key supports like childcare, affordable housing, and good public schools. Wealthy Connecticut residents depend on immigrant labor in every aspect of their lives. They don't work harder or care more about their communities, but they do have access to health insurance. They care about the future of their children the same way that we do, but they can also turn their hard work into home ownership that helps their children pay for college or buy their own homes or start businesses. Our wealthy neighbors pay taxes, and we do too. But their taxes come with the promise of well-funded suburban schools and later retirement benefits, and ours carry no such guarantees. The revenue this bill provides could fund an expansion of Husky eligibility that would be life-changing for the stability and peace of mind of immigrant families in Connecticut. The increased enforcement of wage and hour laws will begin to protect us from the exploitation that has undermined the fiscal health of our communities. Expanding tax credits, fully funding our public schools, and increasing the availability of good childcare for families will not only benefit us, but will also support the working class U.S. citizen neighbors with whom we worship, celebrate, and build. And in the end, the millionaires who pay a little more taxes because of this bill will also benefit, because they will live in a state where every worker can be paid fairly and reinvest in their community, where every child has access to healthcare
You have
and
30 seconds, please summarize.
and can do their best in school, and where every neighborhood is safer and every family can participate more fully in the economic and cultural life of the state. These are not broad-based tax increases. These are narrowly focused proposals to restore fairness in the tax code, fund essential services, and jumpstart economic recovery. Please support HB 5673. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Segovia. Seeing no questions, next up is Stephen Poland, followed by Thomas Connolly.
Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Stephen Poland, and I live in New Haven.
I believe Mr. Poland, we can't.
I'm sorry?
There we go.
Now. Can you hear me?
Hear you now. If you could start over. Thank you.
Okay, apologies for that. I'm a proud member of New Haven Federation of Teachers, Local 933, and a housing organizer with the Connecticut DSA and Connecticut Tenant Union. I'm testifying in strong support of House Bill 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. I just got finished teaching a little bit ago, and I want to speak a little bit to, as a teacher, and I'm a special education high school teacher. I see the impact of these disparities every single day in my classrooms, in the hallways. And as you can imagine, it impacts students with disabilities. Students I work with, it's behavioral and emotional disabilities, all the more so. It is radically unfair that we'll see students suffer academically in classes whose parents are working 2 or even 3 jobs. These are kids who then have to essentially take care of themselves, get themselves to school, fight for their own academic success. And it's extremely difficult when you're facing housing insecurity, when you don't know if the bills are going to be paid every month. A number of the students at the school where I work at are with us precisely because of these dynamics. And on the other hand, as has been mentioned in other testimony, I mean, we want all of our schools to be great, but we are not giving our students an equal opportunity to succeed for the reason that we've had austerity over the past 14 years, and we have an unfair tax code. I see every day I walk around in New Haven, new luxury housing going up that had tax breaks for private developers. There's a corporation, there's a $45 billion corporation in the center of the city that I live in that pays no taxes, either on its endowment or on the massive amount of property that it owns in downtown New Haven. Where does that burden fall on? It falls on working people. We get thrown under the bus. People blame teachers, blame public schools for problems that we did not create. And it's my belief that this legislation, it's not going to solve all the problems, but it is no billionaire is going to go homeless due to this legislation, right? This is legislation that can help working people in Connecticut who at one point in time were called essential and were given donuts, but we don't just want donuts. We want to live in the state. We want to do our jobs. We take pride in our jobs. We take pride in our communities.
Summarize.
I strongly encourage you, for the sake of the working people and the young people of this state, that you pass House Bill 5673. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poland. Seeing no questions, I will move on to Thomas Connolly. And I want to just note for anyone else who is planning on testifying via Zoom today, if you please be on the lookout for a promotion so that we can make you a panelist, so that we can hear you speak when it is your turn. Mr. Connolly, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Yeah, I really want to thank the Committee for Finance, Revenue, and Bonding for holding this very important hearing today. I am learning a lot, and I appreciate it. My name is Tom Connolly. I live in West Hartford, and I'm testifying on behalf of the People's Center, which is a member of Recovery for All. We fully endorsed all options in the Recovery for All Equity Agenda document to raise revenue to meet the needs of Connecticut residents. We are testifying in strong support of House Bill 5673. The poor can stop being poor if the rich are willing to become even richer at a slower rate. Dr. King made that comment in the last text that he published before he was assassinated in 1968. It is past time to tax the rich at a fairer rate and care for Connecticut residents that are suffering more every day that we delay. One of the most recent grotesque examples of the rich getting richer, while many of our residents continue to suffer, is Joe Nolan, the CEO of Eversource, having his pay doubled while rates increased up to 42%. Senator Blumenthal noted, these bonuses and extra payments are truly mind-boggling, adding insult to injury for consumers who are struggling with skyrocketing electric bills. Too many of our residents are wondering if they can pay their rent or make their mortgage payment or have enough money left over to adequately feed their family, providing health care for themselves and their children, being able to afford educational costs and the other basic needs to be successful. Working people in Connecticut contribute more than 25% of their annual income in state and local taxes. I know you heard that over and over again, but it's worth repeating. Whereas billionaires and multimillionaires contribute 6% of their annual income. More than 60% of the corporations in Connecticut, including those with more than $1 billion of federal
30 seconds, please summarize.
Thank you. Income contribute nothing or next to nothing in state taxes. It is time to support and pass all aspects of the Recovery for All equity agenda. We need a people's recovery that makes the multi-working racial working class a priority. We need a state budget that truly reflects liberty and justice for all. And thank you for your time and thank you for what you do.
And thank you, Mr. Connolly, for being with us and for being patient. I see no questions, so I will move on to Rosanna Ferraro, who I believe is on Zoom.
Hello, chairs and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5673. I'm Rosanna Garcia Ferraro of Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. Our mission is to accelerate the movement for health justice for everybody, because health is a human right. Our work is part of the broader struggle for racial, social, and economic justice in the state. We are testifying today as a proud member of the Husky for Immigrants and Recovery for All coalitions. My colleague, Lynn Ide, has submitted written testimony in support of 5673, as well as testimony in support of SB 771 and 772, which you can refer to. I'm here to elevate a few key points. We don't often come to this committee to speak, but we are committed to equity, and equity requires revenue. We're here today because we often hear the question, any number of important proposals, how are we going to pay for it? HB 5673 is a way to pay for it. Making our tax code more equitable allows us to raise the revenue required to invest in what the people of Connecticut, all of the people of Connecticut, need to thrive. HB 5673 is a way to pay for the equity agenda that the Recovery for All coalition has shared and you've heard from today. This agenda includes funding early care through higher education, expanding critical public programs our residents need, and paying fair wages. HB 5673 is a way to pay for expanding Husky health coverage to all who are income eligible, regardless of immigration status, up to age 26. This would cost an estimated $18.4 million and cover roughly 5,000 young people who have not had access to health insurance for most of their lives. The Department of Social Services estimates the cost of doing this at least $15 million. I want to say that yes, there are costs, but there are financial benefits as well. This policy would lead to less uninsured people, which would reduce uncompensated care costs for hospitals, and the state would spend overall less on emergency Medicaid. I also want to point out that undocumented immigrants help support Connecticut's economy. They paid $338 million in federal and $188 million in state and local taxes in 2019, for a total of over $500 million. Even though their taxes fund Husky programs, undocumented immigrants are barred from accessing it. When we talk about fairness, I think we need to add that to the conversation. We, Universal, Recovery for All, and Husky for Immigrants, urge you to pass HB 5673. This is about equity in many forms, which you can advance with this bill. Equity requires revenue, and a commitment to equity is a commitment to investing in what people need. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for taking the time to be with us today. I see no questions, so we will go back up to Rob Burrill. Please correct my pronunciation of your name.
Good afternoon to Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and to all the members of the committee. I am Rob Burrill, president of SEIU 1199 New England, which represents 25,000 healthcare workers across Connecticut, primarily 20,000 long-term care workers who are very low-income people, and about 6,000 state employees. And I think the interesting thing about our membership is that almost 100% of the dollars that pay for the wages, benefits, and services provided by our members are tax dollars. So when we were speaking in terms of our support for House Bill 5673 and Senate Bill 774, our membership, both on the end of, providing for services, but also receiving services for our long-term care members who are low-income people themselves. Folks are interfacing with access to public needs, whether it's childcare, healthcare, education, housing, really all of the basic needs that folks have to live a decent life. Have been incredibly challenged for 15 years now, since the start of the Great Recession. Our long-term care members are in too many circumstances very, very low income, struggling again to meet those basic needs, providing childcare for their children, accessing an affordable education, living in housing that is really fit for human beings, and having wages that they can meet their basic obligations on. Those are incredible struggles for our members. We are in contact with members of ours who are living in their cars, who are living in motels, who are without health insurance, who are making daily choices about doing things like keeping lights on or accessing vital medical care. And we have to, I think, look ourselves in the mirror as a state and say, not just for our members, but for the 25% of Connecticut workers that are trying to struggle by on $15 an hour or less, for the 1 out of every 2 Black and Latino women in the state who are trying to provide for themselves and their families on $15 an hour or less, at the same time that the cost of living in Connecticut, according to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, for a single parent with 2 kids, you need $45 an hour. So we have an opportunity not just to raise wages for publicly dependent workers, not just to improve benefits, but also to advance towards a state which provides the justice and the equity that all people in Connecticut and in the United States deserve. We urge you to pass these 2 bills, House Bill 5673 and Senate Bill 774, and take a step forward towards justice and equity for all people in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burrill. I see no questions, so I wish you a good rest of your day. Thanks for being with us. I'm going to call out the next few names on the list, although I don't know whether you're here in the room or online, in case you can hear me, because we can't see you. David Weinreb, Kathy Wilson Ramin, Sarah White, Allison Escobar, and I believe we may have Adeline Rodriguez.
Yes,
Adeline is on Zoom, but needs to accept the promotion.
Okay, Adeline, I don't know if you heard that, but we see you on Zoom, but you haven't accepted the promotion to speak, to become a speaker. So if you hear this, accept the promotion. Oh, there we go. Ms. Rodriguez, can you hear us?
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, hola, mi nombre es Adilene Rodríguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Adilene Rodriguez.
Represento soy miembro de ULA. Um,
I'm a member of ULA.
Estimados presidentes y miembros del Comité de Finanzas, mi testimonio es a favor del proyecto de ley 5673 por la justicia de impuestos.
Dear chairs and members of the Finance Committee, my testimony is in support of HB 5673 for tax equity.
Soy estudiante de la secundaria en las escuelas públicas de New Haven.
I am a high school student in the New Haven Public Schools.
En el estado más rico del país, el más rico del mundo, todos los jóvenes merecemos tener una educación de categoría mundial y la mejor atención sanitaria del mundo.
In the richest state, in the richest country in the world, all of us young people should have a world-class education and the best healthcare in the world.
Sin embargo, por ser inmigrante, no tengo acceso a algo tan simple como un seguro médico, la salud mental o salud dental.
But because I'm an immigrant, I don't have access to something as simple as health insurance, mental health, or dental health care.
Por el costo excesivo de la universidad pública, me pregunto si voy a poder seguir estudiando.
Because of the excessive cost of the public university, I worry that I won't be able to continue studying after high school.
Mis padres hacen el trabajo esencial para este estado y pagan impuestos. No es justo que carecemos de oportunidades para prosperar.
My parents do essential work for this state and they pay taxes. It's not fair that we lack opportunities to thrive.
Mis dos padres tienen que hacer dos trabajos, cada uno, y los salarios no alcanzan para pagar la matrícula de la universidad pública para sus hijos.
Both of my parents have to work 2 jobs each, and their wages are not enough to pay tuition for their children to attend the state universities.
Mi mamá trabaja en una factoría y también vende comida. Mi papá trabaja en construcción de día y en pizzería de noche.
My mother works in a factory and she also sells food. My father works in construction during the day and he works in a pizzeria at night.
Tengo dos hermanos menores y ellos también quieren estudiar en la universidad, pero los salarios que ganamos no alcanzan para pagarlo.
I have 2 younger brothers and they also want to go to college, but the wages are not enough to pay for it.
Me preocupa mi futuro mío y el de todos los estudiantes de Connecticut. Además, por falta de financiación, las escuelas públicas de primaria y secundaria carecen de profesores.
I'm worried about my future and the future of all Connecticut students. In addition, because of the lack of funding, public schools, elementary and high schools are short of teachers.
Los mejores profesores abandonan la profesión porque hace falta salarios adecuados y recursos para las escuelas.
The best teachers are leaving the profession because there's a lack of adequate salaries and resources for the schools.
Es más, muchos profesores de su bolsillo tienen que comprar el material para la escuela y para los alumnos. El distrito escolar necesita fondos para que los profesores ya no tengan que sacar de su bolsillo y para que ellos puedan tener un sueldo digno.
In fact, many teachers have to purchase school supplies out of their own pockets. The school districts need funding so that teachers don't have to pay out of pocket and so they can have a living wage.
Necesitamos personas que traduzcan en las escuelas y siempre la respuesta es que no hay fondos. Así, el distrito escolar no está informando a los padres de familia y no les estamos dando a los estudiantes las herramientas para estudiar bien y superar.
The public schools need staff who can translate for parents who don't speak English, but the answer is always that there are no funds. So the school district is not informing parents, and it's not giving the students the tools that we need to study and succeed.
30 seconds remaining.
30 segundos para concluir.
Si las empresas y los multimillonarios pagaran lo que deben, Connecticut podría ser un estado donde todos los jóvenes tengamos la oportunidad de florecer. En conclusión, es urgente que aprueben esta legislación de equidad de impuestos. Gracias por la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio.
If businesses and the super rich would pay what they owe, Connecticut could be a state where all young people have the opportunity to flourish. In conclusion, it's urgent for you to pass this tax fairness legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to tell my story, and I'm willing to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for taking the time to share that story with us. It's tremendously important, as are everyone who has taken the time to be with us today and to wait through what can be a long day. So I thank you for that. And seeing no questions, we move next to Amy O'Connor, followed by Jess Corbett.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fanfara, Chairwoman Horn, ranking members and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Amy O'Connor, and I'm the Chief of Staff of AFSCME Council for a union who has 30,000 members working in almost every town, city, every state agency, including DOL. We're also a member of Recovery for All. I'm here today in support of HB 5673. The year is 1979. The Walkman just came out, and on my cassette tape, I was listening to Donna Summer. Many of you have no idea what I'm talking about when I say Walkman and cassette tape. Others may remember going to the disco or watching Meatballs at the drive-in. 1979 was also the last year Connecticut was not in the top percentile of states with the highest income inequality. For those of you who cringe at math, that was 44 years ago. 44 years ago, we were the 42nd state in income inequality, and since the late aughts, we've consistently been in the top 10, as of late, top 5, not a top 5 to be proud of. Connecticut's Gini coefficient, which is the way income inequality is measured, is over 0.49. The United States has a Gini coefficient of 0.48, the highest it's been in 50 years. Our income inequality as a state is worse than the national average, which is again, the highest it's been in half a century. Two of the biggest factors in increase in inequality in states are aggressive tax policies and large corporations not paying their fair share. Both these root causes are addressed in this bill. According to national estimates, reported and unreported wage theft in the US could amount to as much as $50 billion per year owed to workers. That number dwarfs criminal offenses such as robbery, which accounted for just under 500 million, burglary, which accounted for 3 billion, and motor vehicle theft, 6 billion. In 2020, when the pandemic hit, our union received calls from countless legislators begging for our help to assist their constituents who were scared and suffering, unemployed, and unable to speak to a Labor Department call center employee to help them file their unemployment claims. And why? Because our local 269 members who took care of unemployment were decimated by layoffs and service cuts in 2015. Over the past 3 years, we've worked tirelessly with the Labor Department and legislators to restore the unemployment division. We've made significant progress. However, we're woefully understaffed and under-resourced in the Wage and Workplace Standards Division. The amount of cases in the past few years have increased, but our enforcement agents have not. We only have 6 investigators, 16 agents, and thousands of cases. We need to not only be able to quickly react to investigations and get them resolved, but we must be proactive in this work. We need to expand our multilingual capacity and address the wage theft issue with as much, if not more importance than we do the energy we have expended on car theft in the state. The Labor Department needs an additional 45 wage enforcement officers to help our state's most vulnerable. In my written testimony, I also have some information on how Connecticut could potentially generate up to $2.6 billion a year in revenue by hiring an additional 50 DRS auditors. As Shirley Chisholm once said, you don't make progress by standing on the sidelines whimpering and complaining. You make progress by implementing ideas. I know you're all courageous enough to implement ideas in this bill that will change our trajectory in economic inequality, but I pray you have the will to see it all the way through this year. We must make economic justice a priority in Connecticut. Your constituents, communities, and families across Connecticut need you to act now and pass HB 5673. Thank you so much for your time and your service to our state.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Next, we have Jess Corbett.
Can everyone hear me?
Can.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Jess Corbett. I live in New Haven, and I'm here to speak in favor of HB 5673 and SB 351. I'm here on behalf of New Haven Rising, a community organization that fights for racial and economic justice. We belong to Recovery for All statewide coalition. I grew up poor, raised by a single mom on welfare and Section 8. During the worst times, my mom, my little brother, and myself were homeless, living in motels for months-long stretches at a time. It left scars, but every little bit of support we got from the state helped. A few years later, my mom was accepted into a local hiring initiative sponsored by Unite Here Local 34, the clerical and technical union that represents over 3,600 members at Yale University. Our family was able to thrive. She helped me get a job at Yale. Over 20 years later, my mom was able to retire and I am still at Yale. We are both homeowners here in New Haven. But without welfare and other social programs keeping our family afloat, albeit barely, we never would have made it to this point. While we struggled, one thing we didn't have to deal with was generations of systemic oppression, redlining, and laws targeted at Black and Brown communities. More recently, the pandemic has hit the most vulnerable communities the hardest, while fattening the wallets of the already wealthy. Since March of 2020, Connecticut's 12 billionaires have seized more than $15 billion in additional wealth. That's more than $1 billion apiece. New Haven Rising has worked with its labor unions, other community organizations and leaders, elected officials like the Board of Alders and the New Haven delegation to the General Assembly to win more money from Yale, pilot funding and jobs programs, opening up public spaces like the Dixwell Community House and others. While we are all proud of these victories, they are not enough. Our regressive tax system and lack of investments to match the scale of our cities mean that inequality continues to rise, working people continue to suffer needlessly, and our economic growth is stifled by lack of healthy, stable workforce. This bill and proposals in it will help families like mine and so many of my neighbors that face hard struggles to make ends meet. In the richest state, in the richest country in the world, it's the least we can do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm available for questions.
And thank you, Mr. Corbett, for being with us here today. Seeing no questions, next up, we are going to call Shelley Davis, who I believe is in the room with us.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Shelley Davis, and I'm proud to serve as the Executive Vice President of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of hundreds of local unions representing almost 250,000 active and retired workers in the private sector, public sector, and building trades. Our members live and work in every city and town in our state and reflect the diversity that makes Connecticut great. The Connecticut AFL-CIO is also a member of Recovery for All, a statewide coalition of faith, community, and labor organizations united to eliminate systematic inequalities and rebuild a better Connecticut. The 2014 state tax incident analysis performed by the Department of Revenue Service showed that the bottom 50% of earners contributed 23.6% of their incomes in taxes, but the top 1% contributed only 7.5%. The follow-up report released in 2022 showed that local income households have lost ground. They now pay up to 26% of their income in taxes. Middle income households are also paying more, as much as 15.5%. Yet the ultra wealthy effective tax rate has remained flat. To put it simply, Connecticut's tax system is even more regressive now than it was in 2014. As hard as they try, working families just can't get ahead. We ask this committee to give low and middle income earners a fighting chance to thrive by passing HB 5673. It is a comprehensive approach to the right size tax burdens and ask the wealthiest individuals and profitable corporations to pay at least the same percentage of the incomes in taxes as those at the bottom end of the wage scale. The public stands strongly behind you in this effort. Recovery for All commissioned a survey of 500 registered voters from December 28th, 2022 to January 4th of 2023. A strong majority said billionaires are not paying what they owe in taxes, and 71% favored raising income tax rates on households earning more than $1 million per year. 81% raising income tax rates on billionaires. Respondents named healthcare, public education, affordable housing, and childcare as the priority areas for funding, with revenue from increasing taxes on the wealthy. The survey had a margin of error of
30
plus
seconds,
or
please.
negative 4.4. I've submitted my testimony to you, so I will stop right there. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Davis, and thank you for being patient and present with us here today. Senator Fonfara, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Shelley.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell me how many members do you represent?
I am president of the Hartford Federation of Paraeducators in Hartford, and that would be 420 paraeducators.
420.
Mhm.
And what do they make an hour?
So some of our paraeducators are making, well, let me give you $24,000 a year is the average that paras make, the average. And that can be with a bachelor's as well. So it comes out to maybe $10.36 per hour.
$10.36 an hour.
Mhm.
Even though we have a minimum wage of what, 14? Is that what it is? $14 an hour? So
Correct.
I assume that means after tax is what you come out to, it's $10. So, and how many unfilled positions are there?
In Hartford, we have about 70 paraeducator positions that aren't filled, which leaves, we have students that do not have a one-to-one. They do not have their needs being met by the small class sizes and by someone helping them with the things they need.
I had an opportunity to meet with some of your members recently. And some of the conditions that you and your members work under was appalling to me, frankly. At times dangerous, where you're required to, frankly, try to stop fights or where there's a runner, where there's maybe some physical activity that your paras have to step into.
So you're absolutely right. With the shortage we have in paras, usually paras are one-to-one. They have one student or maybe two. We're at a rate now where we have many students who have 3 students or 4 students. And within that, you might have one student that's a runner. You could possibly have one that's in a wheelchair. So it's an unsafe condition in the schools because you have one person trying to fill a job that would take 4 individual people to do. And this is happening in many of our schools. We've had many injuries on the job due to this. And then you have a lot of DCF issues as well, because IEPs aren't being met and students are not getting their needs met because you just can't take care of everybody.
And I think I recall one member saying that they're out on workers' comp and they have to pay tax on workers' comp or pay their health insurance on workers' comp. How does someone even make it?
So they don't really make it. First of all, you get hurt on the job based on the conditions that they have been placed in. You get hurt on the job. They get 70% of their income, which is 30% less than what they should be bringing home, which is already a low wage. Out of that, they have to pay their own insurance, they have to pay their union dues, and they have to pay whatever else they need. And so we have many people that just can't make it on that. We have paraeducators that are working 2 and 3 jobs. And now with this unaffordable health insurance that we have, it's just not happening for a lot of people.
And I also recall, I mean, these are, you've heard this refrain in other areas, but this was brought up in the meeting I had, where you're losing members to Walmart and other competitors for
Well,
workers.
because they can actually get paid more and have less responsibility and really don't have to worry about getting in trouble if one of the students gets injured based on the fact that you're already put in a position where it's unsafe to begin with, and you do the best you can and you know that, and then a child gets injured and now you're under questioning like you didn't do your job to have it done. So we have some people that have been here for a long time that will call me and say, I just can't do this anymore. It's become to the point that we really have to do something because they can't afford. They can't afford, it's not a living wage that they have.
So the ramifications of whether it's paras or other positions that people have, representatives that come before us here today, it isn't simply the wage of the person, right? When you have a shortage of workers, when workers are injured, it's forcing people to go and look for work elsewhere. It's also says a lot about how much we not just value the worker, but the student as well. If the student doesn't have, and in many cases, the para is there to assist. In all cases, they're there to assist the teacher. But I also recall in some cases where the para is, if there's not a substitute teacher, that the para is teaching.
That's absolutely true. Paraeducators have always filled in for substitutes, but since the pandemic happened, paras had to step up and do more, and we have done more. They have classroom management. A lot of them have been in the system for a long time, so they know what it's like to do the classroom management and be the teacher. They know the schedule. They're from the communities, and they absolutely do us proud in the city of Hartford and all around the state of Connecticut, where they have to fill in.
Well,
But even in some of those cases, my understanding is they're not getting paid as a sub would. We've had a couple of schools recently where just said, hey, we can't afford to pay them to do the extra, but they're still doing the work.
So they're replacing the teacher on that day and not even getting paid the reduced amount that the substitute teacher.
Correct. In some schools, in our contract, they're supposed to get paid, but not in all schools are they getting paid.
Well, Madam Chair, I'll just say that it was really an eye opener for me in hearing the information from a group of paraprofessionals recently and what is happening, not just in the Hartford school system, but throughout the state in terms of what paraprofessionals are earning. And it's a sad commentary in terms of it goes to the issue about nursing homes and other essential workers. And paraprofessionals are essential workers doing the work that many of us won't do, wouldn't ever want to do, but it doesn't get reflected in the compensation of how we value those workers. So thank you, Ms. Davis, for coming before us today with your testimony and additional information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next up, is Sarah Miller with us? In which case, Jennifer Brown, I believe, is with us.
Good afternoon, Senator Forfam and Representative Horn and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Jennifer Brown. I'm a resident of Manchester and a member of SEIU 1199. I am testifying in support of House Bill 5673. I am a direct worker in multiple group homes. And in order to be able to afford where I live and keep a roof over the heads of myself and my family, I have to work 3 full-time jobs, plus 1 part-time job, just to stay afloat. Despite this, I still live paycheck to paycheck because of the growing burden of inflation and its effect on every aspect of my life. I only make $17.25 an hour, which means working 1 job and being able to afford the necessities for myself and my family is a luxury that is unfortunately out of my reach. Connecticut's extremely inequality is a major obstacle to sustain inclusive economic growth. House Bill 5673 sees the severe racial inequalities in income, wealth, housing, education, healthcare, health outcomes, and access to public services to help level the playing field by making the bold investments. We need essential public services, education, healthcare, housing, and you know what I'm saying, aid. I'm so sorry. If you pass our equality agenda, House Bill 5673, we can build a future where all residents have the resources they need to survive and thrive. This is how I truly believe. I work very hard. I love my job. I love all of my residents, but we need help. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours. Never apologize. We're very glad that as many people as can come and share their testimony with us today. So we're grateful for your time.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, I believe, is Callie Heilman in the room on the call? Oh, thank you. Sarah Ganong.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here today. Hope we get out before the snow starts. My name is Sarah Ganong. I'm a Hartford resident, actually in your district, Senator Fanfara, and I'm the state director of Connecticut Working Families. Our organization is also a proud participant in the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm here today to testify in strong support of House Bill 5673, as many of the folks before me. As one of the wealthiest states in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, Connecticut must become a better example of how to construct a tax system where every family has what we need to live a good life. But instead, right now, as we've heard from so many today, residents are struggling to get by, to raise our families, and to provide for our children. The current situation demands a bolder response in this budget cycle than we've had before. Right now, our upside-down tax structure is fueling inequality. Working people in Connecticut currently contribute more than 1/4 of their annual income in state and local taxes, while their wealthiest residents are contributing only about 6%. And our residents suffer some of the worst racial, economic, and gender inequities in the entire country, as the state with the 5th largest wealth gap. But as a poll released last week indicated, a majority of Connecticut residents actually support increasing taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations to fund our public services. The proposals put forth in HB 5673 restore fairness to the tax code, fund essential services, and directly attack the inequity present in our current tax structure. The extreme inequality that our state faces is a huge obstacle to sustainable and inclusive economic growth for residents and small businesses, and we want to make sure we're lifting and supporting everyone in our state. We can level the playing field, however, through bold investments in public services, education, housing, healthcare, and municipal aid, among other things. As a Hartford resident, I see every day in my neighborhood the impacts of our unfair tax structure on my community. It's long past time to begin righting some of these historical wrongs and creating a tax structure for all, not just for the wealthy and well-connected. Right now, we have an unprecedented opportunity and the resources required to create a state where everyone has what they need to thrive. Thanks again for the chance to testify today, and I urge you to make the right choice and support HB 5673, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Can you tell me what neighborhood do you live in?
Sure, I live in Frog Hollow.
So Well, you can walk here.
Yes, yes, I did not today, but I can, yeah.
So if you spend any time in Frog Hollow, you know of what you speak, that the neighborhood is challenged greatly.
Yes.
Concentrated poverty in many respects.
Yeah.
In great need of not only individual investment, but investment in the community as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your message today, Sarah. Is there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carmen Lanche? Carmen? Joelle Fishman? Joelle? Denise?
Joelle is on Zoom, but needs to accept the panelist invite.
Well, we'll come back.
And we do have David Weinreb joined us. He was 70 on the list. Could we do him next? Is that possible? He's on Zoom.
David Weinreb.
Yes, I am here. Are you ready for me?
We are.
Great. My name is David Weinreb. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am an educator, community organizer, LGBTQ advocate, and a new dad from New Haven. I'm also the co-chair for the Ward 14 Democratic Town Committee, a proud member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. I'm here representing Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut, bringing together more than 60 community, faith, and labor organizations. I'm here to testify in strong support of House Bill 5673. As the wealthiest state in the country, I believe that we should be a shining example where every family has what they need to live with health, wellness, and safety. Instead, hundreds of thousands of working people, our neighbors, are struggling to raise families, even while a handful of wealthy corporations and wealthy residents are getting even wealthier. The scale of the crisis demands a bold and brave response, which I believe that everyone here is totally capable of. People are suffering, and our state has a responsibility and the resources to enact policies that provide for all of our families. I've been working as an educator, working with new immigrant families since 2010, while working at the Fairhaven School just 5 blocks from my home. Here in the Latinx majority community of New Haven, I was privileged to teach 5th and 6th grade Spanish-speaking newcomers, many of whom were undocumented children from Guatemala, Mexico, Ecuador, and La República Dominicana. They are brilliant young people with incredible life experiences and families who care deeply about their children's education, health, and well-being. But they and their families also have tremendous unmet needs, neglected and exacerbated by an inability to access well-paying jobs, adequate housing, and over time accumulate wealth. Let me be clear. I personally, and schools generally, and everyone listening tonight, I believe, wants for new immigrant families to have sustainable jobs, dignified housing, and the ability to thrive. So let's gather the available resources necessary so that our most typically marginalized neighbors live in communities flooded with resources, flush with social services and supports, and brimming with opportunities. I'm not here advocating for basic, broad-based tax increases. This bill contains focused proposals to restore fairness, to rehab the tax code, to fund essential services, to jumpstart economic recovery. We all want this. I recently became a father, and my new understanding of what it is to be able to meet my child's needs, to provide for her, to protect her, reminds me of the deep desire that every family has to do so. If they are able to do so, you can enable parents across our state to be able to do so. As our governing body, I urge you to be the responsible parent. Please find the courage to pass House Bill 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And congratulations on becoming a new father.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Go back and see if Joelle Fishman has accepted the promotion. Apparently not. Denise Panea.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Denise Panella, and I live in Preston, Connecticut. I'm a member of SEIU 1199, which has approximately 26,000 members in the state. Our organization fights for all to be treated with respect and dignity, livable wages, health insurance for all, and a pension for all. We belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut, bringing together more than 60 communities, faith, and labor organizations. I am testifying in strong support of HB 5673. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be a shining example for the nation where every family has what we need to live a good life. But instead, we have a state where hundreds and thousands of working people are struggling to raise families, even while a handful of wealthy corporations and wealthy residents are getting even wealthier. The scale of this crisis demands a bold response. People are suffering, and our state has a responsibility and has the resources to enact policies to provide for Connecticut families. I am a registered nurse in a nursing home. I have worked at the same facility for 21 years, and I only make $34.77 an hour. We had multiple years of wage freezes, and when we did get a raise, it was only 10 or 20 cents an hour. While our hourly wages stayed low, the cost of everything in the state went up. Inflation has caused so much suffering. I have to choose which bills to pay and not to pay in order to provide food on the table. The cost for gas for travel went from $50 a week to $200 a week. The cost to heat our home with propane went from $150 to $300. Groceries for my family of 3 went from $150 a week to $400 a week. And there was a recent home value reassessment completed on our house. I have never heard of a house appreciation over time. I thought everything was supposed to depreciate over time. Our property tax increased to over $3,000 a year, and we can no longer afford our home. We are looking to relocate to North Carolina. I ended up having to take on 2 other jobs. I work 3 jobs and still cannot afford to live in Connecticut. I never get to see my family, let alone time to sleep. Long-term care health workers are suffering. It is unbelievably sad to hear that working people are losing their houses or being evicted from their apartments, leaving them no choice but to relocate or live out of their car or in a shelter.
You have 30 seconds, please summarize.
We have an unprecedented opportunity and the resources to create a state where everyone has good health care to lead healthy lives, high quality childcare and schools for their kids, a good job to support their families, and a safe place to call home. I urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass HB 5673. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Senator Martin.
Hi, Denise. Thank you for your testimony. Denise, did you say that your property tax increased by $3,000
a year?
What was your house assessed value and before the increase?
It was about 1,000 a year, and now it's a 3,000 a year.
So what type of home do you have? What kind of home?
A colonial?
You have a colonial?
Yeah.
All right. So what was the value that the town, well, first of all, what town do you come from?
Preston.
Preston. And what value was your home?
Originally, it was
by the town card.
325.
325,000. That was on the town card.
Yeah.
All right. So that's 70% of that. And what is today's value?
425.
425. So it went up by $100,000. What is your mill rate?
I don't know that.
Okay. So you want to multiply 425 times 0.7, then times your mill rate, and that'll give you your new taxes. And subtract the 325 times 70% times the mill rate, and that'll give you the old tax. And that'll be the difference. I find it hard to believe that it went up $3,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
It did.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your patience today. I know it's been a long day. I promise I won't take up much of your time, but my name's Ed Hawthorne, and I'm the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I represent about 250,000 working men and women. So good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and other distinguished members of this committee. I heard a lot of talk today, and I'm not going to read my testimony to you. I may touch on a few points, but I really want to talk about the Connecticut that I see. So when I drive down I-95, I see extreme poverty followed by extreme wealth. It's literally a state of haves and have-nots. And what I see, the bills that we're supporting here today, so we're here in favor of SB 771, SB 772, SB 774, and HB 5673. So to focus specifically on the first two, SB 771, SB 772, we're looking at providing hope for working families here. For people with children. I got two little ones myself, two beautiful daughters, 6 and 9 years old, and they're expensive. And not that I mind spending money on them, they're my two little princesses, but the earned income tax credit for low wage working people helps those people survive, and it gives them hope of a better tomorrow, not only for them, but for their kids. I mean, there's we're talking about some of the hardest working people that you'll ever meet in your life, the people that, clean the bathrooms, the people that are unseen, but are doing the work that's necessary. And that really came to light during the pandemic, all the work that they did, how necessary it was. I really think this committee should be rewarding work and increasing that EITC tax credit. And a lot of people talk about it being duplicative with the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. I don't think it is. I think they work hand in hand. I think it really helps stimulate the economy when you give working families that extra push. It goes right back into the economy, our local economies where people spend money. Maybe they go out to eat, maybe they pay for that dance class, maybe they pay for baseball or whatever it may be. As far as adjusting the marginal tax rates, we would support that as well. Capital gains is generated by wealth, not work. Wealth. If you have wealth, you get more wealth. That is not something that I think we should be taxing in a different way. I think if we increase it, it's only going to affect those people that are the wealthiest. About 80% of capital gains goes to the wealthiest 5% of taxpayers. About 69% goes to the top 1%. And you heard earlier about the perpetual myth of people leaving Connecticut because of taxes. Every state that I heard somebody mention up here was all warmer than Connecticut. New Hampshire has lower taxes. Don't see a large population going there.
You have 30 seconds.
And so does
Please
Maine.
summarize.
So thank you all for your time. I promise I won't take up any more of it. Unless you have any questions, I would be happy to answer those. But I just want you all to consider rewarding the hardworking men and women of Connecticut by providing them hope in a fair and just taxation that is before you in these bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. And I can tell you that we have a list of 117 people here today to testify, many of them on the subjects that you testified on. So you've done a good job, and your team has done a good job of getting the word out for this committee to hear the individual stories and circumstances of people's real lives. So thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. William Claffey.
Thank you for having me. Dear co-chairs Horn and Fonfara, ranking members Cheeseman and Martin, and the members of the Finance and Revenue Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5014, an act concerning the cap on research and development tax credits with a suggested amendment to enhance the R&D credit for the biotech sector in our state. My name is William Claffey, and I'm a tax partner at a regional CPA firm based in Glastonbury, Connecticut. And I'm also a member of the BioCT Legislative Action Committee. I'd like to thank Representative Cheeseman for introducing House Bill 5014 and the committee for considering the bill to increase the cap for the biosector, specifically with respect to increasing the cash exchange rate for biotechnology companies from the current rate of 65% up to 100%. Currently, Connecticut companies operating at a loss can exchange their R&D tax credit for 65% of its cash value. And from my perspective, I see that secondhand from my clients. But that cash exchange is incredibly critical to these early stage development companies that could have a very long runway to get revenue positive. And this is especially with the case of the deferral of the capital-based tax, which has been deferred for some years. And so companies that are pre-revenue are still paying taxes, even if they don't have income. Our neighboring states have worked real hard to create attractive business climates for the bioscience sector, and they are stiff competitors for such entities. Our neighbor to the north, Massachusetts, has a current exchange of about 90%, and it's complicated, but that's in a number of different tax credit programs. And New York has some programs up to 100%. And I think raising our rate to 100% would prove to our biotech businesses here in Connecticut that Connecticut's open for business and Connecticut wants to have this industry in our state. As a partner of a regionally based tax accounting firm, we're always trying to promote Connecticut as a place to do business. And I've seen firsthand or secondhand what the R&D credit has done to some of our clients, even at the 65%. Growth in our state is good not only for my business, but the entire ecosystem that supports this industry, from manufacturing to professional services to our schools and universities. I mean, I see lots of our clients working with UConn and Yale and all different universities throughout the state. It can help to provide internships to high schools or colleges, contractors and engineering. Those are all directly impacted by having biotech in our state. Indirectly, it impacts storefronts, restaurants, and other local businesses where employees tend to spend their time and money. And in the biotech,
30 seconds, please summarize.
in the biotech sector, you tend to have a lot of laboratory space, which doesn't have the same opportunities to move remote. So they typically tend to be in our towns and cities and going and frequenting these local restaurants. Again, as someone who works with a lot of financial folks, CFOs, controllers, et cetera, I see how tax is a decision. It's a factor. Tax matters. And when it comes down to it, there's a lot of other things that matter as well, but certainly tax goes into the equation. There's a recent report that shows that on the R&D credit, specifically, not so recent, I think it was around 2015, that showed an ROI of $1.24 to $2.36 on each dollar related to the R&D credit. And I've be happy to send this to you. I was going to go through all the numbers, but my estimate of the impact to the state would be about $1.8 million of increase if we increase the credit to the biotech sector with a return that's pre-ROI, and that represents 1/10,000th of the current Connecticut revenue budget. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Okay. Representative Meskers.
I should start off by saying I'm never a big fan of tax credits because it weakens my tax revenue. But I think when you look at tax policy and tax credits, and so the listening public should understand, it's to foster the investment and the employment and job growth in high-paying jobs that ultimately pay income tax. So if you're going to, that last fraction you gave me, you're going to have to chew that again because I died on that percentage you gave me.
Yeah.
So I'd like that, a little comment there. But more importantly, you said you've seen the impacts of tax credits in 65 versus 90. And I'd like some observations about the types of employment you've seen come to the state on the back of that. Because, you know, if I'm fostering job growth, which I believe the tax credit does, it's important because then I can do the needs I have in social programs if the biotech sector is growing and if they're paying wages and doing research. So give me that background if you would.
I'm sorry, would you like the background on some other states or what I think
what you think the impact will be, and then explain that fraction that I couldn't even
sorry
that I couldn't even
I was running out of
again.
time.
Okay.
So if I took all the data from the last 4 years published by the Department of Revenue Services. So we have paid out on average an R&D exchange. This is the whole program on the exchange of the R&D credit. So if you took a look at the 4-year average, we've paid out $6.8 million in R&D exchange dollars.
So about 1 point something million a year in R&D credits, or
No,
each
no,
year?
Each year.
About $6.8 million.
About 6.8.
It's about it's a cost of about 6.8 to get the state of in a tax credit versus collecting that tax. Okay.
Correct. And that's paid out in the exchange at the current 65% rate. I don't have data on how much of that relates to the biotech sector specifically, but let's say half of that was biotech. So now you're at $3.4 million. If you gross that up, that would be $5.2 million. That difference is $1.8 million. That's why I'm saying that the initial cost to the state would be $1.8 million. Now there's a Office of Legislative Research document, which we can also send along, that shows that the return to the state is in a range between $1.24 and $2.36 on each dollar that they allow for the research and development tax credit. So while it may be a cost of $1.8 million, it's, according to the state's research, it's going to actually return somewhere between 2.4 and $4.2 million, according to their research. So that's where I got the $1.8 million. That's that would be, if we did that today and we used the 4-year average, like that would be the initial hit to the state of Connecticut. But what it doesn't measure some of the immeasurables. And it's not clear exactly how they measured that amount, but you're creating jobs. You're creating not only just jobs, you're creating high paying jobs. You're creating internships from various universities and various, even at the high school level, because the R&D credit you don't only get credit for the PhD scientists, you can get credit for people that are supporting all the research initiatives. So you can actually hire people in those support roles and get credit for them. So it's really kind of it's a nice correlation. The Connecticut R&D credit program is very good. I'm not trying to knock it. I just think that sometimes when you hear 65% versus, oh, what's Massachusetts doing? They're at 90%. There's a difference there. And, sometimes that becomes when you have two states that are somewhat even, that could be the difference maker. I'm sorry.
I think what my problem in question is that your analysis, we need to get to dynamic scoring, because what we're talking about is the credit I give you versus the economic impact. And that's salaries and income tax on salaries. There's a lot of different, measurements. So I'm not sure if OLR, Office of Legislative Research, is giving you data just on the net impact on income tax coming from biotech, because it stays and grows in the state, versus all the dynamic scoring. So
yeah, I mean, I can tell you crazy success stories versus, and I'm sure for every success story there might be a company that got credit and that went out of business.
Why don't you tell me one of the success stories? Because we're spending $6 million a year on it. So that would be helpful.
Okay. So we had a client, we were advising them 10 or so years ago. They were kind of on the fence of whether to stay in Connecticut, move up to Cambridge. They were getting an R&D credit. They were getting the exchange that generated in maybe a 4 or 5 year period, somewhere between like $1 million to $1.5 million just for that one company. But they grew from 25 employees to 400 employees. If you take that 400 employees and take an average wage of $125,000, and that's probably low, you're going to generate in Connecticut income taxes, so for the last 2-3 years when they've gotten up to 400, you're generating $3 million of personal income tax a year, which if they had moved up to the state of Massachusetts, they'd be generating that personal income tax.
Thank you. I wasn't leading you there, but that's the information I wanted. So I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
No further questions. I apologize.
What were you apologizing for? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And you mentioned going from the 65 to the 90 or 100, and also the ability for the cash exchange, because very often these companies aren't making a profit. In your experience, when you're looking at them, is there an average period before they're starting to generate that real profit? Because I know the lifespan from the initial idea for the drug to actually having a marketable drug, it can be quite long.
Yeah, I mean, so I think the kind of the industry standard is 7 to 10 years for pure startup, brand new idea. They form coming out of Yale, right? They start hiring folks, going through all the clinical testing. It's typically at least that long before they start becoming profitable, before they even make sales, not even forget profitable. Yeah.
Right. So obviously that cash exchange is vitally important in the early days.
Incredibly important.
And I think just for something that I know has always been a concern for Senator Fanfara, one would hope by growing the industry, we create that brains trust, as it were. You know, that Connecticut, like Cambridge, becomes a center, and the more business you attract, the more bodies you attract, and the more the better it is for the state, because we now have created our own ecosystem.
Yeah. I mean, I think the 65% has gone a very long way to getting that ball rolling. Like I said, I can, talk firsthand from our clients, but I think even upping the ante, I think you're going to get your ROI, at least according to the Office of Legislative Research. And you just become that much more attractive. You tell these companies, we want biotech to be here in Connecticut, and we want to work with you and not against you.
Thank you. And we want to be where other companies are being successful. And the more we attract, the more attractive we become to other companies, because they know that ecosystem exists.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Fanfara.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Shafig Adbusabur.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to testify. I'll be testifying on House Bill 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. My name is Shafiq Abdusabur. I'm born and raised citizen of New Haven, Connecticut. I am a retired police sergeant, former alder, and I'm currently the candidate for mayor of New Haven. And so, this is real simple. I could come throw a lot of data here, but I think there's enough intelligent people on this call to understand exactly what's going on. We have roughly about 4 different Connecticut's in Connecticut. We have a poor Connecticut, which is normally Hispanic, Latino, African American. We have an even poorer New Haven, which is now second chance, people who are coming out of incarceration, facing housing crisis. We have a disappearing middle class that almost is non-existent in the state of Connecticut. And we have the wealthy. We have those who are upper middle class, who are reaching for higher wealth in order to survive. And we have the absolute, we're okay, we don't have to worry about anything for the rest of our life, wealthy people. As I have traveled around Connecticut, it's a beautiful state. It's a wonderful state with wonderful people. And everybody in Connecticut wants the exact same thing. They want to live in safe neighborhoods. They want to raise their children in safe neighborhoods. They want good educational opportunity for their children. They want to be able to go to work, make an honest living, and be able to retain some of that wealth and not have to work every single day to try to pay a bill every single day, right? But there are massive disparities when it comes to Connecticut. When you travel throughout different parts of the state, there's disparities in the education, and that's been well documented at the national level. There are disparity gaps between education, and those gaps reside between Blacks and whites. The gaps around poverty, they are demonstrative between Blacks and white. So we have a big issue here. The housing crisis is demonstrative between Blacks and whites. And I will accentuate that by saying also second chance, Hispanic, Latino, and we also have a large immigrant population of folks who are coming here for the first time, trying to get on top of their feet. So it is only prudent
You have 30 seconds.
as a state that we embrace the concepts around this tax bill so that we can share the wealth. We are all given different things for different reasons, but we have a moral obligation to make sure that we are properly distributing wealth so that everyone in Connecticut has a fair chance at living a good life. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
don't see the chair, so I am happy to step in as the vice chair. And just thank you, sir, for your testimony. And looking around, I don't see any questions. But I'd like to thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a great day.
Have a great day.
Yes, ma'am.
Next up for testifying is Puya Jeremy. Puya, are you ready?
Hi, Representative Farrar. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all the distinguished members of the committee. My name is Puya Jeremy. I live in New Haven, and I'm here to testify in strong support of House Bill 5673. I'm the director of Recovery for All. We are a statewide coalition bringing together more than 60 community, faith, labor, and nonprofit advocacy organizations, and we represent hundreds of thousands of residents from all walks of life. Last month, we unveiled our equity agenda in the Hall of Flags. This is a set of policies that would transform struggling, multiracial working class communities across Connecticut and take a giant leap toward reducing our state's extreme racial, economic, and gender inequities. Today, you're hearing from dozens of members from our affiliated organizations who are testifying in support of one of the essential pillars of our equity agenda, tax equity. Our regressive tax structure reflects and fuels the disparities that make Connecticut one of the most unequal states in the country today. As all of us know, our state tax structure is upside down. The tax incidence analysis report that DRS released last year confirmed yet again that an average wealthy family with an income of more than $3 million has an effective state and local tax rate of 7%, whereas an average working class family with an income of just $22,000 has an effective state and local tax rate of nearly 26%. At a time when working families are struggling, while our wealthiest corporations and residents are prospering, this inequity is morally unconscionable. Even more important, our regressive tax structure underlies the pattern of chronic disinvestment that has eroded our public programs and services for decades. Right now, hundreds of thousands of residents are experiencing an enormous crisis of need. And tragically, Connecticut is failing to address this crisis due to years of underfunding in public education, healthcare, childcare, housing, social services, you name it. Making a dramatic investment in the public good is impossible without reform of our state tax structure to guarantee a strong, equitable, sustainable revenue stream for years to come. That is why our coalition members are testifying in strong support of House Bill 5673. This legislation would take bold steps to repair our broken tax structure. First, it would put money directly into the pockets of struggling working families through measures like permanently expanding the child tax credit, permanently expanding the EITC, and more. Second, this legislation would require our wealthiest corporations and residents to contribute more of what they owe to our communities through measures such as creating a digital ad tax on wealthy tech companies, raising the tax rate on wealthy corporations, establishing new income tax brackets for millionaires, and hiring more in-house auditors at DRS to close Connecticut's tax gap. We applaud the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee for the work you have done to address Connecticut's deeply regressive tax structure in recent years. 2 years ago, this committee passed a brave package that would make the tax structure more equitable. We urge you to do the same this year by embracing the measures in House Bill 5673. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. I'm looking around the room and online. I don't see any questions, but again, we really appreciate you being with us and for your testimony today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next on the list, we have Jenny Cornejo, followed by Stacy.
Ahorita voy a ver.
No lo tuve que arreglar, que ni siquiera tuvo el detalle de traducir las cosas.
Jenny, le estamos escuchando. Ok, voy a hacer de corrido, ¿está bien? Perfecto. Estimados presidentes y miembros del Comité de Finanzas, mi nombre es Jenny Cornejo, soy residente de East Haven y miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, una organización que lucha por los derechos de miles de personas inmigrantes y trabajadoras en Connecticut. También soy integrante de Recovery for All. Doy mi testimonio para apoyar el proyecto de Ley 5673 como el estado más rico del país, Connecticut, debería ser un ejemplo para la nación donde cada familia tiene lo que necesitamos para vivir una vida digna. Les cuento mi historia. Como una de las trabajadoras y estudiantes que luchamos por un futuro mejor aquí en Connecticut, en mi país de origen estudié contabilidad. Aquí en Connecticut, debido al costo excesivo de la educación pública, no lo he podido convertirme en contadora licenciada en este país. En los últimos años he trabajado preparando impuestos para mi comunidad inmigrante y gano el salario mínimo. Apenas alcanza para pagar el alquiler y eso me hace imposible pagar la matrícula de la universidad pública en Connecticut. El Estado debe de recaudar más ingresos con el método progresivo para que los millonarios, multimillonarios paguen sus impuestos para poder tener una sociedad más equitativa y justa. Si las empresas y los multimillonarios pagaran lo que deben, Connecticut podría ofrecer clases de inglés gratuitas, clases de GED gratuitas y universidades gratuitas para todos. Estoy pidiendo demasiado, ya que mismo yo pago mis impuestos y contribuyo a Connecticut. Repito, el estado más rico del mundo y de este país. Como ser humano, migrante y latina, estoy afectada por la pandemia. Tuve COVID en marzo del 2020 y nunca me quisieron atender por no contar con un seguro de salud. Aquí, muchas personas en mi estado murieron por falta de atención médica. La asistencia sanitaria debe ser un derecho humano disponible para todos los residentes en Connecticut, independientemente de nuestra condición inmigrante. ¿Cómo es posible que en ese estado hay enorme riqueza, pero muchos de nosotros no tengamos suficiente asistencia sanitaria? En conclusión, les insisto que aprueben esta legislación de equidad de impuestos. Los trabajadores y estudiantes como yo, lo único que queremos es construir una nación con igualdad de oportunidades para todos. Gracias por la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio.
Dear chairs and members of the Finance Committee, my name is Jenny Cornejo. I'm a resident of East Haven, and a member of Unidad Latina en Acción, an organization that fights for the rights of thousands of immigrant and working people in Connecticut. I am also a member of Recovery for All. I am testifying in support of HB 5673. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be an example for the nation where every family has what we need to live a dignified life. I tell you my story as one of those workers and students fighting for a better future here in Connecticut. In my home country, I studied to be an accountant. Here in Connecticut, due to the excessive cost of public education, I have not been able to become a licensed accountant here. For the past few years, I have worked preparing taxes for immigrant people here in Connecticut, and I earn minimum wage. It's barely enough to pay rent, and it's impossible for me to pay tuition at a community college. The state should raise more revenue using the progressive methods so that millionaires and billionaires pay more taxes in order to have a more equitable and just society. If corporations and billionaires would pay what they owe, Connecticut could offer free English classes, free GED classes, and free college for everyone. Am I asking too much since I myself pay taxes and contribute to Connecticut, the richest state in the richest country in the world? As a human being, a migrant, and a Latina, I was affected by the pandemic. I had COVID in March 2020, and they never wanted to take care of me because I did not have health insurance. So many people in my condition died for lack of medical attention. Healthcare should be a human right, available to all Connecticut residents, regardless of our immigration status. How is it possible that in this state there is enormous wealth, but many of us have no healthcare? In conclusion, I urge you to pass this tax equity legislation. Working women and students like me, all we want is to build a nation with equal opportunity to all. Thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony.
Thank you. Questions?
Preguntas?
Thanks very much.
Gracias.
Judy Puglisi.
Hello and good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Judy Puglisi. I live in New Haven, and I'm a retired New Haven public school teacher and high school principal. I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. As an educator and high school principal in New Haven, it was impossible for me to ignore the negative impact that poverty and income inequality had on all aspects of my students' lives. Too many students suffered with food insecurity, homelessness, and a lack of access to necessary medical services, often while working part-time and caring for siblings. These chronic stressors cause students to underperform in school, become disinterested in schoolwork, and in worst-case scenarios, cause chronic absenteeism. This cycle of hopelessness does not need to continue. Our state government has the resources and the responsibility to enact policies that will improve the standard of living for all of its citizens. It's important to note that our state's current tax system has allowed a small group of wealthy citizens to accumulate significant resources, power, and privilege not afforded to most residents. The proposals outlined in this bill are designed to restore fairness to the tax code and fund essential services without endangering the income or quality of life for our wealthiest citizens. By supporting this bill, you have the opportunity to end the austerity and disinvestment that created our current levels of inequality, the same inequality that hurts vulnerable communities and hampers our state's economic growth. I urge the committee to make the right choice and pass the House Bill 5673, and by doing so, you will create a more equitable society that ensures all Connecticut residents have access to the opportunities they need to thrive and succeed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Judy. Seeing no questions. I don't know what's next. I'll just go down the list. Brian Chong.
Yes, I'm here on Zoom.
All right.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Brian Chong. I'm a resident of New Britain and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm testifying in support of HB 5673 and tax equity in Connecticut. I was born and raised in Hong Kong and came to Connecticut nearly 9 years ago as an international student, graduating from Kent School and Wesleyan University. While many Americans are familiar with Hong Kong's struggle for democracy, folks may not realize that Hong Kong has, since 1997, been consistently ranked as one of the freest economies in the world, with famously low taxes on the rich and corporations. Simultaneously, Connecticut and Hong Kong have both consistently topped the ranks of highest wealth gaps in the country and the world. Young people in both places, many of whom are job seekers fresh out of college like myself, are unable to afford rising costs of living. As wages remain stagnant, housing conditions worsen, the hope of having a family and the abundant life remotely close to our parents' generation grow dimmer every day into despondency and hopelessness. In my work as an organizer for various campaigns and organizations supporting working families in the state, I've seen this despondency and hopelessness all over Connecticut, and it is painful to watch, especially because I know the terrible deaths that these situations can lead to. In Hong Kong, I watched throughout my entire life as wealth inequality has culminated in massive political and social turmoil, as young people and the working and middle classes find no hope in a government that fails to meet their basic economic needs, that fails to inspire hope that a better world is possible. There is simply no reason why the richest state in the richest country in the world should have such deep poverty, hopelessness, and despondency. With these tax equity bills, we in Connecticut have an opportunity to do better, indeed to become a national leader in creating a just society. On a more personal note, I'm rare among Wesleyan University students in that I chose to remain here in Connecticut after I graduated, unlike many others who moved to New York or Massachusetts. Over the last decade, I have found and made a home here with wonderful, compassionate people who have taught me the values of love and solidarity and have shown me the utmost hospitality and welcome over the last 9 years. So it really saddens me that many Connecticut college graduates leave the state and its beautiful and vibrant people. With tax equity, we can give Connecticut college graduates greater incentive to stay here, to find stability in community, and to contribute to our economy and society in the many great ways we're educating them to do. After 9 years, I am proud to call myself a nutmegger. I came to Connecticut in search of a better life and a more hopeful destiny. Testifying for this bill is part of my way to help realize this destiny, to express gratitude to a state whose working people have taught me the value of solidarity and the value of staying rooted in community. With tax equity, myself and many others will be able to continue championing the values of love and solidarity in Connecticut. Thank you very much.
Tommy, thank you very much. And thank you for swimming against the tide and staying here in Connecticut. No one would have blamed you for going back to Hong Kong or anywhere else. But you've kept your talents here in our state and we're better for it. Are there questions for, I'm sorry, Brian, for Brian? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Tommy Goodwin.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. I'm Tommy Goodwin. I am Vice President of the Exhibitions and Conferences Alliance, or ECA. ECA is a group of 10 professional trade and labor associations that make up the face-to-face business events industry. Our exhibitions, conferences, and trade shows drive more than $1 billion of economic activity in Connecticut each year, and we support more than 8,000 jobs statewide. What's unique about our industry is that we are America's small businesses, supporting America's small businesses, both in Connecticut and nationwide. More than 99% of all business events companies are small businesses, and more than 80% of those who exhibit at our exhibitions, conferences, and trade shows are also small businesses. These are the small businesses that would pay the 10% tax on digital advertising services if HB 5673 becomes law. Why? Because the proposed tax would not be paid by digital advertising services providers. Instead, it would simply pass along to advertisers, including small businesses in our industry that advertise their events online and encourage Connecticut small businesses to exhibit and encourage Connecticuters to attend. It would also be passed along to the small businesses in Connecticut who exhibit and advertise their participation in face-to-face business events online to drive interest and generate new in-person sales. These are the small businesses who would pay the 10% tax. So while HB 5673 is framed as a tax on digital advertising service providers, in reality, the burden of the proposed tax would fall squarely on small business Connecticut advertisers, because those who were subject to the tax would either raise prices for Connecticut advertisers or simply add the tax to their invoices like a sales tax. And as a result, this tax would unfairly increase costs for Connecticut small businesses who both comprise and rely on the face-to-face business events industry as we continue to recover from the pandemic. Now, beyond that, HB 5673 would also be subject to immediate legal challenge in the courts. As it is drafted, the bill violates the Internet Tax Freedom Act's prohibition against states imposing discriminatory taxes on electronic commerce by taxing revenue from online advertising, but not taxing revenue from other forms of advertising. This, along with the other constitutional concerns, is why ECA and our members strongly urge you to oppose HB 5673. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Maggie Stevens. I'll ask anyway, Joan Dyer. Elizabeth Fraser.
Hello, I'm here. Hello, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to express support for Senate Bill 771, 772, and House Bill 5673. I'm Liz Fraser, and I am the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services. The short-lived federal child tax credit demonstrated that with additional cash to cover bills, debt, emergencies, families did better, children benefited, and child poverty was reduced. But the federal credit has expired and other ARPA supports are sunsetting, leaving Connecticut families to fight inflation and the rising costs to raise children in Connecticut. We support both the increase in the EITC and a Connecticut child tax credit, which will provide low and moderate households with additional resources to support families. An increased EITC will provide working families with a reduced tax burden with more household income available to cover emergencies, pay debt or unexpected bills, find secure housing, or even to save for a rainy day. And evidence shows that this refund goes immediately back into the local economies. And for every dollar received, there's an economic output of $1.24. While the EITC is limited to those who have earnings under $63,000, the proposed child tax credit will be accessible to many more families, including the aforementioned Alice families who earn over the federal poverty limit, but under the actual cost of a Connecticut family survival budget, which with inflation is estimated to be about $110,000 for a family of four. These families don't qualify for support such as Care for Kids or SNAP. They're living paycheck to paycheck and are one emergency away from financial disaster. The proposed child tax credit is crucial to increase their ability to raise their children, providing the means to cover emergencies, purchase clothes, school supplies, and keep up with general expenses. Additional tax reforms options in House Bill 5673 will provide a more equitable tax system and give lower income families additional resources to support the cost of raising children. The highest cost facing families with young children right now is early care and education. A recent Office of Early Childhood Parent Survey has data suggesting 17% of parents are paying over 30% of their family income on childcare so they can work. Most others are paying well more than the 7% of family income considered reasonable by the federal government. While unaffordable for parents, it's not a sustainable business model for providers. We just did a recent survey at Cause, and 34% of the providers responding, representing 20% of available childcare, responded saying they are not generating enough revenue to sustain their program. Another third of the industry is not sure if they will be sustainable going forward. The inability to hire staff at appropriate wages was the biggest roadblock cited, which has led to 4,500 staff vacancies and about 22,000 unutilized slots. Accordingly, many programs have waiting lists, although they also have closed classrooms, leaving parents to find other options of care as they wait for a space to be available. Some take part-time work, and others have left the workforce entirely. Meanwhile, in Connecticut, there are over 90,000 jobs that are going unfilled. Employers can't find employees, and one of the main barriers cited is access to affordable early care and education. I think if we want to grow our economy in Connecticut, the crisis in the early care industry really needs to be addressed, and it's possible that some of this could help towards that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions? Thank you. Kara Bender?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Co-chairs Fanfara and Horn, members of the Joint Committee on Finance, Revenue, and Bonding. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kara Bunder, and I'm State Policy Director at the Computer and Communications Industry Association. CCIA is an international not-for-profit trade association representing a broad cross-section of communications and technology firms. On behalf of CCIA, I'd like to highlight several concerns about HB 5673, specifically regarding the proposed tax on digital advertising services. As mentioned by some other witnesses today, a significant tax against businesses who conduct digital advertising services are likely to be passed on, and this would translate to smaller-sized local businesses. Digital advertising dramatically reduces costs through automation and also offers more customizable and targeted features. This makes digital advertising an appealing option for local businesses who can then target their advertising to the local markets that they are serving. One study shows that small businesses save nearly $163 billion annually by using online advertising. Singling out businesses who provide digital advertising services also raises constitutional concerns. In October 2022, a state court struck down a similar law in Maryland, citing several instances in which it is unconstitutional. First, the court ruled the law violates the Internet Tax Freedom Act by imposing a discriminatory tax on online advertising services, and that the law violates the First Amendment because it disproportionately impacts free speech by exempting more traditional means of advertising, but applies a tax to comparable Internet speech. I'll end with highlighting a few additional benefits of digital advertising. It allows consumers to benefit from free online goods and services, and consumers value this. Certain experiments found that the median consumer in 2017 valued free search engine services at up to $17,000 per year and valued free email at up to $8,000 per year. Research also shows that targeted advertising reduces search costs and improves match quality between firms and consumers, and this should increase price competition and, by extension, increase consumer surplus associated with such consumer product matches through such advertising. Thank you for your time today, and I welcome any questions.
Any questions for Kara? Thank you. Jordan D'Angelo. Leslie Bumpus.
Hello, this is Leslie Bumpus. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and all distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Leslie Bumpus, and I am one of the lead dentists for the Department of Corrections. I'm a public health graduate student at UConn, and I also serve as an 1199 union delegate. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5673 and Senate Bill 774. As a dentist, I treat infection, diagnose disease, and educate patients on oral health and disease prevention. I relieve people's pain and I restore missing teeth to attain a better quality of life. I am proud of the work that I do. However, to address years of systemic understaffing of incarcerated medical services, expand access and improve the quality of healthcare and mental health care services for the incarcerated, $20 million must be allocated to the DOC healthcare line item. And as a state, we must allocate $30 million for recruitment and retention of healthcare staff across all state agencies, including DOC. Our patients are constitutionally entitled to receive adequate, timely, and equitable health care. They must be provided with annual dental exams, treatment plans must be followed, and decreasing health inequities are all crucial components of the job. With 10,000 incarcerated individuals and only 10 dentists serving this population, routine and preventative care cannot be performed. Inadequate staffing levels will always perpetuate health disparities. We have the resources to do whatever it takes to recruit quality healthcare staff, but this is simply not being done. Access to healthcare is a human right that we must invest in, especially in one of the richest states in the country with an astronomical budget surplus. Together, we have the resources to create a state where everyone has good healthcare to lead healthy lives. Lawmakers can fund a recovery for all by passing a package that looks forward and provides relief to those who are struggling. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Akimi Nelkin.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Akimi Nelkin, and I live in Brantford, Connecticut. I'm a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. I'm an English teacher at Wilbur-Cross High School and have been for 13 years. I'm testifying in strong support of House Bill 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. I grew up in a wealthy suburban town in California. Our school district was the second highest performing district in the state at the time that I was in school there. California, however, was in a budget crisis and schools statewide were extremely underfunded. How was my school able to pay for extensive arts education, sports renovations, adequate staffing that allowed for smaller class sizes, more course offerings, et cetera? Through voluntary bond measures and other fundraising efforts, essentially a voluntary tax on the community. But this voluntary tax only benefited the already wealthy members of our community. Our neighbors in nearby Oakland and Richmond struggled to provide even a basic level of education to their students because they were so severely underfunded. The voluntary bond measures and other fundraising efforts were not possible there, and those communities suffered because of it. The same inequity exists in Connecticut. As I'm sure that you've heard countless times today alone, Connecticut has one of the largest wealth gaps in the country. We do not have to replicate what I experienced in California, a society where only those who can afford to pay receive a quality education and other basic human rights, such as decent housing and safe neighborhoods. We have the tax base in our state to ensure that all people, regardless of income, are educated in the best possible schools. House Bill 6573 will enable our state to raise the bar for everyone. The students and teachers in New Haven are incredible. We are diverse, bright, principled, hardworking, and creative. We represent the best of what the future has to offer. But we are struggling as individuals and as a society. Nearly all of my students get jobs when they turn 16, many of them working 40 to 50 hours per week in addition to going to school full-time in order to support their families. How can they be expected to perform at the same level as students in wealthier districts who do not have to bear these financial burdens? My classroom floods with inches of standing water every year, and many of our facilities, technology, and materials are woefully inadequate to educate students in today's world. Additionally, many of our teachers have left to teach in higher paying suburbs or take on second jobs in order to afford working in one of the lowest paid districts in the state. The teacher shortage has drastic implications for the quality of education we are able to provide our students, and this shortage does not exist in places where public schools are fully funded. I truly believe that both children and adults in my community are giving as much as they can. One cannot pour from an empty cup. Increased investment from the state would make a dramatic difference for us. Financial relief for families and increased funding for social services would breathe fresh air into our community and bring us back to life. Rather than continuing to perpetuate this cycle where the rich get richer and the poor struggle to survive, we have the opportunity to build a very different reality in Connecticut. Collectively, we have the resources to create a state where everyone is taken care of, where everyone has what they need to thrive. I urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass House Bill 5673. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you, Ms. Nelkin. Nayeli Garcia, I'm sorry, Rodney Wade.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, wonderful. To Senator from FAR, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bond Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I just made it off of the exit of my commute to be able to do it at this moment. My name is Rodney Wade. I serve as the senior leader of Long Hill Bible Church in Waterbury, Connecticut, where we fight for the dignity and equity of undeserved and marginalized community members, regardless of race, set, and immigration status. I also belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for all of Connecticut, bringing together more than 60 communities of faith and labor organizations. For a brief moment, I just want to talk to you about why we need a state budget that will fund our future for all of the citizens of Connecticut. The fact of the matter is we don't need more empathy, but policies that directly benefit those who are struggling in the state of Connecticut. There has been a lot of conversations from some in the committee about why we should protect our wealthiest corporations and residents, but in Connecticut, the richest 5% of households have an average income of 14.1 times as large as the bottom 20% of Connecticut residents. I would submit that this fairly modest tax increase that they will in fact survive. But that may not be the case for some of our most marginalized residents here in the state of Connecticut. This is why we need a budget that will benefit all of us and not just some of us. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be a shining example for the nation. So many are facing health emergencies, economic emergencies, even while a handful of wealthy corporations and wealthy residents are getting even wealthier. The truth is we all want the same things: a good education for our kids, safe and affordable housing, quality healthcare, good communities. This legislation must have the courage to make wealthy corporations pay what they owe. For we know when they pay what they owe, all of the residents of the state of Connecticut will have what they need. I urge this committee to pass HB 5673. Thank you so much for your time and for your attention to this matter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wade. Seeing no questions. Elaine Jean Calmes.
Hello. Thank you, Sarah from FARA, Representative Horn, and other members of the committee for the opportunities to speak today. My name is Alon Sean Calmes. I'm a state and local public policy director for Chamber of Progress, a tech industry coalition promoting technology's progressive future. Chamber of Progress supports public policies at the federal and state level that seek to build a fairer, more inclusive country in which all Americans benefit from technological leaps. We're here today to recommend against including a 10% tax on digital advertising services in HB 5673. We oppose this because the cost will likely be borne by advertisers themselves rather than large online advertising providers. Small businesses, local newspapers, artists, social activists, and others that use digital advertising services would see operating costs increase because large platforms would pass the tax down to them. Additionally, similar legislation enacted in Maryland is currently tied up in the court system. Many businesses, like small newspapers, rely on digital advertising for revenue, and others depend on targeted advertising to attract customers. Imposing a tax on large providers of online advertising would end up harming every group trying to take advantage of modern advertising tools. The current digital ad ecosystem actually contains a multitude of benefits. First, personalized advertising actually benefits consumers. They help provide access to low-cost or free services. Ads also reduce consumer search costs. By providing advertising based on a consumer's search terms, the consumer is likely to find the product they are looking for more quickly. Surveys show that consumers actually like targeted ads as compared to the alternative. According to one survey, 91% of consumers are more likely to shop with brands who provide relevant offers and recommendations. A second benefit is that in addition to being good for consumers, personalized advertising helps support individual content creators such as artists, musicians, local journalists, and social activists. As one commentator has noted, one of the most difficult tasks as an artist or producer is getting new eyeballs and ears on your work. The ability to target ads to people based on their preferences is vital to these groups. Activists also use targeted advertising to further social goals. Targeted ads allow for voices outside of the mainstream to reach a broader audience. This is especially critical to the values of creating a more inclusive and informed society. Finally, small businesses also rely on digital advertising to grow their business. One study found that independent companies would lose between 32 and 39 billion in annual revenue by 2025 if personalized advertising were banned. In another study, 73% of small business online advertisers said that a lack of online advertising would impact their ability to market their product and grow their business. Lastly, I would just like to note that Maryland passed a similar digital advertising tax last year, but the bill was ruled unconstitutional due to violations of the Commerce Clause, the First Amendment, the Supremacy Clause, and the Internet Tax Freedom Act. Thank you very much for your time, and we urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Isla Duncan.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and the distinguished members of the committee. My name is Isla Duncan. I live in Wilton, and I'm a member of the Connecticut chapter of Resource Generation. We organize young people with wealth to redistribute resources to build a just world. We're members of Recovery for All, standing in solidarity with our working class friends and neighbors to build a Connecticut where everyone has what we need to live a good life. I'm testifying today in strong support of House Bill 5673. I'm here as one of the wealthy few who theoretically benefits from Connecticut's regressive tax structure. I say theoretically because I would argue that a deeply inequitable society that cares for the few at the expense of the many benefits no one. As a child growing up in Fairfield County, my parents were always able to meet and often surpass my basic material needs. In my sheltered experience, I assume that was the case for children and young people across the entire state. As you've heard in many testimonies today, that is clearly not the case. Family wealth has allowed me physical comfort, sure, but how can it bring peace of mind when those I care about are struggling? Even physical comforts feel unstable when our government prioritizes the concept of economic growth over human lives. My child self's vision may not be the reality in Connecticut, but I believe that it can be our future. There are more than enough resources in our state to fund a robust public sector that unconditionally meets all residents' needs. We just need to redistribute those resources. The reforms proposed in HB 5673 are a start to getting us there. People in this state have amounts of money that are hard to comprehend. When you hear that someone pays hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in taxes, it sounds huge and dramatic. But we have to remember that even if a billionaire's tax receipt has a lot of zeros, The relative impact of a 6% effective tax rate on their lifestyle is barely noticeable. Meanwhile, a 25% effective tax rate on our lowest earning residents perpetuates cycles of poverty that do real measurable harm. Paying a few more percentage points in tax will not put my family or other wealthy residents at risk of hunger, losing housing, or access to healthcare. But that money will go a long way towards supporting those who are already facing those struggles. And for me and my peers, equitable policy that cares for our most vulnerable residents would make this state a far more appealing place to live than it is now. I urge the committee to have the courage to correct our grossly inequitable tax system and pass House Bill 5673. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Duncan? Seeing none, thank you very much. Nicole San Clemente.
Yes. Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Nicole San Clemente, and I am the Policy Manager for the Connecticut Women's Education and Legal Fund, or QUELF. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of a few bills, including Senate Bill number 771, Senate Bill number 772, and House Bill number 5673. Through QUELF's legal education program, we provide information, education, referrals, and bilingual advocacy to the Connecticut community to ensure that all individuals in our state have access to legal justice. The majority of QUELF's clients are low-income women with at least one dependent who earn incomes less than $29,000 per year. We urge the committee to support SB 771 to create a refundable child tax credit. Connecticut is one of the most expensive states in the nation to raise children, and currently the only high cost of living state with an income tax that does not adjust for family size or child care expenses. Our legal education program directly hears the needs from women and how challenging it is to take care of their children and families in our state. In order to relieve some of that burden, families need targeted relief to help offset the high and rising costs of raising children, remain financially afloat, and stay out of poverty. A state-level child tax credit would support over 600,000 children, including up to 95,000 children living in poverty. And many of those children and their families have been, are currently, or will be receiving support through QUELF's legal education program. Women and their families need passage of both SB 771 and SB 772 in order to survive. Connecticut's tax system makes it more difficult for families to have children and incentivizes families that already have children to leave the state, neither of which is helpful to generating sustained economic growth. The Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit are financial lifelines for many low-income women and a means to prosper and provide for their families. When these tax credits don't exist, we as an organization hear firsthand of the struggles women face. These supports mean women are provided with a greater financial cushion month to month to ensure that their household's basic needs are met. And we also support House Bill number 5673 to make Connecticut's tax system fairer by raising revenue through tax increases on the wealthy in order to provide tax cuts for low and middle income taxpayers.
Please summarize.
Okay, thank you. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be an example for the nation where every family has what they need to live a good life. QUELF thanks the committee for raising three important issues this year, advancing Senate Bill 771, Senate Bill 772, and House Bill 5673 this year are critical steps towards prioritizing our residents' economic success, mobility, and security, and ensuring that all Connecticut residents have the opportunity to take care of themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Seeing no questions. Christopher Gilrain.
Thank you, Chair Fanfara, Chair Horn, members of the committee. My name is Chris Gilrain. I represent TechNet in the Northeast. We are an industry association representing over 100 of the most innovative companies in the nation. I'm here specifically in opposition to proposed Section 2 of HB 5673, which would levy a 10% tax on digital advertising revenue. Digital ads are a cost-effective way for Connecticut businesses to reach an audience and compete in a growing e-commerce world. It's a critical tool for local businesses and an economic driver and source of job creation in its own right. At a time when costs are rising across the board, levying a new tax on digital advertising would likely result in significantly increased costs on businesses that can ill afford it. As previously discussed, an identical proposal in Maryland was found to conflict with a number of federal laws. If this is advanced here in Connecticut, it would face the same legal infirmities and not serve to fund the laudable goals that proponents have laid out today. As a result, we recommend that the committee not advance this particular section. Appreciate your time and happy to serve as a resource to the committee.
Thank you for your succinct testimony, Chris. Questions? Seeing none. Simone Destin needs to accept the promotion. There you are. You're on mute, Simone.
Good afternoon, Senator Bonfera, Representative Horn, and members of the committee. My name is Simone Destin, and I live in Waterbury, and I work in Hamden as a residential instructor at the Arc of Southington. I am here to testify in support of House Bill 5673. I love my job because I can give my time to helping others with many things. I help my residents with everyday tasks that would be considered easy for us, but for them, it's a bit challenging at times. I teach my residents how to use money, count, and spend on their finances. I also help out with their hygiene by helping them shower, brushing their teeth, dressing them to look presentable. I cook for them as well, and overall just being as much as help I can be for them as a caregiver and friend. But we are not respected for the work that we do in this state and make wages too low to survive sometimes. Having little to no money has kept me from eating at times. If I get sick, I have to go to the hospital because I don't have great health care and my bills are so expensive that I can't even afford to pay them. I want to start a life and have children now in my life, but I can't because of the unlivable wages. I can't even think of it. With more funding, I wouldn't have to worry about finances, and I would be able to give the best care to my residents at my job because it would allow me to be the best person I could be. I would be less stressed while I'm around them. I wouldn't have to go through the extra hoops I have to jump through daily just to make ends meet. I would have more energy while I'm with my residents and actually get to have some fun with them. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be a shining example for the nation where every family has what we need to live a good life. But instead, we have a state where hundreds of thousands of working people are struggling to raise families. Even while a handful of wealthy corporations and wealthy residents are getting even wealthier, the scale of this crisis demands a bold response. People are suffering, and our state has a responsibility. And if we have the resources to enact policies that provide for Connecticut families, please pass House Bill 5673. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
No questions. Anthony Soto.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Anthony Soto, and I am a wage enforcement agent with the Connecticut Department of Labor, as well as a chief steward with AFSCME Council 4, Local 269. I strongly support House Bill 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. Supporting HB 5673 would help make Connecticut's tax policies more equitable and support programs that help the state's most vulnerable populations. As a wage enforcement agent with the Connecticut Department of Labor, my colleagues and I are on the front lines combating wage theft, a nationwide problem that disproportionately affects low-income and minority workers. Each year, the Wage and Workplace Standards Division receives thousands of complaints from workers throughout the state alleging a full spectrum of labor standards violations. When we investigate these complaints, we often find that employers are paying their employees cash off the books or misclassifying their employees as independent contractors. These illegal business practices are not victimless crimes. They put employers who are doing things legally at an unfair disadvantage. These practices also strip workers of safety net benefits, such as workers' compensation and unemployment insurance. This increases the burden on taxpayers to care for these workers that have no other means. From fiscal year 2019 through fiscal year 2022, our division recovered nearly $16 million in wages for workers in Connecticut. This represents wages that workers earn that were not paid to them, wages they need to pay for housing and put food on their tables. When I began with the DOL in November of 2014, we had 33 field staff. Today, we have 24. This is simply not enough. In addition to diminishing staffing levels, we have seen a substantial increase in complaints over the last year. This translates to less complaints being handled, longer wait times for a resolution, and increased power to the employers that are taking advantage of Connecticut workers. This also forces the division to a complaint-driven model where we are mostly dealing with complaints received, limiting our ability for proactive and strategic enforcement. The problem with this is that we know our most vulnerable populations do not file complaints, often enduring wage theft and exploitative working conditions for years because they need that job to survive. An increase in the number of wage enforcement agents will increase the recovery of wages, putting dollars back into the hands of workers that earn them. This will also lead to an increase in revenue to the state, as our enforcement efforts will decrease the number of employees being paid off the books, increasing income tax receipts. An increase in the number of cases handled by the division will also increase the amount of fines assessed and collected. I urge you to vote in favor of HB 5673 and stand with the working people of Connecticut. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Questions for Mr. Soto? Seeing none. Paul Boudreau.
Hello. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Finance Review and Bonding Committee. I'd like to testify in strong support of House Bill 5673, an act concerning the reformation of certain taxes and tax equity. My name is Paul Boudreau and I live in Hamden. I'm one of the co-founders of the Hamden Tenant Union, which has more than 300 members and gets bigger every day. In addition to this, I am employed by the SEIU State Council to support tenants and tenant unions statewide. When I'm out of state and I tell someone that I live in Connecticut, they ask me if I'm rich. It's almost without, like, it's every time. Everyone knows how much wealth is settled in this state. And as one of the wealthiest states in this nation, we should be doing a better job of taking care of our citizens. We don't. While the wealthiest in this state see record income, the rest of us struggle paycheck to paycheck. The middle class in this state has disappeared, and there seems to be no way to achieve a sustainable financial life if you've fallen back. If you are not in the upper class, if you don't have generational wealth to fall back on, and especially if you are Black and brown. Many of us has become hopeless, and we feel that those whose job it is to protect us from unbridled greed have forgotten we are even here. I've had the opportunity to speak with hundreds of Connecticut residents about the economic difficulties they've been experiencing. Most are struggling because of runaway inflation, enormous utility bills, lack of pay increases, unconscionable rent increases, and abusive corporate greed. Many I've spoken to have lost or are losing their homes. Most lack the funds to plop down up to 6 months rent in advance to secure another apartment. And that's what some people are asking for, a lot of people. This means that many of us are losing our homes and have nowhere to go. We're on the verge of a homelessness crisis and an economic collapse for everyone that's not wealthy. We haven't seen the likes of this since the Great Depression. It's terrifying. Make no mistake, if we don't work hard to solve these issues now, we will be trying to solve much bigger issues because of our lack of action. For decades, we've been giving billions of dollars to big business while the working class pays 25% of their income in taxes. Keep in mind, the wealthiest Connecticut only pay on average about 6 to 7%. Also keep in mind the average renter in Connecticut is spending 40 to 50% of their income on rent alone. That's the average renter. Many people are paying more. All we ask is fairness. Everyone gets a plate before anyone gets seconds, except for housing. We are headed into some hard times for Connecticut residents that are not wealthy. You know, the 99%, most of us, who are struggling while they live check to check, while leaning more and more on credit to get through their monthly bills. Lawmakers can fund Recovery All by passing a package that looks forward and provides relief to those who struggle. And I've put some bullet points in my written testimony that I will let you read for the sake of saving time, because I do understand how these things run, having been there 20 hours last week on Tuesday. So thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Boudreau. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Leslie Plateau, or Blateau.
Good evening. Yes, that's me. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher, parent, and resident in New Haven. I'm the president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers and an at-large vice president of AFT Connecticut. We also belong to the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying in strong support of House Bill 5673. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should be an example where every family has what we need to live a good life. But instead, we have a state where hundreds of thousands of working people are struggling, while a handful of wealthy corporations and wealthy residents continue to get even wealthier. As a longtime teacher, I know firsthand how our students, families, and educators in New Haven continue to make do with less. Our schools are more crowded and less funded than other wealthier districts in this state, and our students take on much more of a responsibility for contributing to their families' economic well-being than their wealthier peers. It's not uncommon for New Haven students to work between 20 and 40 hours a week to help their families keep up with rising rents and skyrocketing grocery bills. It's not uncommon for families in New Haven to move several times in 1 year as affordable housing becomes harder to secure. And it's not uncommon for teachers, social workers, and counselors, members of our union, to provide support, food, clothing, toiletries to students and families to help them through these economic crises. Connecticut is ranked as having the 5th largest wealth gap in the country, but it does not have to be this way. While residents are struggling, the wealthy few are prospering. People have already used the statistics tonight that the billionaires in this state have a combined wealth of $75 billion, 15 billion of which has been secured since the pandemic. It's incomprehensible that we have such extreme wealth in our state. And we have current budget proposals that want to flat fund education, slash higher ed, fail to fully fund childcare programs, and fail to prioritize healthcare for every resident. We should flood our communities with resources. Working people pay upwards of 25% annual income tax, and billionaires and millionaires contribute 6%. These statistics must be a wake-up call to legislators and policymakers, but most importantly to working people, because we're sick and tired of a rigged system that caters to the ultra-rich and corporations, that underfunds public programs, and that divides us, exacerbating racial, gender, and income inequality. I hope the reality of two Connecticut's, a Connecticut that ensures the rich get richer and a Connecticut that fails working people, compels us to act. We can address this extreme wealth disparity by making bold investments. We're in an era of teacher burnout, unprecedented shortages among educators, paraprofessionals, school nurses, mental health professionals during a time of acute student need. This is why we must enact the equity agenda. We have an opportunity to solve a problem that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. described in 1968. We have socialism for the rich and free enterprise capitalism for the poor. That is the problem.
Your time is expired.
I urge you to take action on this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seth Freeman.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Seth Freeman. I'm a resident of West Hartford. I'm also president of Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, the Four Cs, SCIU 1973, a union representing approximately 3,800 faculty and staff across our community colleges and 400 part-time faculty at the University of Hartford. I'm also a proud member of Recovery for All. I'm testifying today in strong support of Senate Bill 351 and House Bill 5673. I'm adding my testimony to others who say that we no longer accept the status quo here in Connecticut. We no longer accept the status quo where the wealthiest and most privileged amongst us are thriving, while hundreds of thousands of poor and working class residents are struggling. We need to end our regressive tax structure because we no longer accept the systemic and structural racism our regressive tax structure reinforces. We need to end our regressive tax structure because we no longer accept the despicable income and racial wealth gap. We need to end our regressive tax structure because we no longer accept the injustices and inequality our immigrant and undocumented families face. The reality is that our regressive tax structure in Connecticut is a contributing factor to so much of the devastation, suffering, and injustice that we see in our state today. Why do we accept this as a state? Why do we prioritize the wealth of millionaires, billionaires, and corporations over the quality of life for the rest of us? It's time our state do better. It's time we prioritize people. Progressive revenue will empower our state to meaningfully invest in our communities and residents in need. Investment in higher education, investments in our community colleges will mean hiring more full-time faculty who will have the time and availability to best serve our students inside and outside the classroom. Investments in our colleges will mean no longer shifting the burden of education onto our students who are least able to pay. Investments in our colleges would mean expansions of the PACT program, so more residents of our state will be able to obtain debt-free higher education. All of these investments will empower our students in our colleges to best realize their potential. All of these investments will help our state build a much better and brighter future. Now is the time to make our state more equitable.
You have 30 seconds, please summarize.
Thank you. We can't wait any longer. Our state has the resources to build an equitable Connecticut. We just need the will. Thank you, committee members, for your hard work and for your service to our state.
Thank you very much, Seth. Questions for Mr. Freeman? Thank you, sir. Laura Garcia.
Hi, good evening, dear members of the Finance Committee. My name is Laura Garcia. I live in Ansonia, and I've been in the United States for almost 10 years. I'm a member of ULA and Nosotras, and also member of Recovery for All. My testimony is in favor of the Project Bill 5673. I believe it's totally unfair that we, the worker class, who are being impacted so much worse during the pandemic than the companies and multimillionaire class. I see a lot of time a big difference between classes. I see older people struggling to pay their taxes, or even worse, to keep paying their mortgage. And don't stop here. We have to pay thousands of dollars if we want a better education for our children. I'm more than grateful with the school of my kids. I'm always say that the teachers should get paid the double than anyone. They raise, educate, and spend more time with our kids than us, their parents. And how Connecticut thanks the teachers? I don't gonna answer that. You know already my answer. Our schools are falling apart, but millionaires and owners of big companies can spend thousands in a pair of shoes when we have to collect money for school trips. We need people who can translate for our parents who don't speak English. Sometimes their kid has to translate for them. Or people are being robbed, working many hours in situation of safety for them, and they can't find justice. Why? Because the labor department has not enough investigators. Or people are dying too. Why? Because they can't afford medical attention. So please, Connecticut, we have to do better. Connecticut has thousands of families and thousands of millionaire families in the States. It's not fair, and this needs to stop. I believe if the companies and the multimillionaire class pay what they owe and what is fair, Connecticut can reverse all the damage that is already done. And Connecticut can guarantee a fair education, a fair healthcare system, a fair labor system. So please, Connecticut, do the right. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Laura, thank you so much for your testimony. And it says here that that you have an interpreter. You did not need an interpreter. If my Spanish were half as good as your English, I'd be very happy with my life. And I'm proud of you for staying on and waiting to share your message with us. Are there any questions for Ms. Garcia? Thank you. Carl Lance.
Good evening. My name is Carl Lance. I'm speaking on behalf of the Connecticut Realtors Association. I am speaking to you live actually from Ski Sundown right now. I'm a volunteer ski patroller and took some time off to come down and talk to you all and appreciate your time being there to listen. I'm speaking against Senate Bill 776 in regards to a statewide property tax on properties over $1.5 million. The Realtors Association, all 20,000 of us firmly believe that no more property taxes are needed in the state of Connecticut. Our property taxes are high enough. And in many areas of Connecticut, specifically those close to New York City, there are towns where some of the housing stock is actually, that's an average sales price. So there may be people that are struggling in that $1.5 million range in order to purchase and be able to live there, to commute to their jobs and be close to where they work. Secondly, we would really like to be sure that no more property taxes are levied on the people of Connecticut and that it is fair and equitable to all the people in the state. And it's become very difficult, especially with SALT deduction, the state and local tax deduction being taken away on the federal level. This again accounts for a secondary tax for all of us, but even more so for those who would be taxed at a higher rate. Most of those properties would very likely already have, $10,000 in property tax as it is. We appreciate your consideration in this matter. We've submitted written testimony as well, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Carl. Initially, I had no sympathy for you. You're on a mountain somewhere, but my co-chair informed me that you're ski patrol and you're working, so you get special dispensation today. And I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Be safe. Carl Fortuna. Is Carl here? There we are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming back to me. I appreciate that. And I know you're tired. It's a long day. And so members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee, good evening. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 776, which imposes a statewide property tax on certain homes. And it sets a very difficult precedent given Connecticut's over-reliance already on the property tax to fund critical local services and projects. As you know, Connecticut relies on the property tax to fund local services more than most other states in the nation, according to data compiled by the U.S. Census Bureau. And this places an enormous pressure on homeowners and businesses that must bear the burden for paying the property taxes that towns rely on to fund education and other local programs and services. So rather than addressing the need for property tax relief, which as a member of the CCM Board of Directors, we've been trying to achieve, this proposal, I believe, moves Connecticut in the wrong direction by opening the door for a statewide property tax to fund public education programs that the state has a constitutional obligation to fully fund. Moreover, under this proposal, the property taxes levied by the state on certain homes will not benefit Old Saybrook and many other towns, and are not likely to benefit the vast majority of communities in which a home that would be subject to this tax would be located. Since 2012, Old Saybrook has lost approximately $700,000 in state aid, from 1.2 million to 550,000. We've been reduced, including in the area of educational cost sharing. While I am grateful that the governor has proposed keeping Old Saybrook level funded over the next two budget cycles at the same level we have been at for the last two budget cycles, The town has not only lost a significant amount of funding for over the last 10, 11 years, but we are losing the inflation battle too. Imposing a tax like Senate Bill 776 simply further distorts this pattern. It will hurt property values, which will hurt our grand list, which will hurt 99% of our taxpayers who will have to pay more in property taxes. Please oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Questions? Seeing none. And Madam Administrator, you indicate that we have completed our responsibilities for the day.
That is correct, Senator Fonfara. We do not have any additional testifiers online, and I do not believe we have any additional testifiers in the hearing room.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, and for the team that stuck it out. And this was a joint effort of the chairs and rankings, as well as Representative Farrar, who's took over the helm for part of the day as well. So I thank everyone and be safe tonight and tomorrow. And on that, we'll adjourn. Thank you.